que eu devo deixar assim a configuração de vídeo? Bom, seu Peter Marques falando, bem-vindos a mais um Assistindo Porcaria, mais precisamente de Webcam 35 de 1/7/2025, sei lá o que, 4. Não fica bom. Não de luz apagada, pelo menos. Tipo, peraí. Será agora? Acho que agora ficou melhorzinho. Oh.
Something has got to give at this point, because the way people are acting about these laboobers is embarrassing on so many levels. What was a semi-niche space has been quite literally penetrated by greedy, gluttonous resellers who takes advantage of false scarcity of a product and the demand for it. PopMart is, in my honest opinion, aware of this desire people have for collecting ladoodles. I mean laboobers. Juvenile joke, I know I hate myself and I want to die! It is crazy how a huggy-wuggy looking, made of polyester having doll keychain has caused this much mayhem.
I didn't get any ladoodles, so there are these two guys that are waiting since 12 o'clock around the mall by where I live. And they bought the whole thing, like literally, like I was in line with other people waiting to get it because these workers have been waiting forever to get the thing. And these two guys bought the whole thing. Like, are you serious? Like, it's bad enough to buy them now because these people resell them.
What is very suspicious to me is how PopMart has not yet implemented a buying limit, which leads me to believe that in creating this sense of rarity for these soon-to-be in landfill dolls, PopMart is always bound to successfully sell out of the laboobers. And because there is an entire community dedicating to collecting these dolls, it gets a lot harder to actually collect when they're being put up for auction on TikTok Live by literal sneakerhead dudes. Like, you're not now competing with other collectors, you're competing with the most random people ever. And also, men, get out of this space! It's for the girl! I'm just kidding. There's a lot of men that enjoy the laboobers, really anybody of any gender that, you identify with. However, I just find this entire phenomenon to be so funny because you're telling me you've got these dudes who have no business in buying up these dolls, auctioning them because, can't shill the Yeezys on StockX or Ground anymore. Gotta buy up the laboobers. Speaking of which, laboobers are being sold on StockX for mountains of dollars when only just a couple of years ago, nobody gave a fuck about these things. And with anything that comes into trend quite heavily these days, they often have a limited shelf life of being relevant. Look at Stanley Cups, for example. It wasn't too long ago when they were being fought for, as certain ones were hard to get. People were lining up in the cold for these damn things. And these sippy cups were hard to get because of resellers. Remember the whole TJ Maxx Hello Kitty of it all? Same shit. People were arguing and fighting over polyester blankets that even the Antarcticans would deny because that paper-thin thing is not keeping anyone warm at night. Hello? The Juicy Couture Daydreamer bags? The Pokemon cards? In an attempt to increase the value of these said products that resellers are shilling, they are putting a knife into the stomachs of these communities they are taking from and slashing the worth too. Like, if I'm at Target and I know that a child...
Eu odeio esses vagabundos sair comprando um monte de coisa assim só pra revender.
Wants a pack of Pokemon cards, I am going into those resellers' bags like it's trick or treat and having me some so I can give it to the people who actually want to enjoy it. I don't know if it's because I am not a huge collector of any of these things besides like records, for example, but the prices that people are willing to pay these resellers is the exact reason why it has become such a rampant problem. Collectors should not be having to foot hundreds of dollars for a product they collect, all because it's trendy to own them now. All because resellers have found another way to exploit a hobby that brought community amongst fellow collectors. An employee at a pop mart selling Labubus was quite literally trying her best to explain to the chaotic crowd full of hungry sharks waiting to feast on their stock, hey, we need order here for me to be able to open the store. Form a line. Let's make it easy enough for fellow humans around us to move around safely and not be trampled by blood-sucking leeches, I mean resellers. Again, with the juvenile jokes, Travel Queen.
The mall asked us to line the queue in that corner where that guy is right there with the hat and the tree. I need to line it that way, and I needed to go around the inside that way, okay?
But they're not going to sell the big energy. So it's this way?
Big energy's not happening.
Just for the store.
Okay.
Well, because I was over there, right? And that's what we had in the morning.
No.
And then you came out, I'm sorry, and you messed it up.
I didn't, no.
No,
It was that girl.
we had a line for
Olha o sebo desse cabelo.
The issue is that there was
Sério, essa...
about where
Olha o sebo do cabelo da pessoa. Quão sujo o cabelo da pessoa que tava aí na fila, tá?
you guys stood the line. That
Em geral, as pessoas estão com o cabelo sujo, ó.
I'm sending it this side. So you were correct. You were correct.
now I'm
Okay, well, let's be kind to each other and let's watch our
okay,
language.
we're messed up now because why?
What I'm trying to do.
You.
No.
You moved us when you're
No, what I'm trying. You're not fine.
was there though.
No,
That's the point. It was there, right?
Okay, I hear you.
It was there. Yes or no? It was there.
It was not where it needed to be.
Isn't it just infuriating listening and watching people argue with minimum wage employees over how long they've had to wait in line for a fast toy? If you have the ability in life, let me just say privilege, to be able to wait for hours on end in line in a crowd for something oh so insignificant, it doesn't do anything, it doesn't play music, it's just a bad keychain, then you can wait a little bit more time. Arguing with employees is only going to keep you there longer and everybody else that's before you. How is it this lady's fault that none of y'all are decent enough people to govern yourselves? And yeah, I don't care to say that it is a privilege to have the time and money to wait around like this. I am a collector of goth and metal records, whether that be CDs or vinyls, anything that I can get my mitts on. I haven't really, delved into the tapes of it all yet, but trust me, I get it. It's difficult to collect in a niche where the prices are so jacked up, you can't own it. But I also cannot confirm nor deny that this loud lady was a reseller or a collector that is absolutely fed up with this entire craze taking place when it's like, only just a couple of years ago, it was not like this. It was quite easy to get a Labubu. Popmart also not taking measures to protect their employees amongst this entire mess in the name of vacuuming up as much profit as they possibly can is really disgusting as well, because I mean, in a sense too, it's also not Popmart's fault that adults cannot act like f***ing adults. A group of people were being booed out of the mall after buying every Labubu in the Popmart vending machine. Time is money. You may never get one on Popmart, but I bit the bullet and bought from them and got the exact one I wanted without the stress or waiting in queues. TBH, worth the extra money. Are you people out of your f***ing minds? The reason that resellers are such a rampant problem in these niche communities is because of people like yourself. Like, I'm really sorry to say this, but it's not a must-have. It's not a must-own. I get it. There are people out there who truly, in their heart of hearts, feel that they cannot go on or survive without having a Labubu. But in the same token, that is just crazy to me. That is just consumerism on such a different level that I don't think we've ever witnessed before. You shouldn't be stressed because you don't own a polyester doll. You should be stressed that you are now supporting an exploitative trade that time and time again just destroys these communities to their core. But it also pushes this false idea that these mass-produced dolls are even worth something to begin with. I don't think anyone should be paying over $20 for these things, if I'm being real, and maybe that's because I'm on the other side of it. I'm kind of like an outsider of it all, because I see my friends and they have fallen for the Labubu, trend of it all, but I'm just sat here like, not trying to be a contrarian or anything, but I just don't understand the hype around it, because I can also acknowledge that maybe it is just a different perspective that I'm currently having because I don't understand it. I also just can't help but feel that a lot of people have kind of been manipulated into believing that these things are worth buying. Resellers will only continue to keep bankrolling people this way if you buy into it. Y'all can't have this massive issue with them, get sad that you don't own said product, and give in because there's nowhere else to get them from. If people stopped buying from resellers altogether, this wouldn't be so much of an issue because they would be stuck with product that they can't move. I think a major component as to why people give in to resellers and pay egregious amounts of money for something that they feel they need so bad. They want it, they have to have it, isn't only because resellers bought them all up, so now we all gotta buy from them. But it's this sense of fearing that you're going to miss out on something that everybody else is tweaking over. Like, you want to be into that too, so therefore there's this major FOMO that's ahead if you don't own a Labubu. It's okay to miss out on things that are being charged way less at one store, but way more from a reseller. Because to really hit them where it hurts, you gotta stop supporting the resale of these products altogether. These people are only feeding off the hype that y'all are putting onto a silver platter for them. It was only just a couple of years ago that Labubus were under everybody's radar. There was a time that they were not popular like this whatsoever. I didn't even know what a Labubu was until a couple of weeks ago, and I was just like, oh, that's what's got everybody acting like a fool. But again, I'm on the outside of it all, so maybe I just don't see it the same way that everybody else does. Everyone who is a fan, because that came across really like edgelord cringe. Labubus will become unpopular again because nothing that trends on TikTok stands the test of time. Labubus will meet the same fate as every other trendy product everybody at one point or another felt in their heart of hearts they must own, because consumerism will forever have a chokehold on people who are given the false sense of happiness once they attain the said trendy item. That said, Labubu collectors, if you are watching this video right now, please just wait it out, darlings. We've seen this movie before and we know exactly how it ends. As in no time, they'll start popping up at your local Goodwills, as a lot of people just cannot explain why they even want these dolls. Getting into lines.
É o que mais acontece, muitas dessas coisas vão parar em brechó depois.
Who is a reseller and who is a real fan? It must be so exhausting to care this much about inanimate objects. But, you know, I would be lying, I'd be telling some fibs when I say that, because when I was a kid I used to get sad when I'd see a lone cushion, because I'd be like, wow, I need to sit with that cushion now, it looks so lonely. Oh my god, this pain! So what do I know? It's insane how many people will complain about the absolute state that is of our economy at the moment, but will go in herds to hover around Pop Mart like their life depends on owning Labubus or buying as many as possible to resell to people who feel as though they missed out. It's sad because a part of the reason this kind of stuff takes place so much in our society at the moment is because people are just that desperate to clear their conscience of their day-to-day struggles. For example, right, unfortunately, as of recent, I picked back up a habit that I had quit for some time. You know, I don't want to go out for smokos anymore. It's damaging to my health, and they're also just really expensive. It's one of those habits that you just cannot justify whatsoever. And I always use the excuse of, you know, I'll go out and have one because I'm feeling anxious. I'll go out and have one because, you know, I'm not feeling that good mentally. When it's kind of just like, it is worsening that for me again. You know what I mean? So with me having that experience, obviously I can understand why people are willing to drop hundreds of dollars on something that they want and need so bad from resellers, because it is a really tough time that we're currently living in. Some people drown out how they feel in spending outrageous amounts of money on something that they have latched onto emotionally and mentally, and some people don't do that whatsoever. That, however, isn't a justification for what's happening with the Labubus at the moment, as whilst we can acknowledge many factors as to what can cause people to go this crazy over fucking material, it is also somewhat sensible to assume that purchasing an item like this, a pointless item at that, is not life-changing in any sense of the word. And look, I am not trying to downplay the value that this item holds for so many people around the world, that an entire niche community has been built off. But this kind of shit scares me about people, because if people are willing to go to this kind of length in order to attain something that is so pointless and is essentially worthless, doesn't do absolutely anything, nothing, it just sits on your bag, then what's next? These things don't have value. It's just another thing to take the edge off, if you will. So with all of that being said, everybody, are you somebody who has been a Labubu collector for quite some time now, and your community has kind of just been like infiltrated by this whole reselling craze? Have you gone as far as to buy from a reseller? Let me know down in the comment section below. I would love to hear your thoughts and opinions as well, because maybe everything that I said in today's video you do not agree with whatsoever, and I really want to know why, sweetheart. Thank you for your stay at Yakursville today, everybody. I hope to see you all again soon. Take care of yourselves, and most of all, love your fucking selves.
A new way to imagine your space. LG Watchtower.
As a drifter, okay. As somebody who will raid the joint bit by bit, piece by piece, coat hanger by coat hanger, I do not care if it's not black, I will dye it black or it will be repurposed. I cannot stand it when I see the cutest design on a little baby tee and realize that the fabric is not only paper thin, the design may have been stolen by a small artist over on Twitter, and boom, fast fast fashion label attached to the tag at a price where it really doesn't make sense. I mean, as thrifters yourselves, have you not seen the utter uptick in fast fashion flooding the floors at your local thrift? Honestly, it's an epidemic at this point. I'm calling it here. Drama Queen said it first. Around 5 or 6 years ago at this point, I did not see half as much fast fashion taking up space inside of a thrift store as it is today. Not to mention the fact that I am constantly driving past Brotherhood bins, you know, those big donation bins, or the ones that you put stuff in and then you shut the, you know, thingamabob. They are full to the brim of half-thought purchases by people who, I guess, are just constantly following micro trends on social media. Like, it is such a problem. I'm literally talking flooded to the point where nothing can fit in these bins, so people just dump their shit as they please in front of it. And today I am going to be discussing why I personally think that thrift stores should just really start turning away fast fashion clothes.
Hey, guess how much they're selling Shein t-shirts for at the thrift store? Guess. I bet you won't guess. I bet you won't guess. $13. $13 for Shein at the thrift store. Shein at the thrift store. Oh my god. No, $13 like isn't a lot, but like for Shein at the thrift store, Shein. That's the second thrift store I've been to this week where it was like Shein overload, so I just had to leave. But like $13 for Shein. Shein, isn't it like $4 on the Shein website? Should have like pulled a picture of them and like it's like this much cheaper. I can't take it anymore. Why is there so much Shein in the thrift stores?
A lot of thrifts these days are price gouging as the popularization of thrifting grows. You could argue the fact that it's inflation and that the economy is struggling, therefore thrifts are having to raise their prices. But that doesn't make any sense, because it doesn't explain why most thrifts who
Eu odeio esses donos de brechó que tipo cismam que uma porcaria velha usada vale R$300.
Entire business model is to collect donations from people for free, mind you, to then go on to sell, but is selling fast fashion for more than it's worth. Also taking into consideration that more people are donating more things these days. And over the past couple of years, resellers have been kind of like the talking point as to why thrift stores are constantly raising their prices. But considering resellers do have to buy the item and thrifts just get it for free, it quite literally makes a huge difference in the profit margins. What this means is either thrifts are price gouging to make as much money as possible off of the unknowing individual, or not even taking a quick gander into what the worth of an item is. Take fast fashion brands for example. Like this TikToker said, $13 for an item of clothing really isn't all that much. I would personally say that that's a bit cheap. But the item of clothing is being sold at a thrift, as well as it being Shein. And I'm sorry, I highly doubt that the original price of this item of clothing was $13 on Shein. This isn't just a once-off occurrence though. I am constantly seeing not just Shein, but Fashion Nova, Pretty Little Thing, Boohoo, priced really unreasonable to the point where there is no justifiable reason to purchase second-hand fast fashion. And that's the whole point, isn't it? Is to give a new and loving home to this second-hand, third-hand, fourth-hand, whatever piece of clothing. But it's come to a point where even these clothes are inaccessible and sometimes just unattainable in general due to the price. I really do not have a problem with people purchasing second-hand fast fashion clothes in general, because you are awesome and you are giving a second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever possible life to something that was going to eventually end up in landfill anyways. And we'll get into a little bit why, but I mean, it's quite obvious. A lot of these clothes break, they disintegrate really fast, and so they have no other option but to be chucked in the bin by the consumer. I mean, almost $12 for a second-hand fast fashion item that's probably going to disintegrate after one wash is predatory to say the very least. It's also really
Os caras querem te vender lixo
annoying whenever you find something that looks cheap but feels like like utter itchy shite and you see somebody has cut the tag off and priced it at like, what, 20 bucks? Because even they themselves are aware that this is not going to resell. People are less likely to buy fast fashion secondhand as they wouldn't even consider buying it brand new. And they're essentially just exploiting the consumer based off of another person's actions. I mean, sounds super familiar, doesn't it? Capitalist society, am I right? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna be a hater on this thrift store. If you know this thrift store, it is filled with fast fashion. Probably over 85% of it is from Princess Polly, O Polly, all of those type of brands, and nothing wrong with those brands at all. I think they have the cutest stuff ever. It's just that when I go thrifting, I don't expect the thrift store to be filled with just like racks of the same exact dress and the same exact styles.
Unfortunately, for the most part, the majority of fast fashion brands overproduce clothing to the point where they themselves cannot move that product. Therefore, they need to dispose of it in the most appropriate and ethical way possible. What's funny is these brands could very well easily just dump all of that clothing into landfill, because it's not like people really care all that much about a moral standpoint when purchasing fast fashion. Because, I mean, just take this statistic for example. You hear so many people who are like, don't buy fast fashion, don't buy fast fashion. So then why did that make up 40% of clothing sales last year? It just make sense. These brands will donate these clothes in bulk to clear up space on warehouse floors for the next pile of shit that won't sell either because they mass produced it. And on top of that, these clothes are more likely to hit the thrift.
Ou seja, fazendo lixo, não ter espaço para guardar o lixo, jogar o lixo fora para guardar mais lixo.
They're brand new clothes. They're not some stinky third-hand pieces of garbage. Am I right, guys?
From these brands, I expect like stuff that's been donated from people, I don't know, like thrift store stuff. So, I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of this thrift store. If you're looking for this kind of stuff, then I say go there. But honestly, I was just kind of like, they should change the name at this point. It's not really a thrift store. It's more like an outlet. Like, they probably need to pay some taxes on this because, girl, or maybe not because it's still donated. So, I don't know. Also, you're not allowed to try on clothes here. They have, like, one fitting room, which the line was super long. And I wasn't seeing it move, so I just didn't try on my other stuff because the security was like, yeah, just so sorry, you can't try it on.
Interestingly enough, something that I found out whilst filming this video is that a lot of thrift stores are turning into outlets due to these stupid ass fast fashion brands producing clothes in excess. Whatever doesn't sell is wasting valuable space on the warehouse floor, is dumped to these thrifts that in turn turn against the people instead of being there for them. That is what thrift stores were originally, to be the option for the people who didn't have any left because they didn't have the funds, and these people buying secondhand was the best option for them because buying something brand new is something that they just are not in a position to afford, nor do they have the resources for that. Yet thrifts are turning into the same vultures as these soulless corporations. Because I mean, look at me in my half-blind eyes and tell me, what the do you mean that this woman couldn't try on clothes that were donated to a thrift store? With the way this is all going, I'm gonna have to eat my boogers for breakfast tomorrow, guys. Like, even a H&M will let you go into a dressing room and try something on, because it's one thing having a changing room and there are multiple people lined up waiting to try on the clothes that they're about to spend a lot of money on, but like, what do you mean she was told off for trying on a jacket? Guys, this is a thrift store. Who do these thrifts think they are? Seriously, like, I thought you guys were there for the people who didn't have a lot to begin with, but now that thrifting's popular, now that everyone loves to thrift, we're gonna be snobby about it. Okay. You know, if I learned that any of the thrifts that I thrift at acted like this, immediate cease of my presence in there, I tell you that much. And it's not like these thrifts are even paying for these excess clothes to be donated to them specifically. No, it's because brands want to have a clear conscience at the end of the day, so that everyone can clap and be like, oh my god, they did such a good thing by donating and not, you know, giving to landfill. And it's like, it was gonna go there anyways. So not only is the consumer dumping their mistakes onto thrifts, but the brands themselves are too. And I guess from a different standpoint as well, I think it's really sad because with brands like Princess Polly, Boohoo, Fashion Nova, Shein, we're not really going to be seeing anything from the pre-2010s soon enough inside of thrifts, because it'll all be overrun by these shitty ass clothes. I wouldn't really have much against them. I wouldn't really have much against Zara or H&M and whatnot if they weren't using shitty labor practices, if they weren't producing their clothes in excess knowing that so much of it isn't going to sell, if they weren't using motherfucking plastic for every piece of clothing they sell on these damn websites. I mean, it'll be vintage Shein for sake. And I don't know, man, that makes me a little upset for the future of the next generation of thrifters, because, you know, the art of buying long-lasting and sustainable clothing is kind of out of fashion at this current point. And I mean, I get it to some degree. I don't want to be some classist dickhead sat here being like, I wonder why people are buying, you know, fast fashion and not these $80 pair of pants. Like, I get it. I get what the current state of the economy is looking like, and I really hate it when people are like, well, just go thrift. Babes, you can't just go thrift right now, because not only are thrifts absolutely flooded with fast fashion, which isn't really their fault to begin with, that's all they're getting in donations, but they themselves are pricing it way beyond its worth.
Thing just does not hit like it used to for me in the sense of the Goodwill, Salvation Army, Savers type thrift stores. Because I mean, you put me in here at a thrift store, you put me at a flea market, on eBay. Oh, I'm booked and busy, or I'm having the time of my fucking life. But one of my favorite things to do used to be, especially going into fall, like an overcast, chilly fall day, get myself a little iced coffee, go into the thrift store, AirPods in, tuning the rest of the world out, and just seeing what the thrift gods have to deliver to me. And over the past, I'd say 2 years, what they've been prominently delivering is fast fashion bullshit. Recent fast fashion bullshit, I should say, because for so long, like, the popular brands of, like, the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, of, like, the fast fashion at that time were what I was mainly seeing at thrift stores, but I didn't mind because it felt miles ahead in quality of, like, the stuff that I'm seeing now. Sometimes I go into a Goodwill and I'm like, oh, did I, like, misturn or, like, misread this sign? Because I feel like I'm into Zara. So much Zara. Shein, obviously, Fashion Nova, Cider, even, like, Urban Outfitters, Princess Polly, and it still feels popular a year ago, and I didn't want it then. I don't want it now.
The problem as well with fast fashion being 60 to 70% of the clothing we see at a thrift is that it is micro trends from anywhere between a month ago and a whole year ago. Clothes that a lot of people did not want at that time and still don't want it today because they're micro trends. They're social media clothes. They're not clothes that somebody actually likes and actually enjoys wearing. And I mean, you know, there is probably, I want to acknowledge, there is probably somebody who is watching it that it's like, you know, I actually really enjoyed the pink Lily Rosette cowgirl hats. I mean, great for you, babes, but most people are just, they're not wearing that shit today because they themselves understand that that's not their style. They're wearing it for a specific purpose, and that is to look trendy on social media. I mean, that is why fast fashion brands are able to sell a lot of clothes, constantly pumping out the next micro trend. Not to mention the fact, of course, that the clothes are so cheap, and in an economy like this, you know, sometimes people don't have a choice regardless of their morals and whatnot. I mean, personally, for me, I'm not going to buy fast fashion, but we have to acknowledge why they're so popular. We already know that fast fashion sucks and that nobody should be buying it, period. But the people who are trying to curate a wardrobe on a budget, hence why a lot of people tend to turn to fast fashion websites. Why should I feel almost pressured into buying somebody's obsession with being the most trendy on TikTok? I'm sorry, I am just not going to bear the load of somebody's stupid purchase mistake. Because the whole reason that people are donating them to begin with is because there is that level of awareness that you have where you're like, I know I shouldn't have bought this in the first place. I knew I shouldn't have supported fast fashion, and I know what these companies are doing in the shadows, but you know, throwing a perfectly fine piece of clothing in the bin feels too much, so I'm just gonna push that onto thrifts. And that also just, in my honest opinion, isn't okay, because with any purchase that you make, you should think about it a little bit more than a fleeting thought. And you're like, okay, because I have this website in my hand right now, I'm just gonna go buy it. Like, practice consciously consuming, especially with clothing, so that we don't end up in positions like this. Because the truth is, with every fast fashion purchase made, it's completely and utterly useless. Try a thrift first, because you know where you'll find an endless supply of that stuff before even clicking onto Shein.com? That's right, at your local thrift. But maybe not. Maybe not. It's not even cheaper than buying it brand new. Because, you know, unfortunately, most people aren't interested in buying something that's sole purpose was for a micro trend. Like, what the fuck can I even wear with this, Veronica? Seriously?
And it's like, is this where the world has come to? I don't know if it's also like the popularity of apps like eBay and Poshmark and Depop that's making people who have really good like vintage realize like, oh, I can try and sell this, make a little extra money, why would I donate it, right? Or if it's just like, this is the consequences of fast fashion becoming increasingly popular, especially over the last decade, and now something that used to bring me so much comfort just brings me great distress.
I don't necessarily think that the popularization of second-hand purchasing apps such as Depop, Vinted, Poshmark has really much to do with the fact that we aren't seeing great clothing inside of a thrift. Because let me just tell you, I grew out a lot of my stuff from when I was around 17, 18, and a lot of that stuff, most if not all of it, was great clothing. Because, you know, I wanted people who have a similar sense of style to mine, if not the exact same, to have their magical thrifting moment. Because whenever I find something, you know, like this, or like this that I found at a thrift, I felt so, like, I have been blessed by the glides of thrifting. And a while back, I was talking to one of my older goth friends, and she was donating a whole bunch of stuff to a thrift that is really great 90s goth brand stuff. And, you know, there are still so many people out there who don't care about reselling their clothes for a profit. You know, if you want to sell the clothes in your wardrobe because you need money, there is really nothing wrong in that. And I don't really like the fact that people make others feel bad for not donating it because, oh my god, I want to have my cool magical thrifting moment. The reason apps like Depop and Poshmark are so popular at the moment is because it's one of the only places you can find great secondhand clothes without having to waste the time moving from rack to rack, coat hanger to coat hanger, only just to come across really nothing other than a shitty boohoo top that you're like, you know, the seams are gonna break if I eat too much this week. Buying good quality clothing at the moment is going to cost you, whereas it costs pretty much nothing getting shit off of a fast fashion website. In the 2000s as well, social media didn't really exist for the most part, and it wasn't such an ever-present thing we use in our day-to-day lives in this society, which means micro trends were not a thing back then. There was no clean goth, fairy core, or 2020 alt. It was just, what kind of clothes can we make that look similar to either on the runway or what the cool people are wearing, you know, the taste makers in Hollywood or whatnot. It's so miserable that these clothes are priced to oblivion, blocking the more than likely sales they would have made had thrifts priced fast fashion at fast fashion prices. I'm sorry, but I kind of refuse to go out of my way to purchase fast fashion secondhand when it costs more than what you would get it from the fast fashion brand themselves. And look, am I glad that these clothes aren't just going straight into the garbage and at least somebody is trying to give them a second, third, fifth, fourth life? Yes. But they may as well be in the garbage if they are going to be priced like this, because it's going to be years until this, not even years, like they're just going to sit there and collect dust. Nobody's going to buy that shit. And again, that's not really to say that people aren't going out there and buying secondhand fast fashion, because that definitely exists. And I encourage people to do that if it is at a reasonable price. Like personally for Shein, I think that it should be 99 cents a piece. I don't really believe in selling a runway top that, you know, its zipper might snap in the next week for $25. Like that is just not happening. Message to thrifts: your product isn't going to move when it comes to fast fashion if you're not pricing it correctly. So with all of that being said, everybody, I want to know if I have any thrift employees in the audience. I mean, could we possibly get a little bit of insight as to why fast fashion pieces are priced so high at the moment? Like, I just don't really understand it. Please let me know your thoughts and comments down in the comment section below, or email me at dramaqueensubmissions@gmail.com. Thank you so much for your time at Yappersville today, everybody. I cannot wait to see you in my next one. Take care of yourselves, and most of all, love your fucking selves. Staring contest, you lost.
In 1999, a Taiwanese guy devised one of the weirdest internet hoaxes of all time. A website where you could track every moment of his male pregnancy. But malepregnancy.com is merely the beginning of a
Isso aqui vai ser maravilhoso, mas
that goes from eugenics to belly inflation to the werewolf pregnancy community. So how are all of these things connected to the Pregnant Guy website? What happened to the real man who was supposed to carry this baby? And what's the science of getting your boy pregnant?
Trollagem
This is the
épica.
unbelievable story of malepregnancy.com. This is misinformation. Part 1. Somalia Online. It was the metaphorical eve of Y2K. The future felt within reach. If I can talk to anyone across the world with just a click, who's to say men can't get pregnant? And this was some rock solid logic, because in 1999, a website appeared by the name of malepregnancy.com, enticing viewers with a 24/7 live feed of the world's first pregnant man. The site promised that within 9 months, there would be a baby and an explosive documentary explaining how they did it. But as the due date approached, things began to unravel. No one could track down this RYT hospital, which was supposedly sponsoring this whole experiment, because its address was somehow on both sides of Midtown Manhattan. Second, not one medical professional quoted on the website actually exists, with the exception of alleged pregnant guy Lee Mingwei. Which is weird, seeing as that is much harder to fake. And most upsetting of all, it slowly became clear that every single comment on the website, positive and negative, was written by one guy.
O
And this was
próprio,
about
né?
where the shit hit the fan. Egyptian Weekly magazine ran the ominous headline, "An experiment doomed to failure." USA Today labeled it shocking. A Somalia Online forum goer simply called it garbage. And Lee took notice. On the website's last ever update before decades of radio silence, Lee expressed such discomfort with the explosive media attention that he would no longer be giving birth on air. But this decision wasn't without consequence, and shortly thereafter, someone tried to kill him over this. So, this is a lot, but there's something I haven't told you. Everything I just said is technically factual, but very little of it is true. And every time you do really try and figure out the facts, you just keep finding weird porn. So to truly explain the lore of pregnancy.com, let's start with the most ancient question of all. Part 2. How is Babby formed? The concept of male pregnancy is as old as storytelling itself, but here are the facts. There are around 300 species of thing that can get boy pregnant. The entire Syngnathidae fish family, of which seahorse dads are the famous example, and, if sci-fi fans are to be believed, human men with implantation technology. And this is going exactly where you think. Likely sensing the reader's mounting horror, or at the very least skepticism, the website quotes Dr. Winston from London's prestigious Hammersmith Hospital. Men, as they grow older, have already learned to cope with a steadily expanding waistline. Granted, this is a bit different. Okay, let's assume that was a normal way to describe cutting open a guy and implanting an embryo in his guts, which I will explain in detail. And let's assume the science completely checks out. We already have a huge problem, and it's kind of the problem with this entire website. Hammersmith Hospital is real. Dr. Winston with no first name is not. And if he ever was, he probably scrubbed his data off the internet before they could find him. But these days, it is not that easy. Google yourself right now. See how easily your information comes up. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I hate this. And if you've been getting slammed with spam calls and emails recently, data brokers make billions selling your info, yes, the stuff we just Googled, to marketers, scammers, even stalkers. Your info is being exposed and sold. Sponsor's over. So what is all this about cutting me open? It turns out that there is a type of rare pregnancy that doesn't really need the uterus at all. And Lee Ming-wei was a guy without a uterus. In 1985, Omni magazine posed a deceptively simple question. What if scientists tried the ectopic pregnancy method? For those who don't know, in rare cases, a baby will develop somewhere in a woman's body outside of the uterus. And this is almost always extremely hazardous for everyone involved. But in exceedingly rare cases, there have been successful births of babies that were technically developed outside the womb. In 2003, the South African woman famously grew an entire baby in her liver.
What the fuck?
Needless to say, this is the most technical possible way to say that a baby was gestated outside of the womb, but there is a grain of truth. On malepregnancy.com, there is an entire page explaining how RYT Hospital made this possible. First, Lee Ming-wei is given a battery of female hormones so that his body can begin to simulate a pregnancy. Then a fertilized embryo is planted in his abdominal cavity. Much like an ectopic pregnancy outside the uterus. Lee's body should continue naturally producing the appropriate hormones and nourishing the fetus. And then, after 9 months, Lee will be admitted back to RYT Hospital for his C-section. Now, I'm sure you have a great guess as to what's actually wrong with this website, but imagine the experience of stumbling upon this with zero context for the first time. Malepregnancy.com is describing in graphic, sterile detail what many would consider to be a blasphemous surgical procedure. Their tone is like super casual. They even end it with a fat joke. It doesn't even matter if we can prove Dr. Winston exists, because his quote adds no information. It's only there to torment you as you fruitlessly try to figure out how much of this website is real, because it's the blurring of fact and fiction that makes internet hoaxes like this work time and again. Because as you probably guessed, malepregnancy.com was a performance art piece that had one foot in reality and the other firmly in the Matrix. And no, Egyptian Weekly magazine, if it in fact exists, did not publish an article about a pregnant man. And as for the USA Today article, it's just a list of strange websites. So let's come back to that fake comment section for a minute. The guy who wrote all that is most likely Virgil Wong, And we will get back to this guy because he's kind of an evil genius. So the website devotes an entire section to reactions from the public, right? Positive, negative, skeptical, and interested. Put aside for a moment that these are baked into the website. Do they actually seem any different from a normal comments section today? Richard from the UK says, yay. Saeed from Pakistan says, go to hell. Darkin says, it's nice to know that crap wasn't real because then that hospital would be full of gay guys. Just kidding. That comment is real. And it was most likely these pre-written comments that poured gasoline on the whole thing. If you hear about some ridiculous thing online and then you hear that people believe it, you'll at least give it some thought. I mean, maybe there was something to it, you know? It's 2001. It's the future. And thanks to the internet, no one's dumb anymore. And then no one fell for anything online ever again. Part 3. Pools closed. It turns out that few things get people's attention online quite like a hoax about a medical disaster, some weird disease, or an extreme distortion of the human form. So here are a few examples from recent memory. See if you can spot the pattern. 2014, a satire page masquerading as a local news website claimed that a case of squades, squirrel AIDS, had been confirmed in Ocean County, New Jersey. Rather than check that squades even exists, panicked citizens immediately began phoning the local health department, which alerted the police, which forced the mayor to issue a statement saying that, no, there was not an infestation of squirrels with AIDS going around biting people and giving them AIDS in Lacey Township, New Jersey. If this sounds incredibly familiar to you, it's because it followed basically the same playbook as one of the most iconic internet pranks of all time. Pools closed. This was an entire thing, and there are plenty of really good videos about it, but between 2006 and 2008, a bunch of 4chan anons got together and terrorized a bunch of little kids in the online game Habbo Hotel. They would crowd hangout spaces and pools in the game with their avatars, form swastikas, and generally destroy the user experience. But this took on a life of its own and famously bled over into reality when a couple internet hooligans called up their local pool, posing as a man with HIV who had cut his leg and bled in the water, and told them that by law they had to evacuate the pool and put up a sign that said, "Pools closed due to AIDS." And fearing a public health crisis, one pool allegedly did this.
One of the standard procedures is we need you to go ahead and put a sign outside the pool and tell them why it's closed.
Right, we're doing that right now.
Okay, so what I need you to put on the sign is...
due to health and safety.
Yeah, the pool's closed due to, AIDS, actually.
Do we have to specify AIDS? I mean...
Yes.
But I know what you're thinking. 2008? It was like a billion years ago. We were mad gullible back then. Anyway, in 2019, 4chan started circulating a rumor that there was a secret menu item that you could get at Burger King that would make you grow boobs, and it was called the Impossible Whopper. Several days prior to that original 4chan post, an article on a livestock news website written by a man whose name is almost Dr. Strangle alleged the meat-free Impossible Whopper contained 18 million times as much estrogen as a regular Whopper. Add to that, this man was a veterinary doctor, not a human doctor. Nevertheless, an article published shortly after on The National File, Alex Jones' news blog website, simply referred to this guy in the headline as Doctor. And by Christmas Day, the image boards were abuzz with news about the burger that turned you into an e-girl. The Washington Post debunked it about 24 hours later, but not in time to save the 10 true believers who to this day live in fear of being force-femmed by a Whopper Jr. Now, why am I telling you all this? Squades, much like the director of infectious disease that blew the whistle on it, like the AIDS in the pool, like the estrogen burger, and like the supposed medical team monitoring the male pregnancy, is a bunch of nonsense that appeals to a vague medical authority. There's some thematic wiggle room here, but if you create a sense of urgency, wrap it up in a nice viral package, bonus points if you tell them this thing is super contagious, voila. Classic internet hoax material. And RYT Hospital, remember, the male pregnancy guys, was super ahead of its time in terms of making people look stupid on the internet. Male pregnancy was only the start, and even though almost every one of the never-ending pages on RYT Hospital's website linked a massive disclaimer saying to never confuse any of this for medical advice, it was absolutely pointless. Clicking this link brings you to GenoChoice, a website where you can do eugenics over the internet, and this type of gene editing was foundational to the Male Pregnancy Project. Clicking here brings you to the Cliven experiment, wherein they genetically engineered this mouse to have Alzheimer's, then they injected human brain cells into the mouse, which not only fixed the Alzheimer's, but gave him the ability to read and write in English. You can even commune with him using this chat box. They only ever taught him one sentence. And in the most American science experiment of all time, you can race him for a cheeseburger. Now, to be totally fair, malepregnancy.com, unlike a lot of these other projects, did not have the big disclaimer. And I like to think there's one guy out there who is now 100% bought into the idea of a pregnant dude because the website never explicitly said that they were lying about it. Anyway, when are we getting to the weird porn? And the death threat? Okay, here's a completely unrelated question. If we can confidently say that male pregnancy is not yet possible, then who are the women obsessed with pregnant men? Part 4. Goku inflates you, making you big and round. Mpreg, fandom nomenclature for male pregnancy, is huge online with 2 groups, and offline with a secret third group that we'll cover later. In fandom spaces, Mpreg is a time-tested storytelling device, and it might sound silly, but a lot of the time it is a completely sincere way to explore an intimate relationship between 2 male characters. For a lot of people, this is not sexual at all, and because so much of the artwork is like 100% serious, this ends up being very unintentionally funny. So if you ever wondered what the unironic core is of those images where it's like pregnant SpongeBob and Shrek and it's like raining 9/11 debris from the sky, painfully sincere Mpreg is the root of that joke. Very much a main ingredient. However, a lot of Mpreg is very sexual, and this is where you get into the Omegaverse. If you don't know, the Omegaverse is an erotic fiction subgenre that popped into existence around 2010, when a LiveJournal user wrote a piece of wolf-themed, real-person fanfiction about the lead actors in the show, Supernatural. If you were wondering what happens, the actors who play brothers in the show do an activity together and one of them gets man-pregnant. And this changed fanfiction forever. Shortly thereafter emerged the basic Omegaverse premise. So, put very simply, regardless of sex, humans are divided into alphas, betas, and omegas. Alphas can only impregnate, betas are like regular human beings, and omegas can only be impregnated. And over the last decade and change, the Omegaverse fandom has produced a staggering share of the male pregnancy content available on the internet. The Wolfpack social dynamics thing, which has long been a staple of fanfiction generally, is key to this genre. You're probably aware that it comes from this popular conception we've had since 1970 about alpha wolf behavior. This came from an observational wolf study by researcher David Mack. By the time David Mack came out to correct the record, as his findings were not accurate to wolf behavior in the wild, they were really just based on what he observed in captivity. The alpha wolf trope was cemented in pop culture, and it's been ever since. Now, as for the going into heat thing, which is another major qualifier for Omegaverse fiction, the concept is largely attributed to a specific Star Trek episode called Amok Time that aired in 1967. That's an entire discussion of its own, and I only bring it up because one of my favorite fun facts is that Star Trek is like the original insane yaoi fandom. Star Trek Fujoshi's crawled so Undertale could sprint. The Omegaverse is a big topic, so to keep it concise, it is a very horny variety of male pregnancy fiction that, for some, verges on fetishistic. So then, who are those guys? That brings us to Group 2. For the fetish crowd and for a certain type of gay man, Mpreg has a particular appeal because of its obvious visual crossover with a lot of other fetishes. belly inflation, weight gain, stuffing, hyperpregnancy, hyperbelly, vor, which is the one where you eat people. Removed of all context, it looks about the same. And if you don't believe me, you might believe adult video site Film 911. So the thing about Film 911 is they only make videos for 12 specific niche fetish categories, and 4 of those categories look almost interchangeable. Because the fetish videos they make are so niche, they don't actually contain like traditional adult activity. It's kind of like the porn that weird guy watches at your public library. They can't actually throw him out for watching this stuff, but we all know what it is. For a really good example of this, there used to be a YouTuber called MPregDude82 who uploaded basically that kind of video. And upon further examination, there's clearly a weight gain fetish overlap. So in a way, on paper, it makes sense. But how do you actually figure out you're into this? I found an article from 2016 that actually makes a very interesting observation. The author makes the claim that around this time, 2015, 2016, the emergent popularity of the dad bod opened some people up to the appeal of male belly content, fetishistic or otherwise. Although I genuinely could not imagine what otherwise would look like. And the niche fetish videos provided by companies like Film 911 in particular. Now, this could be a coincidence, but during that time, I remember becoming acutely aware of MPreg because of articles on websites like BuzzFeed. I think there might actually be something there. In any case, MPreg enjoyers are otherwise pretty consistent. They like the idea of watching the body change and do something fantastical. Many emphasize that MPreg is distinct from other genres of adult content because of its emphasis on intimacy and tenderness. It's an interest that some people consider safe in its subversion, sometimes even sweet and funny. But on the flip side, another type of MPreg fan loves the helplessness at watching their body change, which is kind of a perfect metaphor for our complete inability to be normal about MPreg in modern media. Part 5. Body horror family comedy. So that third worst group of MPreg consumers, moviegoers between 1972 and 1994, for reasons beyond my comprehension, witnessed more MPreg in media in 2 decades than most adults probably ever do in their lives. 1972 comedy, What Do I Tell the Boys at the Station?, wherein a policeman is now a pregnant policeman. 1978 film Rabbit Test, where Joan Rivers directs the movie and also the man is pregnant. A prominent amount thematically of the Alien franchise. 1989, when Freddy Krueger was man-pregnant on the UK alternate movie poster for Nightmare on Elm Street Dream Child. And crucially, the 1985 screenplay in Omni magazine that would go on to inform the most influential MPreg film in history. Junior. There's something you need to understand about Junior. I don't want to hear about Junior again. I don't want to see Junior again. I do not want to know anything else about Junior ever again. For the entirety of this video, I've been holding out on mentioning Junior simply because this godforsaken film appears in every single article about anything to do with MPreg. Junior went back in time and invented MPreg. Junior inspired the most terrifying New York Times article ever written about MPreg. And Junior, of course, directly inspired MalePregnancy.com. It's more than a family comedy in which Arnie gets pregnant with the help of Frank Reynolds. It's more than a story about a man who takes an experimental drug to induce a pregnancy. From what I gather, this film single-handedly revived the human race's interest in trying to knock up a man again. But for any popularity that MPreg lost in films after the 90s, it gained online, in fetish spaces, and tenfold in fandoms. Also, if anyone remembers the Fairly Odd Baby special in 2008, there was like a whole TV premiere where Cosmo gets pregnant and he gives birth to a baby. And I remember even back then, as a kid, thinking that was very weird. And if you check the comments on the clip on YouTube, sure enough, they talk about MPreg. To return to MPreg's filmography for a minute, MPreg is almost always played 2 ways. For laughs, or for abject body horror, probably best exemplified in the Alien films. Subtext aside, the concept of your body changing beyond your recognition and causing you pain, put that way, it is a horror. As this blog explaining why mpreg is a thing puts it, the inversion of nature is often somewhat taboo, just as pregnancy itself often is. When we map pregnancy onto a male figure, we're mapping all of these taboo states onto the male body. Taboos exist in every culture, and they possess the power to both fascinate and repulse. Pregnancy can also thus be read as a kind of horrifying existential crisis. You quite literally have another living creature inside you. And the author makes a very interesting distinction. Sex and pregnancy are simultaneously the most natural and most terrifying part of the human experience. They fascinate inherently. So yeah, what if we did this to a man? It's not the craziest question to ask. Mpreg can look like a lot of things. It can be an expression of deep-seated yearning, a comedy thing, or your internet art project. So then whose art project was malepregnancy.com? Part 6. But if you're pregnant, and I'm pregnant, then who was phone? So there's this guy, and his name is Virgil Wong, and his whole thing, aside from consulting, is putting together these slick medical tech websites that give us a glimpse into the future. And he's also the guy who wrote all those comments. So even though I like his work, I would be very frightened if I encountered him in real life. But as I mentioned way before, there are real comments. They're just not on malepregnancy.com. On the RYT website, Virgil ran a blog in character as one of the doctors at the hospital, a man named Phineas Liu. And for whatever reason, that blog had an open comments section, and people told him how they really feel. Bart says, "Male pregnancy is a freaky idea. I hope you die for this experiment. May the terrorists your hospital, may rats attack your homes. This experiment should end as soon as possible." Frank says, and Paul comments, "You did a great job at playing with people's innermost fears of where research in medicine may lead. I love the Make Your Own Baby website. If there's an opening to work in your hospital, please get in touch with me." So know that I was not exaggerating about the state of the real comments. And in statements about this project, Virgil Wong also emphasizes the influence of the 1938 War of the Worlds radio broadcast. The one where people reportedly heard a story about aliens descending to Earth and believed it and all started tweaking. What is endlessly fascinating to me about this War of the Worlds anecdote is that, like the actual fictional story being read over the radio, the accounts of mass panic are also mythologized. Yes, people were actually very frightened, and a few called the police. And yes, Orson Welles did get into trouble for this at first. But the stories of nationwide panic and a frenzied, stupid, terrified mob ready to burn down society because suddenly aliens are real, this was somewhat exaggerated. And coming full circle here, fakest of all was the pregnancy. Li Mingwei is an artist who creates participatory experiences, and he explores themes of intimacy, sharing, and self-awareness. There is a very long page on malepregnancy.com where Li explains why he chose to do this. And obviously he is in character as the pregnant man, but everything he says here, it's clearly an artist statement. He says, "A lot of people have cast this endeavor as something terribly monstrous. A startling example of how science and medicine have simply gone too far. From my perspective, however, I'm simply bringing a child into this world. There's nothing more natural and beautiful on this earth than that. Why shouldn't a man bear the burden that women have always carried?" He points out that male pregnancy is often played for a laugh, and he cites Junior. The humor was based on the sheer absurdity of such a distinct feminine condition being imposed on someone who represented the ultimate paradigm of Western masculinity. It seems like something rooted in a preoccupation with very traditional gender role assumptions. There was also an episode of The Cosby Show, apparently, where the male characters dreamed they were all pregnant. Now that pregnant men are a reality, no one's laughing anymore. And you have to give it to him. He really did stay in character. There's even a video of him wearing a pregnancy belly on the Crosstown bus. But because this was Midtown, most likely no one batted an eye. But as I hinted earlier, this project did have an unintended consequence for him. After the project's announcement, a person from a religious group sent Lee Ming-wei an email with his own address and threatened to send a bomb there because of his crimes against nature. And this is not funny. He had to move boroughs because of this. But life went on. Lee and Virgil have been making art ever since. Mpreg porn and fanfic continue to dominate their respective corners of the internet. And new hoaxes are coming out every hour of the day. But don't get so cynical that you never believe anything again. Miracles happen, and it's best not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. This has been misinformation. Thank you, as always, to the patron cells for keeping the dream alive. If you want to see me mess up my lines and laugh, and if you want to get the little assets that I make for all these videos, please consider becoming.
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity. But for the first time, there's a platform that fixes it by combining everything you need. Projects, chat, and knowledge in one place. It's all powered by the world's most complete work AI, so you can find answers from anywhere and get work done faster. Introducing ClickUp, the everything app for work.
Vamos ver o vídeo do cara do pão? Peraí. De novo, tipo.
Have you ever looked at a beautiful, soft, freshly cut piece of bread and just thought to yourself, I'd fuck this? You are not alone. If there's one thing we know about the vastity of art available on the internet, it's that any and every piece of artwork is liable to get someone's jollies off, if you know what I mean. But we're not talking the usual fare. Inflation, Skibbity Sonic, pregnant Bart Simpson. Because where it gets interesting is when you stumble upon art so wacky, so uncanny in how mundane it is, that it hits you. This is the weirdest thing you've ever seen. Because this is absolutely somebody's fetish. But how do you just know? And more importantly, is there really a man out there who just gets off to art of women buying Wonder Bread at the store? On this channel, we treat art history with the seriousness it deserves. Today's lesson, how an obscure DeviantArt tier fetish experienced by only one man in all of humanity nearly ruined his life. This is the story of the DeviantArt Wonder Bread man. The year was 2016. Harambe, Pokemon go to the polls, and a bright-eyed 24-year-old man with tons of dough and nothing to spend it on. And this is kind of where the trouble begins. Merlogic, known also as Merlogic1, quietly began his commission career in 2013, though it would take several years before people online started to notice something anomalous. Rumors quickly began to percolate about a mysterious individual who would stop at nothing to commission any artist he could possibly reach to draw him two very specific things: white woman Wonder Bread art and sexy deforestation. And if you think I'm joking about that last one,
here's Johnny.
Enter DeviantArt. Around March 18, 2016, Merlogic created his DeviantArt account and soon thereafter uploaded his first commissioned work, an artwork aptly titled A Gated White Bread Community. In a prototype of his later popular commissions, this artwork features Asami from The Legend of Korra being dutifully served a white bread and mayonnaise sandwich by an enslaved Winter from the show Ruby. And that was the beginning of the end for anyone with eyes. Because since that fateful post, Merlogic has spent in excess of 4 to 5 figures on dozens and dozens and dozens of similar commissioned artworks featuring evil, wealthy, malicious, thick blonde women buying surreal amounts of Wonder Bread at the grocery store. And it does have to be Wonder Bread. And bear in mind that 4 to 5 figures may be a conservative estimate. Funny Junk certainly thinks so. And as Merlogic himself somewhat confirms in our recent Discord call,
the answer is nobody knows, and I don't even know, so that means no one is ever going to know, but just note that since people charge different rates and you have to calculate all those different rates, it's like an impossibly incomprehensible number. So, to make, fun out of it, when people say, how much money have you realistically spent, I'm like, I don't know, how much money is there in the Federal Reserve? How much gold bricks are there in Fort Knox?
So sure, he spent a ton of money on it, and sure, it would probably burst into flame if permitted within 200 feet of a school zone. But how do we know, without a shadow of a doubt, that this isn't just innocent, if very weird-looking fan art?
Eu criei personagens para Netflix, Ubisoft, Epic Games e uma porrada de outros estúdios da Game. São 10 anos nesse mercado, aliás, mas no final das contas, o que isso tem a ver contigo, né? Tudo. Porque na próxima terça-feira eu vou estar fazendo uma aula gratuita, te contando como é que foi o meu processo de chegar nesse pontos de ser
Let's quickly go over the anatomy of fetish art. So let's take a step back for a second. Try and remember a time when you were scrolling mindlessly and you came upon an illustration that contained nothing of any adult nature, yet had a bizarre focus on something that felt out of place. Not a meme, a regular, sincere drawing. Something in the back of your brain may have been signaling to you, there's something here that I don't quite understand, and it's making me uncomfortable, but what the hell is it? And that's the rub with fetish art. You know it when you see it, and you don't know why. So here are some reliable ways to tell. A bizarre emphasis on what should be an unimportant part of the scene. An outfit no normal woman would ever wear. A setting usually detached from time and space and existing for a highly singular purpose. And a scenario that in the real world would play out as deeply mentally ill behavior. And a lot of the time, there's nothing sexual in it. That's the craziest thing. And that is what makes it simultaneously so easy to spot and yet so hard to describe. Now, artistically, Mer's commissions are nothing crazy, right? You have your basic rule of thirds composition, and occasionally you have an explanatory caption. Merlogic prefers a semi-anime or kind of like blended Western cartoony look, though he does make exceptions for My Little Pony AI. You know you're dealing with a Mer classic if you can spot a mean, mom-coated hot blonde with Hartman hips, either in the process of mowing down a forest to make a sandwich factory, or just buying the bread herself in the store. It's all part of the fetish. Bonus points if she's loudly discussing on the phone her plans for world domination and gloating over how evil and greedy she is. My guess is that's a little bit of exhibitionism, but we'll never know. So the burning question, right? Why Wonder Bread? Why this? And how do you even figure out that you're into this? 2018, a massive year for the white woman Wonder Bread fandom, and a gift to curious minds everywhere. Because as Merlogic himself explained,
this actually goes way farther back. Like, we're talking like all the way into my childhood. One example I can tell you off the top of my head is when I went on the Dick show, and Dick asked the question, I was like, what was your first earliest memory of this? And he was shocked when I gave him the answer when I said, well, when I was watching Dexter's Lab one day, and I was watching the episode where Dee Dee and Dexter are forced to be in each other's rooms. Dee Dee, has now full access to Dexter's Lab. If anybody who's ever Dexter's Lab knows, Dee Dee likes to break things. Dexter has these horrible nightmare sequences where Dee Dee is immediately rampaging inside his lab and just breaking things. I'm sitting down and I'm watching Dee Dee in these nightmare sequences destroy Dexter's Lab, and I'm enthralled with it. Like, I can't look away. It's just so shamelessly evil.
And you may be thinking to yourself, this is absolutely crazy. This gotta be like the only dude who's ever been into this stuff. As this funny junk Anon explains in a thread later that year, I have the same pet as just this guy, so let me try and explain. It's a power dynamic thing. Girls belittling people and being cruel is a common fish, and that same type of behavior is often displayed in cartoons by characters destroying the environment. As for the mayo, smoking, and processed foods, that's a bit of an extension to the anti-environmentalism stuff, since those are seen as unhealthy or unnatural. The idea is that the girl, with disdain for the earth or natural things, is polluting her own body with things that are unhealthy. And he goes on. In other words, this guy likes doming via white people, but he also likes the visceral greed, right? It's not just the doming, it's the total disrespect for the environment and the absolutely irrational consuming desire to take anything good and wholesome and natural and corrupt it into
Não,
something
você fala que esse cara gastou $50 mil nessa porra.
and a corruption thing, and it seems that the bread is just where his mind landed. One thing that Murlogic makes an effort to cite is the fact that Dr. Blight from Captain Planet perfectly encapsulates this mentality.
It dawned on me, it's like, is Captain Planet the only instance where they had one villain who was a female who hates the environment? And it dawned on me, it's like, why am I not commissioning this right now? And that's the story of how all these evil women came to be.
She's an utter simplification of the concept of greed in a package that a child can understand. And clearly, something about this had quite the impact on him. Not to mention the one sequence where she becomes giant, but I feel like that doesn't factor in here, but no discussion of Murlogic is complete without addressing the controversy. Shadman. I promise this is relevant. For those who don't know, Shadman is a deeply controversial artist whose claim to fame can best be summed up as
Você já sabe muito bem quem é.
of real people's children and occasionally Teen Titans and Overwatch. While the Shad lore is extensive and disgusting and frankly deserving of its own video, suffice to say that this is an artist who's been around the block in terms of drawing objectionable content. But what goes up must come down. And though 2018 was a great year for the Wonder Bread art world, it wasn't without its major drawbacks. Sometime that year, Murlogic contacted Shadman hoping for a commission. Notably, Murlogic claims that at this time he was not aware of Shadman's reputation whatsoever.
Before I even got to that point, you know, I'm just a little young Mur going around asking people for different commissions. I don't do background checks on any of the characters that I, you know, ask for commissions because, you know...
So let me stop you right there. One quick thing. I'm just curious how that's the case because Shadman is the type of guy where his reputation absolutely precedes him, and I would find it very difficult to approach him for art not knowing anything about him, you know?
Look, I know it sounds unbelievable, but I truly do believe that I am the commission equivalent of Forrest Gump, where I just run into people and I just ask them stuff, and then one thing leads to another.
And somehow, despite being denied a commission request by a borderline world-famous internet pedophile, it was only downhill from there. And as more and more people became familiar with Murlogic's antics, he ceased to be an actual human being and started to embody this avatar of utter DeviantArt degeneracy. And it was kind of obscurity ever since. So where is Murlogic in current year? In researching this video, I have come across no fewer than 127 unique Murlogic commissions, and those were only the ones that I could find by crawling Google Images. The legacy lives on. Murlogic is still very active online, and he often receives free Wonder Bread art through Twitter, where he has also made extensive use of the reply feature whenever he sees an artwork or a character that he deems Mur-coded. And there is Mur-coded lore, but frankly, I covered all the prerequisites, so, like, you know it when you see it. While it seems that Wonder Bread fetish art outlived its peak popularity some years ago, it is not gone by any stretch of the imagination. And while DeviantArt is obviously past its prime, you must remember that DeviantArt did for weird fetish art what Fire did for the human race. And that's worth admiring. And with the advent of AI, the coom is seemingly endless. One can only hope that unlike weird art drama of years past, this new generation of Wonder Bread art will continue to live on without controversy and not go stale.
This guy stinks!
This has been a lesson in art history. Justin RPG, an artist who spent the last 16 years terrorizing the internet with his Pokemon poop artwork. A man with a hamburger stapled to his bedroom wall. A cautionary tale of Asperger's, obsession, and unchecked internet access. What really makes him special is the unbelievable amount of art that he's made around his fantasy, unintentionally making him one of the most accomplished outsider artists on the internet today. But why does his name strike fear into the heart of forum users everywhere? Why does he make this stuff? And why has nobody been able to stop him? These are the life and times of the Pokemon Poop Picasso. Today's art history lesson, outsider art, war, and how to use Microsoft Paint for evil. It all went down sometime around 2008. Justin RPG, known also as Moltres Writer, first appeared on the scene on the adult forum website X Portal. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But since his initial appearance, Justin has generated hundreds of mixed media artworks featuring himself in perilous situations where he is forced to consume the bodily waste of legendary Pokemon and his beloved wife, Reshiram, among many other things. But what truly brought him recognition was his absolutely absurd art style. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen. Because lacking any formal training, Justin managed to achieve cult status by spamming his artwork absolutely everywhere and inundating any forum that would possibly have him with endless questions about what it might be like to be eaten by dragons. And while this may seem like bad art to an outsider, Justin RPG actually developed a very sophisticated design vocabulary. All of his pieces use photos of himself, PNGs of Pokemon or other characters that he likes, and background imagery seemingly selected at random, all compiled in a collage. It's actually very formulaic. And at a glance, it might seem random, but he has a prolific body of work, and it becomes pretty easy to tell a Justin RPG original. And we know that because of his 2-decade-long terror campaign on every forum and Facebook group he's ever been in.
What the hell? Oh my god! No.
So about that forum, X Portal is a gathering place for vorophiles, or people who deeply enjoy the idea of consuming or being consumed by a person or creature. This is among the more common types of adult artwork that you might find on a place like DeviantArt, and one that appeals very strongly to our main protagonist. But the thing about Justin is that his fetishes are seemingly endless. The list includes vor, being shrunken, being unborn, which is exactly what it sounds like, and a thing that I literally can't say on YouTube, so I'm just going to play you this clip.
Even the poo-poo comes out, the other poo-poo's out, huh? And then they eat the poo-poo.
From 2008 to 2012, Justin was a menace. He would go on all sorts of Pokemon Facebook groups and derail people's role-playing in the comments by randomly bringing up his fetish. He would open so many threads on family-friendly Pokemon forums talking about eating their shit that mods had to step in to personally remove his ability to do so. He wrote so many meandering, endlessly long captions about living inside Reshiram's stomach that he was able to recycle one for an assignment in his English class, and then posted it to the internet. So, what's actually going on here? Before we get into the deep art lore, we need to understand that Justin has Asperger's syndrome, and we know how the internet can be with people on the spectrum. It suffers a diminished capacity to understand what is socially appropriate, and kind of like Chris Chan, he doesn't understand not to feed the trolls. Now, obviously, many people on the spectrum are perfectly functional and nothing like this guy, but due to the nature of his disability, this is largely going to be a discussion of him as an artist and not as a person. 2012, the beginning of for Justin's artwork. Just the previous year, in addition to his Microsoft Paint collection, he had also taken an interest in making music. But 2011 came and went, and his 4 self-published albums lived in relative obscurity until YouTuber Cool as Hell Robot reposted his song, Stuck in Lugia's Stomach Alone. And this may be really hard to believe, but this is a parody of Stuck in the Middle with You.
I have an idea. Lugia eat me, so I'm stuck in Lugia's stomach alone. Yes, I'm stuck in Lugia's stomach alone. I'm seeing what it's like to be in a stomach.
It's fascinating stuff, and this set into motion a terrible chain of events. Justin received a wave of exposure that would be the first of many, and ultimately end up in a death hoax. 2013. He now had a relatively active Kiwi Farms thread and an Encyclopedia Dramatica page competing for who could humiliate him the most, but he was undeterred. He continued to endlessly spam questions on forums and on Reddit, which were negatively received due to their irrelevant and bizarre nature. He would continue creating literature as well, ranging from such pieces as The Great Moltres Rider to the much more forthcoming Kayla Eat Poop. And you might be wondering, if he has a disability this profound, where are his parents? Whether his mother simply did not know or did not care, Justin found himself in a position of unlimited internet access, which only fueled his obsession. 2016, he had by now amassed a cult of personality of horrified, intrigued onlookers. His Facebook page filled and filled with artwork on the daily, and his specialty, long meandering captions that described in excruciating detail the situation he was in. Here are one of the few safe-for-work samples that I still had to edit. My wife, Reshiram, swallowing me. Reshiram feels all warm inside and feels love because she is swallowing her husband. She likes the idea of swallowing the man she loves and is enjoying every second of it. She knows I will go to her stomach and face digestion, but it pleases her to swallow her lover. She enjoys swallowing me. That is her favorite part of war, swallowing her husband. She identifies as a pred. By this point, you might be thinking to yourself, this is pretty standard internet weirdo stuff. Yeah, it's a guy with a weird fetish and he makes art about it. What makes this artwork? You would be shocked at how deep that rabbit hole actually goes. If you don't know, outsider art is a term that originated in 1940s France meant to describe art made by people in psychiatric institutions, by children, or by people who had limited to no contact with civilization. And what those categories have in common is that they are very obviously artwork, but created by someone who doesn't have the capacity to know what that means. This isn't to call Justin stupid or unskilled, but to demonstrate that he is a true outsider artist, someone with no training who nevertheless produced a huge, consistent body of work. In his case, he's a multimedia artist who dabbles in digital art, music, and literature. And while it's hard to draw the line at where a hobby ends and artistic pursuit begins, the mind-blowing amount of work that he's made might make him one of the most prolific outsider artists on the internet right now. And what's crazier still is that I suspect that he doesn't view any of this as art at all. To him, it's just this raw expression of this thing that he really likes. But he's infamous for a good reason, and the deeper problem with his fantasies is that he's recently expressed a desire to make them happen in real life. And the beginning of his truly degenerate arc would be at October 6th, 2017. Twitter user Amontet, in a now-deleted tweet, announced that Justin RPG is in fact alive and well. While the events preceding this are completely lost to time, users in their replies seemed split as to whether they thought this was a good thing. Because by 2017, his output had slowed considerably, leading some to speculate that he had died and many others to forget about him entirely. But he would continue to post art, haunting whatever forums had not already banned him, and his posts would soon take on a darker character. While people were just content to point and laugh, in 2021 he made a Reddit post asking about the legality of doing something with a Bengal tiger. Now granted, the chance of him encountering a Bengal tiger in real life and it not mauling him immediately are slim to none. But this was a notable departure from the purely fantasy element of his previous posts. And he is really, really active on Reddit these days. In 2023, he made a post inquiring as to why bird waste has a very particular flavor. And also that year, on a much more serious note, he made a post in which he openly referred to himself as the Z word. And the problem with so-called horror cows like this is that when they don't receive real-life intervention, they fail to make a distinction between the reality of their situation and what they're posting online. And they can be a huge danger to themselves, to others, to animals. It's all fun and games until something happens.
A YouTube personality called Questionável has just been arrested in Virginia on, of all things, incest charges.
And that brings us to today, because there hasn't been much activity on the Justin RPG front. He does still post on Facebook and he makes new art pretty regularly, but there's no indication as to what he's doing in real life. So what is this artist up to these days? Justin, like many traditional locals, documents his every waking thought and desire, and wherever he falls behind, Kiwi farmers and others keeping tabs on him will pick up the pace. And as for the artwork, he's still making it, and it hasn't changed one bit. Forum culture is largely dead these days, and I can't imagine that there are many remaining for which he hasn't already been banned. But where there's a will, there's a way. And Justin RPG continues to obliviously blaze new ground in the world of outsider art. Love him or hate him, his body of work, much like his Pokemon wife, is legendary. This has been an art history lesson.
It's so hard to keep the smile from my face.
gonna take you back to the past. He's gonna take you back to the past. To play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo. Take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
Okay, the wait is finally over. This is the review that everybody wants to see. Here it is, Superman on Commodore 64.
Yeah, that's what you mean, right? The Commodore 64? It was one of the best-selling home computers from the 80s. The games came on floppy disks. Remember those? The ones that actually are floppy? Let's pop this fucker in, turn this son of a bitch on, and play some Superman. Well, this is the startup screen. You never know what to do unless you have the instructions. You gotta type load, parenthesis, asterisk, parenthesis, comma 8, comma 1, and then return. And then it goes to black, and a few seconds later it says, now loading Superman. At least that lets you know you did it right. Then you gotta wait for the piece of shit to load. Remember those early CD-based game consoles like the PlayStation, and you'd always have to wait for everything to load? Well, it's nothing like that. This thing actually takes 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Yeah, I timed it. Then the title screen starts up with the music, and you're like, wow. But wait, what the hell is this? Type in the character that appears in column 9, row 10? Oh, come on, I gotta get the code card. Yeah, the code card. Match up the damn numbers, and there you go. It's 5. Why do I gotta do that? So you pick your difficulty, and then guess what? It's gotta load again. 54 seconds this time. Not long, but seems like an eternity. So anyway, you get this comic book storyline thing, and then you son of a bitch. Probably 2 weeks later, when you finally start playing the game, you'll be surprised that the graphics are quite decent and the gameplay is self-explanatory. You just fly around and shoot stuff. You don't have to be Clark Kent and find subway passes or any bullshit like that. So it's actually better than the Nintendo version. But that's not saying much. That's like saying the shit that I took last night was better than the shit I took the day before. Controller's a piece of fuck, but at least it's one of those kind where you can plug in most of the Ataris or the Sega Genesis controller. Isn't that amazing? The first level has a 3D perspective. The second level, you're protecting a space shuttle from a bunch of asteroids. This one's more like a 2D shooter. The third level's like a side-scroller, so it has some variety. But this has got to be one of the most annoying stages in video game history. Every time you get hit, you fly back. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck! Fuck! It's enough of this shit. But wait, this isn't what you want to see, is it? Nah, you want to see this, right? Oh, come on, you really want to make me play this? Well, I'm gonna do it just for you, because I like you a lot. Now don't take that too serious. Here it goes. I'm turning on the power. First, you're greeted by a smiling cartoon fox. Titus? What the fuck is that? Well, the official title of the game is just Superman, but probably because of the Nintendo 64's tradition of putting 64 at the end of so many titles, it's no wonder that it got that reputation. The first thing that bothers me is the stock music. Why not the Superman theme? You know, the John Williams one? Why don't any of these games have that? Immediately as the game begins, you have to start flying through rings. I don't even have any time to get used to the control. You'd think that as soon as the game starts, you'd have a little free range, you know, to fly around and explore. But no, you gotta fly through rings. And you can't fuck up. If you miss more than, I think, 3, I don't know, sometimes it's 2 and sometimes it's 4, so I'm not sure. But basically, if you miss a few of these rings, you go back to the beginning. And you keep trying it over and over till you get it right. And on top of that, there's a time limit. And being that this is the first part of the game, you'd think that the time limit would be a little lenient, but no, it gives you just barely enough time to get through all these rings. You gotta be perfect. Looks like I'm doing a real shitty job, but the control is awful. You have to be very specific with the joystick, or else Superman takes a dive in the wrong direction. And then when you try to make a sharp turn, he just goes all over the place. You all probably know better than I, and it goes without saying, but this game is horrendous! And you know what the most pathetic thing about it is? This game isn't even 10 years old! Just barely. You'd think by 1999 there'd be some kind of quality standard. What? I'm stuck? How the hell am I
Tem
stuck?
vídeo de 2009, nossa.
Looks like Superman stroking his
Quase, 2010.
So naturally, when a game gives you a time limit, you're in a hurry. You can't approach any of these rings with care and patience. You gotta keep moving. If you miss a ring, you have the option to turn around and try to get it again, so there's no strike against you unless you skip to the next ring. So basically you have to go through all the rings in order. But if you miss one, the time it takes you to turn your ass around and go back through, you already wasted too much time, so it's almost the same as just missing the ring. You have to keep flying. If you stop and bullshit around, then you're not going to make the time limit. See, I just fucked around too much, so I might as well just give up and kill myself. You see that building? I'm just going to crash into it. Didn't do a damn thing. You mean you can't die? Well, absolutely not. You're just stuck in limbo until the time runs out. The only thing worse than an impossibly bad game is not even being able to kill yourself. What's with the punching? Do I actually get to punch people somewhere in this shitload fuck of a game? I guess I'll never find out, but why are these punches so awkward? You gotta be kidding me. I'm stuck again? I'm nowhere near the wall. Look how much room. Look how much room. How can I be stuck when there's so much room? 15 seconds and I'm almost there. Almost there. Fuck, Mr. Ring. Come on. Can't even give me one more chance? Oh, man. What is he doing? Exercises? This is so ridiculous. This game isn't just bad. It's really bad. I'm not even kidding around. It's fucking horse shit. Almost there. Less than 10 seconds. Come on. I can just barely make it. Look, there's the last ring. Fuck! This bitch can't fart! I can't believe it! There was only one ring left. Oh, this is ass. This is really ass. Oh, look, this time I'm gonna do it. It's 4 seconds. Shit! Yeah! Oh, that didn't count! So finally, when I get past the rings, instructions flash on screen, then go away. What did it say? Something about cars? You're not even given enough time to read it. Oh, it's over already? What was I supposed to do?
There's no time to waste.
What? I don't even get to try again? I'm back at the fucking rings again? I can't believe I'm playing a Superman game where all you do is fly through rings. At first I thought this was the training mode. Yeah, you know, like to test your accuracy. Lots of games have that. Remember Star Fox on the Super Nintendo? There's a training mode where you have to fly through rings. But even then, you don't have to go through all the rings. It's about how many you can get through a row. In the actual game, you're flying around shooting at enemies and dodging obstacles. So what the hell is this shit? You should be fighting bad guys, not testing your flight skills with some of the worst control accuracy ever in a video game. But it actually does have a practice mode. Out of curiosity, I tried it out just to see what it is, and guess what it is? Going through rings? Yeah, what'd you expect? So once again, I'm at the next part. The message flashes on the screen for barely a second, and then you have 6 seconds to do whatever. Wow. Back to the rings again. You know, if I had 2 consecutive chances, I might be able to figure it out. But instead, I'm too surprised when I finally get there to act in 6 seconds and with no time to read what it's telling me to do. And am I really doing this? Is this a Superman game? Flying through rings? Is that the best they could come up with? That's like if they made a Batman game where all he does is just play hopscotch. This looks like a job for Superman. Okay, time for the 6-second car stage again. Get off! Get off! Here we go. Got the car. Now what? Oh, the timer reset to 11. That's weird. But what do I do with the car? Okay, so there's another car coming. Can I stop it? Oh, this is the shits. This is the shits. Basically, you gotta pick up both these cars and throw them before they hit the people. But guess what's after that? More rings! And after that, you gotta pick up a police car and carry it to the goal. I'm starting to notice a pattern here. You go through rings, pick up cars, go through rings, and pick up cars. So I get to the goal, and guess what's next? Seriously, I want you to just take a guess what comes after this. More rings? Yeah. What kind of game is this? Is this some sort of insanity test? Well, I'm done. I'm sorry, but that's all I can do. This game doesn't even qualify as shit. It's like the equivalent of shit taking a shit. This is unspeakably, shockingly bad. It's sickeningly loathsome. It's a fucking suffering to the mind. It's a bunch of fuck and it doesn't belong on this planet. Somebody's got to take care of it. This is a job for the fucking nerd.
Esta é sua configuração. E este é o seu navegador. E agora que você parou para pensar sobre isso, você tem que admitir, é um pouco...
Ele tem uma continuação de 6 anos atrás, ó.
My name is James, but you can call me Hacker Supreme, and when I jam with the console cowboys in cyberspace, I only use ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN protects my privacy and security every time.
He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
Time to do a super game. Super Mario 64. No! That's right. It's back. I already played this game. I already showed you how bad it is, but it gets worse. Much worse. First, a little background. I complained already they should have used the Superman theme, you know, by John Williams. But I didn't know at the time this was based on the Superman animated series. It was the second in what's often called the Timverse, or DC animated universe, which consisted of the highly acclaimed Batman the Animated Series, the new Batman Adventures, Batman Beyond, Static Shock, the Zeta Project, which absolutely no one remembers. Then finally, Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, with a few features sprinkled here and there. Superman the Animated Series helped bring a lot of the mythology from the comics to a whole new audience. Characters who are often excluded from previous TV or film incarnations finally got more attention and have since gained popularity and shown up in other shows and movies. It was regarded as a great series, so it's surprising it led to one of the worst games ever made. Alright, enough of the history lesson. Let's get on with this shit. So, here's an interesting detail I missed before. The story of the game is that Lex Luthor has hidden Lois Lane, Jimmy Olsen, and Emma Hamilton in his virtual world. That's right, this entire video game takes place inside a video game. You'd think a genius like Lex Luthor would use his ability to create anything in a virtual world and come up with some crazy obstacles or enemies for Superman to face. So what did he decide on? You know.
Rings.
Rings. Yeah. Not messing around this time. So picking up from last time, after another round of rings, I have to fight a few shadow men. Alright, I'm gonna land and just punch them. No, I can't land because they're under me. Oh, and now I'm through the floor? And then oh, yeah, of course. I should have expected something like that. These guys are not hard to take out, but I can't land. When you're not flying at full speed, you just hover. I can't get to the last guy in time. Ah, fuck! Finally, I'm able to punch all of them and get through another round of rings, and then I end up having to save 3 people from tornadoes. This should be really easy. You should just be able to use your super breath. No, he has no super breath. He just blows. Oh, you have to collect your superpowers. Oh, okay. So I get the super breath, I go the tornado, but I can't slow down in time. By the time I activate my power, the tornado's too far away and kills people. One time I was lucky enough to get both tornadoes in time at the right point and blow them away. But guess what? These tornadoes come back as the final boss in another Superman game. Now I'm in sort of a dam. Goddamn dam. These levels are nothing but mazes full of backtracking. You gotta throw robots and cardboard boxes into lasers, find the key card, go back to the beginning, flick a switch on a computer, blow up more robots, avoid a giant electric eel, drain the dam, and then a guy tells you to disarm some bombs before the clock runs out. Gee, where have I heard that one before? Luckily, you could pick up the super speed power-up. That should help. Oh dear. Where am I? The Phantom Zone? Oh, gee, and you have to start the whole level over because there's no checkpoints. On the way to the bombs, you have a boss fight with Mala. She was like the cartoons version of Ursa from Superman 2. All right, here we go. Get ready for this epic boss battle. Well, that was anticlimactic. You know it's bad when the level enemies are harder than the boss. Let's see what's next. What could possibly follow that up?
Then there's no time to waste. No. No way.
More rings?
Oh no! They move! Why do they have to move? Oh wow! Yeah, they really changed it up. You know what's a scary thought? What if this was some kid's first exposure to Superman? Maybe they got the game for Christmas or their birthday or something. They hear about this awesome guy who can do anything, and then they pop the game in, and it's nothing but fucking rings! This would ruin the character of Superman for anybody. And if the rings weren't enough to do it for you, this weird 3D face will. Well, this is the ugliest digital Superman face I've ever seen. Second ugliest. Alright, now I'm at this puzzle, yeah, a puzzle, where I have to use different computers to make these letters say Luther. I'm sure there's probably some pattern or strategy, but all I did was keep clicking until it got solved. Not sure how I did it, and I don't care. Now we get to Luthor's office where we fight Brainiac, one of the most badass Superman villains. He let Krypton die, has knowledge from worlds all over the universe, can shoot blasts of energy from his hands, and once mind-controlled Batman. This is definitely gonna be a good boss fight. Is it too much to ask for? Just to have one decent boss fight? I mean, the levels are so complex. I mean, don't you think a good boss fight would have made it all worthwhile? Somebody didn't think so. Hey, you know what? At least it's not rings.
Then there's no time to waste.
And it's rings again!
You want to know the worst thing about these ring levels? Right when you're getting the hang of it, the game will glitch and send you flying across the map for no goddamn motherfucking reason. So you have to backtrack or restart. The next level, you have to save Lois from Metallo. It's more the same. Throw boxes, kill shadow people, fight robots, figure out bullshit puzzles. The hard part's when you have to escort Lois out of the level. You'd think it'd be easy. Just pick her up and fly, right? No. She has to run. Oh, did I say run? I wish. She sprints for a second, gets to a hallway, and then slowly strolls the rest of the way. Move! Move! Oh, come on, move! You can't even run ahead, just a little bit, and take out some shadow guys before she reaches them. If you get too far away, a shadow guy will spawn in front of her. And I'm so sick of saying shadow guy. So you're forced to watch her take every step toward the exit, which feels like it's 10,000 miles away. Okay, time to fight Metallo, a cyber...
Pedro, vamos almoçar?
Já vou.
Cara, tá quase meio...
lavar a louça. Não. Voltei. Bam, 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 bam.
Cybernetic creep with the brain of a mercenary and a heart made of kryptonite. Let's see how much of a challenge he is. Again? Then there's no again?
As suas inteirinhas e as minhas eu vou fazendo isso, né? Esqueci de pegar a luva.
So then you get to this parking garage stage, and it's a huge pile of ass. No, really, this thing is a shit behemoth. Really, it's like a moldy turd. I'd rather be impaled by a piss icicle. On top of that, there's a time limit and kryptonite that's slowly killing you. Ooh, time to take on Darkseid. Now, he's the strongest of Superman's opponents in the cartoon. So, let's see what's gonna happen here. Ooh boy, this is gonna be some serious shit. Glitched. Again. Now I gotta play that whole maze all over? Oh man, this game is such shit. I'd rather lick the asshole of a Thanagarian snare beast. So, rinse and repeat. Here we go. Darkseid again. Oh wait, I have that heat vision. Let me try that. Okay, this is working. Alright, I'm gonna have to use my fist here. Oh, okay. Come back. Oh, there he is. Alright, I got him. Oh, wait a minute. Huh. I have to drag him to the police now. Yeah, Darkseid, the ruler of Apocalypse, commander of armies of parademons, a new god who can shoot omega beams from his eyes, is just gonna go to the regular police. Yeah, throw him in a cell with Bruno Mannheim. He'll be fine. And then after another round of rings, yeah, you know, I'm getting used to it at this point. I get this level where I have to rescue Emil Hamilton from Parasite. This level is
Você sabe que o jogo é ruim.
decent. The map is smaller, and the directions are more clear and precise. Also, you defeat the boss in a clever way. So all in all, it's a pretty decent level. There's only one problem. I keep falling through the map. Look at this! I broke the boundary! I'm on the outside of the game looking in!
Break the boundaries of existence. Superior gameplay lets you exceed the laws of physics. Superman 64 is 64 times the awesome!
Praia pé de escola.
So after that, you do more rings, big surprise, and then we're at a subway. Not the fast food place, but the actual subway. And it's the same stuff you'd expect. Flying around aimlessly, backtracking, yada yada. But then it turns into a real shit show when you have to do another escort mission. And this guy is worse than Lois. When enemies are close, you have to make sure he doesn't get hurt. So how do you keep him safe? By using your super breath and encasing him in ice. Well, I've seen Superman do lots of crazy things, but putting them in ice? Like, how do they breathe? How do they stay alive? Why am I asking you? Look at this shit. The guy gets to the exit, he thanks you, and you think that's it. But then he gets attacked on his way out and I can't go past the door. The only thing I can do is escape through the ceiling and hope the level ends before this guy gets killed. So here it is, the final ring level. But it's the worst of them all! There's rings underwater that go below the map, there's moving rings, there's even multiple ring paths that lead to false exits. Now that is just cruel. In a normal game, this might be challenging, but not when the controls are so broken. Ah, fuck! Fuck! Ass! Ugh. Can't do it. I need help. I need guidance. I need to learn to fly.
Where did you learn to fly?
Jeez, that's a face I didn't miss.
Where did you learn to fly?
Not from playing Cybermorph, I can tell you that.
Where did you learn to fly?
I don't know. Top Gun Academy?
Where did you learn to fly?
I wish you'd ask Superman that. He can't fly for shit in this game.
Where did you learn to fly?
Actually, when preparing for this review, I looked into when Superman first flew. Early in the comics, he couldn't fly, but instead jumped really high. The earliest appearance of him flying was in Superman number 10. The artist working on the issue wasn't clear about Superman's powers and thought he could fly. So his first flight was by accident. It was quickly corrected in the next issue, and the next time the character flew was in the radio show. Finally, Superman would fly on screen in the old Fleischer cartoon. In both cases, his power of flight was given to him simply because the people making them really wanted to.
Where did you learn to fly?
I guess Superman never really did learn to fly. It was just a combination of dumb luck and people wanting him to fly.
Where did you learn to fly?
I know what you're saying. I don't really need to learn to fly through these rings. I just need to want it and hope for the best.
Where did you learn to fly?
Thanks for the encouragement, talking head from Cybermorph. Hey, I'm sorry I shot you with the super scope and called you an asshole that one time.
Where did you learn to fly?
All right. What the hell's this? I'm gone 5 minutes and already I have 4 replacements. Get out of here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, I beat the rings. I beat the rings. No more fucking rings. But the nightmare isn't over yet. The final level takes place on Brainiac's spaceship, and it is the biggest pain in the ass you can imagine. I wish I could reverse the world's rotation and go back in time to destroy the computer this game was designed on. You have to find 12 pieces of a machine scattered all over. And the whole time, you have robots, crab people, and little tanks trying to mess up your day. And if you find all the pieces, Brainiac sends you to a room full of teleporters. The goal here is to get the numbers to add up to 2,000. And like the Luther puzzle, I have no idea what to do, so I'm just gonna mess around. Sometimes I get the combination quick, other times the clock runs out and I lose. After that, you have to escort Jimmy and Lois to safety. And these idiots just stroll into a room full of lightning. You have to freeze them again and push them to safety, but be careful because you might push them off a bridge. After saving Lois and Jimmy, you have to fight Brainiac again. And if you're expecting something really exciting, well, you should know better by now. Once he's down, you destroy some bombs, and of course, another rings. Just kidding. Superman brings his friends to the real world, and Luther gets away. I am so happy to be finished with this, I'm gonna ignore that the camera is having a seizure. You wanna know something else that's a real kick in the ass? In recent years, a ROM of the game surfaced, which was of the unreleased PlayStation version, and it actually looks alright. The levels look unique, the bad guys look cooler, the controls don't seem great, but it looks like they work. According to Titus, after all the changes they were forced to make for the Nintendo version, their license ran out and they couldn't release it. Instead, we got this rancid anus tart of a game vomiting green rings in our face. No! Please don't! Don't hurt the good, innocent games!
Olha, quando a gente quer se divertir no mundo das apostas, a gente quer o quê? Segurança?
Cu.
E aí, fanfarrão? Cansado de passar fome pois gastou mais do que devia no Zeldinha? Então conheça o Ofertas Nintendo, o canal de notificações que envia promoções diariamente no seu celular. Mas isso é confiável? Eu não vou tirar o Zelda em você, mas o Star Fox Zero pode. Se eu tô recomendando, é claro que é confiável, pois as promoções das lojas são enviadas pra você via grupo do Telegram e WhatsApp por nintendistas que gostam de economizar tanto quanto você. Então aumente sua coleção de jogos economizando mais com Ofertas Nintendo. O link está no comentário fixado deste vídeo. Qual é? Star Fox Zero não é tão ruim assim. Ou é? Bem-vindos ao Zerando 64, a série do desafio de zerar todos os jogos do Nintendo 64. Tá aí um jogo que vai pegar bem no coração de algumas pessoas. Yoshi Story, lançado no Natal de 1997. Eu zerei ele em maio de 2025, no canal Coluna Contra-Ataca Live na Twitch. Mas a gameplay desse jogo eventualmente sai no canal Coluna Live aqui no YouTube. Yoshi Story é um jogo que eu joguei bem pouco na época. Não por não gostar, mas sim pois os meus controles já estavam ruins naquela época. Falo bastante no canal que o analógico do Nintendo 64 vai ficando mole e gasto com o tempo. E isso faz o personagem não correr mais nos jogos. E não sei como consegui destruir meu controle no primeiro ano do console. Que mão pesada que eu tinha. Ou eu jogava 24 horas por dia, todos os dias. Isso não era muito saudável pelo jeito. Então como esse jogo anda com o analógico, meu Yoshi não corria com força total. Ele apenas andava ou corria devagar pros lados. Por isso eu nunca consegui ir longe nele. Eu sempre achei sacanagem um jogo 2D desse jeito andar pela alavanquinha. Mas hoje vocês já sabem. Então careca de saber, consigo jogar bem esses jogos graças às peças de reposição do Pinheiro Analogic. Já sou um disco riscado nesse ponto, né? Falando tanto dele. O jogo começa contando a historinha com uma baita musiquinha bonitinha dos Yoshi cantandinho. O texto é meio rápido, então foi difícil de ler, mas parece que o mundo dos Yoshi Island e do Super Mario World foi enfeitiçado e a árvore feliz que dava comida infinita pra eles desapareceu. Nisso, 6 Yoshis novos nasceram e agora vão tentar recuperar essa árvore. Eu nunca soube que não jogamos com os Yoshis originais do Yoshi Island do Super Nintendo aqui. Então isso seria tipo um Yoshi Boruto. Mas os gráficos, como dá pra ver, são super bonitinhos. O jogo é 2D, todo feito com sprites pré-renderizados. O Yoshi em si é super bem animadinho, com muitos frames de animação pra toda a santa ação que ele tem. Andar, correr, pular, flutuar e até dançar cantando paradinho. Uns graphics. Tá ele cantando aqui uma musiquinha bonitinha. Os cenários também são bonitinhos ao extremo, com estética de livro infantil feito de papel, papelão e pano. Porém, é claro, a fita pequena ou memória de vídeo no Nintendo 64 atacam novamente. Os sprites são borrados demais, dependendo da velocidade ou movimento. O Yoshi parece uma ameba borrada, ficando difícil de reconhecer o que ele tá fazendo na tela. E isso acaba estragando a silhueta do personagem. Mas de qualquer forma, esse jogo não impressiona graficamente. Se for ver bem, qualquer Donkey Kong Country de Super Nintendo é mais bonito que esse jogo. Donkey Kong tinha fases com parallax no fundo, mais efeitos especiais e com resolução baixa, porém com gráficos nítidos. No Yoshi tudo é lavado demais, sprites borrados e fundos simples demais, geralmente sendo apenas um papel de parede sem parallax ou qualquer efeito 3D no céu ou na florestinha de enfeite no fundo. E isso não é culpa do Nintendo 64, já que antes tivemos Mischief Makers, que já zerei no desafio, que é um jogo 2D bem mais bonito pro console. Pelo menos a performance é perfeita, parece que roda 60 frames cravado mesmo, sem nenhuma reclamação aqui. Já as músicas são meigas e bonitinhas de verdade. Mas o que enjoou aqui é que usaram aquele truque do Super Mario World de ter uma música só no jogo inteiro, só tocadas com ritmos ou instrumentos diferentes nas fases. A composição do Super Mario World era mais longa e agitada para a velocidade do jogo. Já no Yoshi Story ela é mais melancólica, calma, tipo um canto infantil até. E eu não vou mentir, isso fez eu enjoar rápido na música desse jogo. Apesar que a música até combina com a mecânica principal de exploração do jogo, que eu vou explicar melhor durante as fases. Então vamos lá, nem tenho que mexer nas opções aqui, só configurar som, estéreo, mono, essas coisas. Indo pro modo história, podemos escolher uma das 4 fases do primeiro mundo. Eu escolhi a primeira, que é bem simples, é só um retão num gramadinho verde. Serve bem como um tutorial para ensinar a criançada a jogar. Tem alguns inimigos, mas o Yoshi aqui também pode engolir eles com a língua e botar um ovo, que você pode atirar para matar inimigos, ou estourar bolhas e quebrar blocos para avançar nos puzzles. E lembro que eu ficava preso nesse rato com essa placa aqui. É algo tão bobo, temos que dar bundada no chão para ele cair e dar a volta no cenário. Mas o meu controle não corria e eu era burro demais para saber que dava para pular por cima dele. A missão desse jogo é meio diferente de um jogo de plataforma comum. Só ir correndo pro final da fase vai fazer você dar um loop no cenário e você vai voltar pro começo da fase. Para passar você tem que comer as frutas que estão espalhadas pela fase. A maioria tá no meio do caminho mesmo, mas também tem algumas mais escondidas. E não é difícil, tem fruta de sobra para você pegar todas e passar a missão na metade da fase. E pegando tudo, Yoshi fica super feliz e eles cantam a musiquinha mais meiga dos games de todos os tempos. Olha lá. É muito bobo, mas é um clássico. Nisso o livro vira a página e vamos pro mundo 2 do vulcão, que só tem as fases 1, 2 e 3 pra escolher. De novo, eu escolhi a primeira, que é uma caverna com os dinossauros caveira que cospem fogo. É bem fácil, completei as frutas antes do segundo checkpoint da fase. Terceiro mundo das nuvens, também fui na fase 1, que tem uns bichos compridos felizes que levam a gente pro céu. Na metade da fase montamos um dragão, mas eu peguei todas as frutas no meio do caminho e acabei nem vendo o que esse dragão fazia. Passando essa, lutamos contra o primeiro chefe, que é um bicho feito de algodão doce, que derrotamos ele lambendo na velocidade da luz. É bem facinho, coisa simples pra uma criança não ter problemas. Mundo 4 da floresta das plantas carnívoras, a fase 1 é bobinha. O fundo é só uma foto rosa, até jogo de Mega Drive tem fundo mais bonito que isso. Essa fase é bem aberta, podemos ir pra qualquer direção procurar as frutas espalhadas. O sistema de vidas desse jogo são os próprios Yoshis, então temos 6 vidas pra zerar, pois temos 6 Yoshis. E eu perdi 2 Yoshis nessa fase, um morrendo no dano e o outro que eu me joguei num buraco sem querer.
É engraçado vendo esse jogo assim, comparando tipo com os jogos do Super Nintendo principal. Não! Eu queria mirar.
Pô, é foda, dá bundada apontando analógico pra baixo. Eu queria comer a fruta que tava embaixo de mim, então eu apontei a alavanquinha pra baixo e fiz essa merda. Que droga, mas tudo bem. Quinto mundo do mar, a fase 1 é debaixo da água. Nadar aqui é só apontar o analógico pra onde você quer ir. Não tem muita profundidade, apesar de a gente estar no fundo do mar, né? Piada não intencional. Ah, mas é gostosinho. Um jogo inocente sem preocupações. Mesmo apanhando dos bichinhos aqui, tem bastante fruta no caminho que cura a sua vida inteira. É um jogo good vibes, como falam, né? Só pra relaxar. Ou pra criançada acostumar a usar os controles com analógico, que era uma novidade na época. Agora o último mundo no castelo do Bowser. Mas já? Essa última fase me pegou de jeito. Eu não conhecia ela e morri pra cada besteira.
Isso seria Mode 7 no Super Nintendo. Aqui no 64 é só fuck! Algo que me mata. Aqui no 64 é só um troço pixelado, borrado.
Apesar que, fala sério, a física dessas engrenagens não funcionam direito.
Ele... Oh, meu Deus! Ele... é float, né? Ele é muito flutuante. Não! Aí, ó!
E a tolice não para por aqui, pois logo em seguida eu perdi meus últimos 2 Yoshis azuis esmagados. E com isso, os passarinhos do mal levam meu Yoshi chorandinho pro castelo e game over. Eu não acredito que eu meti um game over no Yoshi Story. Que vergonha, era pra ser um jogo facinho. Bom, em minha defesa, eu não conhecia a fase. Eu fui morrendo de surpresa ou pelas engrenagens com física esquisita. E tenha mais respeito, eu zerei Irritate Stick 64 no episódio anterior. Já me provei ser um gamer de verdade com habilidade habilidosa aqui. Eu falei que eu ia ficar insuportável me gabando por isso, não falei? Não vai ser Yoshi Story que vai me abalar, não. Mas enfim, a pegadinha do Yoshi Story é que sim, ele é curto, só com 6 fases, porém o jogo é quase um roguelike, saca? Morreu, então você volta pro começo. Você tem que zerar ele numa sentada só. Apenas dá pra salvar quando você desliga o console e continua de onde parou. Então, é isso aí. Vamos começar tudo de novo.
Pessoas vão a restaurantes pra serem cuidadas, pra relaxar e não ter que pensar em nada por um tempinho.
Aquele relógio está dizendo a vocês quanto dinheiro ainda temos.
As próximas coisas que eu vou comprar, eu acho que eu peguei tudo na Retrocon, se eu não me engano. Um baita evento de jogos retrôs que teve em 2024, vai ter outro em 2025. Aí eu vi isso aqui em formato de voz, só pra avisar vocês que a Retrocon já começou a vender os ingressos e eu tenho aqui pra vocês um cupom de desconto de 10%. Se você usar o cupom Colônia10, você consegue garantir o seu ingresso mais barato. Então não perca essa chance, já garanta o seu ingresso com o cupom e a gente se vê no evento, hein? Vejo vocês por lá. O panfleto tem um espaço para assinatura dos youtubers. Eu tô aqui, aí no final, que eu sou o pior de todos. Se você for na Retrocon desse ano, pega o panfleto e pede pra gente autografar o panfleto pra você marcar toda a figurinha e depois vender por $milhões ou não, sei lá. O link do site dele está no comentário fixado desse vídeo. Bom, voltando desde o comecinho, eu só fui com o Yoshi verde mesmo e rejogando as fases eu fui direto ao ponto, só pegando as frutas o mais rápido possível pra não demorar tanto. E nisso eu cheguei na última fase em uns 30 minutinhos, sem zoeira. E essa fase realmente é difícil, cheio de armadilhas que te matam com um golpe só. E pegando as frutas dela, já vamos pro chefe final, que é o bebê Bowser. Ele começa voando nos bichos verde horroroso. Pra dar dano nele é só jogar ovos ou bombas pra acertar direto ou derrubar os espinhos do teto em cima dele. É estranho que ele mal ataca a gente. E ainda tem a árvore feliz, que te dá frutas infinitas, que te curam. E você pode pegar também o coração do meio, que te deixa imortal. Tipo, você já viu algum jogo que tem um item de imortalidade infinito no último chefão? Você pode pegar isso toda hora. Esse é o chefe mais fácil dos games, disparado, com certeza. Depois de vencer, ele é levado pelos passarinhos e, bem, jogo zerado. Vemos nossa pontuação, o livro se abre contando o que aconteceu com cada mundo que passamos depois que o Yoshi espalhou a alegria com uma música mó feliz. E então o livro se fecha e créditos. E lembra no vídeo do Star Fox 64 que eu falei que choro nos créditos dele? Bom, eu não tenho apego nostálgico com esse Yoshi Story, mas muita gente no chat falou que tava quase chorando, ou até chorando mesmo com os créditos. E sério, a música é forte mesmo. Até me emocionei junto com a galera, mesmo não tendo conexão nostálgica com ele. É uma bobeira. Só quem jogou isso na época que vai entender o peso que esse finalzinho tem. Todo mundo tem um jogo que pega no peito. E aposto que Yoshi Story foi o de muita gente, justamente por ser um jogo good vibes pra criança. Mas espera, ainda não terminamos. Como a zerada foi rápida, só de 1 hora, eu resolvi zerar de novo, tentando destravar as fases. Então agora eu vou explicar melhor a mecânica desse jogo pra destravar as fases e ter as outras runs. É algo bem parecido com Star Fox mesmo, você tem que zerar várias vezes. Por exemplo, antes de começar, o jogo sorteia a fruta favorita dos seus Yoshis e podemos escolher outras fases também, né? Dessa vez eu fui na fase 4 do mundo 1, que é bem diferente. É subindo uma torre à noite, bem mais complexa que a primeira fase, que era só um tutorial. Então o jogo tem 6 mundos com 4 fases em cada um, tendo um total de 24 fases, que ainda é só a metade de fases do Yoshi Island, que tinha 48 fases no Super Nintendo. Porém, para acessar as fases, você precisa tirar uma pontuação boa nelas, pegando os corações gigantes que estão espalhados, matando inimigos especiais e principalmente combando as frutas. Por exemplo, o melão verde dá mais corações. Se você pegar outro melão logo em seguida, você ganha o dobro de corações. Outro melão, depois você ganha esse bônus de novo e assim vai. Se você pegar uma outra fruta qualquer, você estraga o combo e perde esse bônus dos melões um atrás do outro. E também tem aquela fruta favorita dos Yoshis do começo do jogo, que ela sorteia elas, e no meu caso caiu a uva. Ela também dá esse bônus igual do melão. E E a melhor estratégia que eu pensei, não sei se é boa ainda, é passar a fase só pegando os melões para combar melão atrás de melão. Depois, quando a fase der o loop no final, você passa ela de novo pegando só a fruta do Yoshi, que no meu caso é a uva. Mas mesmo assim, eu acho que isso não é o suficiente se você não pegar os corações coletáveis das fases, que eu não achei muitos nessa gameplay. Mas o que eu encontrei foi o ovo branco de um dos Yoshis secretos. Nas fases dá para resgatar os Yoshis perdidos ou encontrar esses ovos. Tem um ovo preto também perdido, mas eu não consegui encontrar nessa partida. Mas pelo menos alguns chefes são diferentes. Nessa zerada eu lutei contra um gênio da Michelin que morre com 3 ovos na cara. No modo 4 das plantas carnívoras eu fui na fase 3 e saca só do swag do meu Yoshi aqui. Bom, as outras fases definitivamente são mais difíceis. Essa mesma é chata pra caramba, cheio de planta voadora que come o Yoshi. Ai, fucker! E eu não acredito que eu perdi o Yoshi branco com a pedra redonda atravessando a parede. Trabalho com as grandes. Uou! Mentira! What the fuck? O jogo fez coisas, chefe! O jogo fez coisas! Repito, o jogo fez coisas! Transformei num Kaizo Mario por um momento. Oh, não! Não! Perdi o Yoshi branco! Eu não sei se foi porque eu morri, mas no mundo 5 eu não podia escolher as outras fases. Eu acho que eu não peguei frutas direito em combos e nem achei os corações, né? E bizarramente, no último mundo eu pude escolher a fase 2, que é um labirinto de serras elétricas que foi 1000 vezes mais fácil que a fase 1 que eu escolhi antes. Nisso eu lutei contra o Bowser de novo e zerei o jogo de novo. A única coisa que muda é o texto do final e as fases que ficam marcadas como passadas na próxima zerada. É um jogo bem arcade, continue 6 vidas e 6 fases. Dá pra zerar ele rapidinho, eu mesmo levei 30 minutos em uma das zeradas. Mas como eu joguei 3 vezes, eu levei 2 horas nesse jogo. Se você quiser curtir mais dele, você tem que trampar duro na pontuação para liberar as fases. Deve ser chato jogar super bem e não liberar a última fase, por exemplo, e ter que resetar o videogame e rejogar tudo de novo para tentar destravar a última fase que faltava para você destravar nessa jossa. Deve ser por isso que a música dos créditos pegou tanta gente. Muita gente deve ter rejogado e rezerado isso várias vezes e ouviu bastante essa musiquinha do final. Mas, pô, pode tocar de novo ela aí, pois é bonitinha mesmo. Contudo, acho que vocês vão ficar bravos agora. Yoshi Story recebe a nota final de 6 de 10. Com a medalhinha...
depois.
Calma, deixa eu tentar explicar. Sim, o jogo é bonitinho, amigável, é pra criança, então tem que ser simples e fácil. Mas tem muito jogo melhor que esse em outros consoles. No PlayStation 1 já tinha Clonoa ou Tomba, que são bem melhores. Com mais fases e cenários 3D ainda por cima. E qualquer coisa da Nintendo no Super Nintendo já era melhor. O próprio Yoshi Island mesmo é 1000 vezes melhor que esse daqui. Os gráficos do Yoshi Story são borrados, muitos cenários sem profundidade, poucas fases no jogo e ainda são curtas, com corredores repetitivos. As músicas são parecidas demais nas fases e o controle é duvidoso. Eu não pilho em jogo de plataforma que controla pelo analógico. O Yoshi é meio escorregadio no ar, me fazendo errar uns pulos simples. O level design também deixa a desejar vindo da Nintendo. Lembra coisa de Mega Man X6, que você tá subindo ou descendo a câmera e apanha de surpresa para um inimigo que não tava na tela ainda. Mas apesar de tudo, o jogo é um nota 6, levemente acima da média, pois a performance é perfeita, a direção de arte é um amorzinho, a dificuldade é tranquila na maior parte do tempo e tem todo esse sistema de combos de frutas e coletáveis para liberar as outras fases, que eu particularmente preferia que fosse mais direto, mas legal eles terem tentado algo novo. Mas é engraçado, esse foi o único jogo do Natal de 1997 da Nintendo. O último jogo da Nintendo mesmo que lançaram foi Star Fox 64 no começo de 97. Eles deviam estar ocupados com a produção do Zelda Ocarina of Time, que tava todo mundo hypeado já naquela época, e precisaram lançar algo simples pro final desse ano. Então montaram o Yoshi Story na correria para ter pelo menos um jogo pro Natal. E isso é muito Yoshi, se for parar pra pensar. A maioria dos jogos do Yoshi são assim, jogos duplo A mais baratos que lançam para tapar buracos dos hiatos dos jogos da Nintendo. Então é claro que Yoshi Story não é um jogo ruim, longe disso. Eu só esperava um pouco mais da Nintendo no segundo Natal do console deles, que ainda era novo naquela época. Apesar que a gente era tão criança que a gente nem percebia esses defeitos mesmo. Eu achava um jogo fantástico, apesar de não conseguir jogar porque meu controle era ruim. Mas é isso. Desculpa não ter gostado tanto desse clássico. Não entenda errado, eu não tô tentando acabar com sua infância. E fico até imaginando se eu teria gostado mais se eu tivesse nostalgia por ele. Ainda não sei se eu sou um crítico bom bastante pra separar a razão do fator nostalgia. O que vocês acham? É bem difícil analisar esses jogos antigos quando você tem nostalgia demais deles, porque você acaba puxando sardinha, dando nota a mais pra algo que às vezes nem é tão bom. E também pode acontecer o contrário, é claro. Mas se você curtiu o vídeo, dê o seu like nele, pois ajuda demais. E se inscreva no canal se acaso não for inscrito. E assista a série Zerando 64 na playlist para maratonar os episódios e ver a evolução do console conforme vamos zerando os jogos na ordem de lançamento deles. Bom, eu sou o Sr. Wilson e até a próxima review.
Alright guys, let's talk about the Anthrocon fursuit parade changes that have a lot of furries really upset right now. Now for those that don't remember, back in October of last year, Anthrocon made an announcement about some of the changes they would be making to the future of their convention. They pretty much said that the convention couldn't continue to exist or function at the rate that it was. Obviously changes need to be made in order to maintain the safety and efficiency of the convention being able to run in the first place. And Anthrocon made this crystal clear last year in an announcement from the con chair Uncle Kage in a video that he posted, in which an announcement at the time was that there was going to be a registration cap. They were going to limit it to a certain amount of people who could even attend the convention in the first place. And if you went to Anthrocon last year, you probably saw...
Diga.
Quer que faz miojo?
saw this firsthand. The registration lines being hours and hours long, sometimes even wrapping around different blocks and buildings outside of the convention space. The fursuit parade having a 3-hour wait just to get into it, and just some things that weren't as efficient as they could be if there was a cap for the amount of people that were there. It's obviously not a decision that's made lightly. In a perfect world, we'd want everyone to be able to go, but the space that Anthrocon has, you kind of have to keep that in mind. You can't have everyone, and so something needs to be done in the wake of the furry community growing at an unprecedented rate. However, one of the changes that they announced recently, about a month or so out before the con, was with regards to the fursuit parade and how that would be conducted. The main thing being the size cap, which the size cap, absolutely no worries. However, what a lot of furries are upset about with this isn't exactly the size cap for it. More so about how they're going about limiting the size of the fursuit parade, more specifically with the changes to the rules in which it is stated that no human skin should be shown in the fursuit parade, or in this case, no poodling allowed. So we're back on the furry drama of the week being poodling. The furry wheel of drama has spun and spun and spun until eventually it has landed on poodling, and that is the one thing that everyone is up in arms about right now. Except in this case, it's pretty reasonable, if you ask me. This isn't the case of some idiot on the internet thinking like, oh, everyone should fursuit my way, the way I want to. It's more so this idea of trying to make the fursuit parade more exclusive, and obviously it's needed. You have to limit the capacity, limit the amount of people that can even go there for safety concerns. But why does there need to be a higher standard of fursuiting in order to even go to the fursuit parade in the first place? That's what a lot of folks are wondering about and really angry about that this change was made. Some going as far as to boycott Anthrocon, or even some going on to create a petition to potentially get the rule revoked, which honestly, probably the most mature and constructive way of giving feedback to a convention. Honestly, I'm really proud of furries on this one. I know usually with regards to furry drama, like it's just the usual bickering and people telling like, fuck you Anthrocon, and then just not wanting to bother, and just being loud and obnoxious, not really doing anything to fix the problem or the concerns that are there. This time there's actually something tangible rather than just like quote retweets. And we'll see, but honestly, super happy with how the community has kind of come together to stand up for what they believe in and what they really want to be the basis for fursuiting or expressing yourself in the fursuit parade. And there's a lot to go over with it for those that might not know about how big the fursuit parade is for Anthrocon, which we'll get into. Now, before we get started with today's discussion, and this is very exciting because it's the first time I'm getting to do anything like this, I'm happy to announce that today's video is sponsored by Aura. Have you ever worried about your digital footprint on the internet with whatever personal information might be floating around online from your friends, family, any account information, passwords, phone numbers even? Of course you have. You're terminally online like I am. Welcome to the club. Buy it. Hence why you have an influx of credit. Below, or go to aura.com/beta8deloda. You can get your first 14 days of Aura entirely free. That's pretty much half a month off of keeping yourself and your information safe online. So again, if you want to get in on this offer and all the online security features that Aura has to offer, check out the link in the description below or go to aura.com/beta8deloda to get your first 14 days free when signing up. But either way, go and check them out. Link will be in the description below. Thank you again, Aura, for sponsoring this video. It really means a lot. But without further ado, let's get back to the tea. As announced in October, our fursuit parade process/rules have changed for Anthrocon. TLDR, limit to parade size for safety. Participants need to be pre-approved outside ConOps room 309 on Friday or Saturday before the parade. And at first glance, the announcement seems pretty okay. Setting a limit to the parade size for safety, pretty reasonable and necessary for the conducting of the fursuit parade to begin with. The fursuit parade for Anthrocon is considered the biggest and most attended event of the convention, period. I would even argue that the Anthrocon Fursuit Parade is the biggest in-convention event of any furry convention out there. Like, so many people from in and out of the convention gather to see this parade and either participate in it, or bystand in it, or volunteer in it, whatever it is. It's a big deal for many people. Whenever you think of a fursuit parade, the first thing you'll probably think of is the Anthrocon Fursuit Parade. Because not only is it just a fursuit parade showcasing all the creativity and fursuits made in the community, but also showcases the furry community to the city of Pittsburgh. Many of the citizens of Pittsburgh come to see the furries going out and about in fursuit for this parade. It's a big collaboration effort between Anthrocon and the city of Pittsburgh, where an entire section of the streets of Pittsburgh is sanctioned off for this parade. And for some, it has been given the nickname of the Death Walk for how hot and humid it is with walking outside in fursuit in the middle of summer in Pittsburgh. Sometimes even reaching 90-degree temperatures. Yeah, it's pretty rough, but honestly, it's a good time from what I heard from anyone who has done it. The Anthrocon Parade and Block Party, we're taking our engagement with the city of Pittsburgh to the next level. On Saturday, July 5th, we'll be closing down the street of Penn Avenue between 9 and 11th Street and hosting 2 public events, the Fursuit Parade and the Anthrocon Block Party. We're partnering with the city of Pittsburgh to create a day of friendly, safe mingling where we can share the magic of our fandom. Our annual Fursuit Parade will once again be going out into the streets of Pittsburgh for everyone to see.
Nah.
He's the angry video game nerd.
The 90s was arguably one of the best times for video games. You had so many new consoles coming out, and with junk food being popular and already advertising to kids, they decided to jump on the bandwagon and start making their own video games. Most food companies just stuck to TV commercials, got milk, fruit stripe gum, Lunchables, and of course Mentos, the fresh maker. Those companies didn't have to make video games, but guess who did? Cheetos, McDonald's, and Domino's Pizza, who created Yo Noid. What's the deal with the Noid? What kind of drugged-up fever dream spawned this mutilated mascot monstrosity? It's a creepy guy wearing a red rabbit suit. And why does he ruin pizzas? What were they thinking? Most junk food games are just a bunch of business bullshit from the wasted imaginations from all the corporate fat cats. So, get out your pooper scooper and let's dig out this piss litter of a game. Whoa! What the fuck? You scared the shit out of me. Not this shit, actual shit. Listen, I gotta play this game. You gotta get out of here. Huh? What? Drink? How do you play drink? What kind of title is that? The back is in Japanese, and the side has the title in Japanese, and then the other side has it in English. Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man. Okay, so Pepsi Man is this weird T-1000 looking Japanese Pepsi mascot who helps people by magically turning things into Pepsi. In all his TV commercials, he's a bumbling idiot who stumbles around, smashes into windows, and transforms into a cactus? Even though he was only marketed in Japan, all his commercials take place in the USA. He even starred in his own video game and was also featured as an unlockable character in the Japanese version of Fighting Vipers for the Sega Saturn. To unlock him, all you gotta do is lose the first fight. Never seen that before. You lose to unlock a character? Well, thanks, Pepsi Man. That's very interesting. But I have other junk food games I could play, like Cool Spot. Oh, come on. Oh, well, I could always play Chester Cheetah. Oh, well, how about, Big Bumpin'? Oh, man. How about, Kool-Aid Man? God damn it, you silly fuck. I don't want to play Pepsi Man. Okay, jeez. I'll play Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man. Well, in the chance that you were looking forward to Cool Spot or Yo Noid, can't play them because they're all Pepsi Man now. Everything I want to play is Pepsi Man. Yeah. Well, I guess let's pop this corporate cock fuck in. The intro starts with this live-action cutscene of a guy buying a Pepsi. As he drinks it, you hear the shrill shriek of Pepsi Man set to surf music. And then he stares into the can. Okay, so is Pepsi Man in the can now? I don't even get it. I mean, this is fucking stupid. I'm not playing it. Okay, I'll play it. Next, we see Pepsi Man running down a street to nowhere as he crashes face first into the game's logo. What the hell's wrong with this mascot? Chester Cheetah was cool. Cool Spot had cool in his name. But Pepsi Man, he's not cool at all. He doesn't make me want to drink a Pepsi. Makes me want to drink a fucking beer. What? I said it makes me want to drink a fucking beer. Oh, come on. All right. Wow, that's a lot of Pepsi. I bet his bowel movements are like tar and colon foam.
Hey, let's start the game!
So the first level starts off with Pepsi Man meeting a truck driver with a flat tire.
There are a bunch of people gathered in front of the vending machine. They want Pepsi. And the word is that they're just about to riot.
Really? They'll riot? Why is Pepsi such a big deal here? Is that one vending machine the only place to get a Pepsi in this town? I mean, there's Pepsi everywhere. It's laying all over the streets. You can get one anywhere. So Pepsi Man runs around collecting Pepsi while dodging cars, pedestrians,
Esse jogo é muito estúpido.
jackhammer fucks, chuds, and this garbage man who's being an asshole. Look, they wait for him at the intersection and then start launching garbage out the truck. Dicks. Pepsi Man doesn't give any shit either. He'll run right through your house. Hell, he'll even run right into you and send you flying through your kitchen wall. That guy's probably dead.
Quer se divertir em uma casa 100% regulamentada e totalmente confiável? Ela...
Aí vocês podem confiar, pai.
Vá se fuder, caralho!
This part reminds me of the chase scene in Raising Arizona, but instead of Nicolas Cage, it's Pepsi Man, and instead of Huggies, it's Pepsi's. Here, you crash through a shed and end up with a trash can on your head, which makes your controls opposite. Yeah. Finally, I get to the end of the level and he buys a Pepsi from a vending machine. Why don't the people go to this one at the Kid and Kid store instead of riding like a bunch of Pepsi-crazed freaks? And why does Pepsi Man buy a Pepsi when he just collected 94 Pepsis? And why can't I go one goddamn sentence without saying Pepsi? That's enough for me. This game's too monotonous. Oh, dude, your breath. It smells like tooth decay. Here, have some Mentos. Wow. That worked. Thanks to Mentos.
Mentos, the fresh maker.
Well, fuck it. I'll just keep going. So in level 2, there's this radical skateboard part. It sucks. The controls feel stiff and one hit kills you. I guess it makes sense. If you were riding a skateboard down the hills and crashed into a trolley, you'd be dead. Now a moving company's trying to kill Pepsi Man too? They're just driving with the truck wide open, launching furniture at him. That's someone's furniture! Imagine if you hire a moving company to load up all your furniture and you get to the new house and then it arrives, the van is empty and you're like, hey, where the hell's all my furniture? And they say, oh yeah, we saw Pepsi Man on the way over and we had to just chuck it all at him. Yeah, that'll be $500. So finally, you make it to the rioters who are going apeshit by this Pepsi machine. This one's at a different Kid and Kid store, and this one lady's biting her shirt or something, and this guy's jacking off. Pepsi Man gives them Pepsi, and all is well. That is, until the Pepsi truck smashes into you, sending you into a Pepsi billboard with a giant Pepsi can that rolls after you, Indiana Jones style. Now I'm being chased. Yeah, this time I'm running towards the camera instead of away. Way to shake up the gameplay there. I hate this. I wish I had something wittier to say, but there's really nothing. I mean, this game is just mindless brain waste. It's an advertisement that's meant to push processed poison pissed out of Pepsi Man's pee hole.
Speak of the devil, you're back. What's that you got there? That's not Pepsi. That's a Rolling Rock. An actual Rolling Rock.
You know what? Pepsi Man's actually pretty cool.
Cheers, buddy. This isn't Rolling Rock. It's not even beer. This is Crystal Pepsi. And it's old. And what is it, from the 90s? It's all flat. You know what? Fuck you. You're shit and your game is shit.
Ah, já vou. Voltei.
Have a Pepsi.
No thanks.
Next stage.
So the next part, you gotta get to the top of a burning building. The firefighter can't get first aid to them in time, so of course, you bring them Pepsi. Oh yeah, I'm sure that'll help all the people trapped on the roof of a burning fucking building. Yeah, treat their burns with some Pepsi. Thanks to Pepsi Man. This level is horrifying. It's like society's final days, brought to you by Pepsi. This guy here smashes his car into a brick wall and explodes, but Pepsi Man just runs by. That guy's probably dead, but I gotta get those people Pepsi. So after traversing this urban hellscape, you get to this truck that keeps launching barrels. Yeah, I guess Donkey Kong's in there, and he hates Pepsi Man as much as I do. After that, you get to the most unsafe construction zone ever. Girders are falling apart, sections of the bridge are missing, these guys are just swinging metal beams, and the bulldozers are just spinning around. What's happening here? Pepsi Man stops to buy yet another Pepsi and falls into one of my most hated video game cliches ever, the sewer level. This is where the shit graphics really shine. It's so dark that you can't see where you're going. There's pitfalls everywhere, and the only reason I know they're there is because I fell into them 50 times. I feel like it'd be easier in real life to run through a sewer and collect Pepsi. Right here, I swear, you have no choice but to get hurt by this wall. There's no way to pass it, and even when you do, there's a narrow path you need to hit, or else you're starting over. Another part that's bullshit is the subway section. I don't know what to do. There's a train coming right at you with no time to avoid. I tried dodging it, but I get killed every time. Then, after restarting the level like 12 times, I accidentally found the dash function. Yeah, hitting up and square lets Pepsi Man dash. How was I supposed to know that? On the control screen, it only shows slide and jump. Maybe it says it in the book, but it's all Japanese. At the rate I'm going, I'll probably learn Japanese before I finish this game. Who's calling? Oh, come on, nobody's calling you! Hello?
Hello, is Pepsi Man there?
Oh, I guess it is for you.
No, don't give him the phone. You need to listen to me very carefully. You need to get out of there. Pepsi Man is evil, he wants nothing more.
Porra!
Oh, come on, don't you know how hard it is to find a good phone like this? So finally I reach the burning building and give the poor stranded people some Pepsi. Then I get chased by the truck from the Enter Sandman music video. It's basically the same as the giant Pepsi can from the first level, just a bit harder. Eventually Pepsi Man turns down the road as the truck smashes through a building. It seems like no one in this world has value for human life. Just motherfucking Pepsi. Look at that. The truck smashes into something, and Pepsi Man pays no mind and just keeps on running like Forrest Gump.
Pepsi for TV game.
Not video game? TV game? I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, from now on, I'm the angry TV game nerd. Here we go, on to the next disaster that requires Pepsi. This time it's a motherfucking plane crash. Jeez, there's lots of tragedy in this game. Thankfully, all the people are okay, but they need their Pepsi, goddammit. So, you guessed it, more running. It's the same thing over and over. This time you're going down a highway with traffic coming on both sides. Which begs the question, why doesn't Pepsi Man just run on the side of the road? There's trucks, motorcycles, buffalo, and a bunch of rocks rolling. But no rolling rocks. You get to the end and Pepsi Man, once again, buys a Pepsi at a vending machine. You know, Pepsi Man is a record.
Ah, vai ser pedacinho minúsculo.
Sad tale. Pepsi Man can make Pepsi for everybody except himself. This next stage is a nightmare. After beating the desert, you run through the mine where you can't see shit. How is anyone supposed to play this? There's pits everywhere, but good luck seeing them. It doesn't help that if you get a game over, you have to run through the desert part again. You're gonna be here for a bit. Each time I'd get a little further and then die at whatever came next. This part is like really having to piss and knowing the next rest stop isn't for 200 miles. So about an hour later, when I happen to do less shitty enough, I finally deliver those poor plane crash victims their
Is.
And of course, another chase level. This time I want you to guess who chases Pepsi.
Ô mãe, você perdeu a briga de gato aqui dentro do quarto.
Por quê?
Uma briga de gato.
Briga de gato por quê?
Isis versus um peso de porta.
Because it makes no sense. Nope, nice try. Motorcycles? Keep guessing. Rolling rocks? No again. This time you get chased by a giant tumbling mass of logs.
Pepsi for pizza.
Pepsi for pizza? Yeah, actually a pizza would be pretty good right about. Oh, thanks. I hate you. Okay, so thankfully we're on to the final level, Pepsi City, a dystopian urban sprawl that should pose as a warning of rampant consumerism. It's a place that's completely comprised of advertisements. Imagine if Roddy Piper wore the sunglasses from They Live Here. His head would explode. Honestly, seeing all these Pepsi logos and playing this game is doing the exact opposite of making me want a Pepsi. It makes me want not a Pepsi. So this time the computer at the Pepsi factory has gone haywire, and without Pepsi Man's help, there'll be a world shortage of Pepsi. So Pepsi Man must run. You're gonna die here a fuck ton of times. This is a culmination of all the frustrating bullshit, and then some. This has to be the most unhealthy city in the world. It's no wonder people are keeled over on the side of the street. How about drink some water? That might help. One thing I don't understand is why every sign in this game falls off when Pepsi Man gets near it. Are the signs sentient creatures bent on inconveniencing Pepsi Man? Everything is so precise for such a piece of shit game. It took me the same amount of time to beat the stage than every other stage combined. I game overed 13 times. Each continue, you get 4 lives. Plus, I died 3 more times before I finally passed it. Maybe I just suck. Maybe the game sucks. Maybe we both suck. But either way, that's too much suckage going around. This last section, you can't hit anything or you're dead. And you only have a few seconds to do it. But finally, I've made it to the computer core, and the world can have their precious Pepsis.
Não, da hora que a falta de Pepsi é motivo para colapso mundial. Não ter Pepsi.
Everything's falling apart. This time the can just falls for no reason. What if a regular person happened to walk under this thing? There'd be lawsuits out the ass. This last level is like the log one, except it's a Pepsi can that gives birth to baby Pepsi cans that try to trip you. When you beat it, the TV game guy flips his shit, the credits roll, and then he has to piss because of the ungodly amount of Pepsi he's consumed.
Excuse me.
Beating it unlocks Classic Pepsi Man and Free Play mode if you want to play through and collect all the Pepsis. I say, however, fuck that, good riddance, the end. Well, that's Pepsi Man. I'm not gonna play it again as Classic Pepsi Man or unlock other bullshit or whatever, so I'm done. Get the hell out of here.
I finally found you!
Oh, come on. How do these assholes keep getting in here?
Wait a minute. Do I know you?
Pepsi for TV game.
Ele conseguiu o contato do cara.
Oh, you're the Pepsi TV game guy. Hey, why do you say TV game instead of video game?
There's no time to explain that now. I'm here to finally destroy that menace. Pepsi Man. That's right, bitch. Back it off. Okay, I bought us some time. Pepsi Man has to be stopped. He's pure evil, and he'll stop at nothing until the entire universe is Pepsi.
That's very interesting. Like I give a shit. Though, can we talk about this TV game thing?
Don't you get it? He will stop at nothing and take away everything you love, everything you cherish and care about, and turn it into Pepsi. He gets you hooked and slowly destroys your life. There was a time when my refrigerator was jam-packed with wholesome, nutritious foods, lettuce, almond milk, tofu-flavored tofu. And that was all taken away and turned into Pepsi. He turned my dog into Pepsi! And you remember all those cans strewn about in the living room? Some of those aluminum cans were my wife and my children. I had to sell the scrap from my can family just to pay for their funeral. He broke me. He destroyed me. He ruined me.
Yeah, I understand. He turned my beer into Pepsi.
You gotta help me, nerd. You gotta help me. Help me avenge my family.
Okay. Well, how do we stop him?
Glad you asked. I've been working on a secret weapon for 2 decades, and I've hidden it in the one place he'd never look. Behind you!
You hid it behind me?
No! The TV guy! You saved me!
You okay, man?
Does it look like I'm okay? I'm turning into Pepsi! Run! Nerd! Get to the factory! Go!
Factory? Factory. Of course, this factory. Oh, what am I gonna do? Oh, of course, the Fresh Maker. Well, I'm fucking dead.
Nerd!
Holy shit.
I need a vacation.
Well, that explains the t-shirt. Is he dead?
That's orange soda. You ever mix cola in orange soda? Germans love it. They call it spezi. It's disgusting. He's terminated.
It's over.
No, not yet. There's still one more Pepsi Man remaining.
Really?
And it must be destroyed also.
Oh,
Can you at least tell me what that Pepsi for TV game thing means?
Actually, I don't remember any of that. My brain is literally just chunks of Pepsi now. Here. Use these chains to lower me down into the orange soda so I can die a real cinematic-like death. The death I deserve. A hero.
Pepsi for funerals.
Dê um endereço online para seu negócio com os domínios da GoDaddy. Escolha entre diversas opções de domínio e extensões para seu negócio se destacar na multidão. Registre seu domínio hoje mesmo com a GoDaddy.
Plastic thingamajigs are the most common genre of 3D printed creations. If you browse the front page of Thingiverse, you'll see just how few of the most popular prints are useful. We have a Heartosaur for Valentine's Day, hardly the best gift for your significant other, this shark knife, which you can't cut anything with because it's made of thick plastic, and of course, these dreaded octopuses, which likely make up the majority of 3D printed trash ending up in landfills each year. A decade ago, we were promised that 3D printers would change our lives once they became readily available. Today, 3D printers are very affordable, with some costing less than a decent inkjet printer, and consequently, anyone who wants one already has one. Instead of changing their lives as futurists of the past promised, most 3D printer buyers merely gained a convenient way to produce endless amounts of plastic widgets. How did the predominant use of this revolutionary new kind of manufacturing end up being the production of throwaway plastic trinkets? 3D printers were invented with prototyping in mind, solving niche problems by making hard to purchase or never before made parts or items. This is why I've considered getting one, because there are many instances where I want to make custom tools or items purpose-built to solve problems no one else has. As for other use cases, some items can only be 3D printed because of the layer-based method 3D printers use to fabricate items that can be very versatile and allow for designs that would be hard, if not impossible, to manufacture with other methods. Most people who get a 3D printer cannot use one for the purpose of prototyping, however. Few have the skills to create custom designs for 3D printing. Instead, they go to sites like Thingiverse to find pre-designed items to print. They end up getting their own manufacturing setup, only to spend hours printing random items they easily could have bought on Temu, like this ring size measurer. This begs the question, if the only items you'll make are widely available online as mass-produced injection molded parts, why would you ever use a 3D printer? Unlike regular printers, 3D printers aren't the easiest to use. Prints can fail and require troubleshooting, leading to lots of wasted plastic filament. It's also very time-consuming to create 3D printed items. Even small items take hours to print, and a low-resolution print from an inexpensive printer can yield less than satisfactory results. Labor-intensive sanding is often required to smooth out the grainy surface that most 3D prints have, but many skip this step and leave the ugly grooves on their prints, making them uncomfortable to handle and look at. The result is that most 3D printer owners end up with many low-quality items that they'd be better off purchasing online. This is assuming they even would purchase these items, because honestly, I feel many people print random stuff to justify the purchase of their printer, ensuring it doesn't just sit there collecting dust. Beyond making stuff for personal enjoyment, some 3D printer owners are convinced they can profit by selling their prints. This is by no means impossible, as for instance, there are artists who make beautiful figurines sculpted on a computer and painted by hand, or specialists who create custom high-quality masks for cosplayers. I know highly skilled people who make these kinds of items, and that's where 3D printing shines, but it all goes downhill from there. It seems like everyone and their pet rock is starting up a 3D printing business these days, watching videos on YouTube promising you'll make thousands of dollars when, in all likelihood, you will lose money because it's a very saturated market. What's funny is these YouTubers tell on themselves. If you watch this video of a guy who claims in his thumbnail that he made $8,263, you'll find he actually made negative $544.34, which is next level clickbait. Oddly enough, that YouTuber did say some meaningful things, like the problem of competing with injection molded items and the imperative to only print items where the best method of creating them is 3D printing. That being said, these kinds of start your six-figure side hustle and 3 easy steps videos are misleading, and often the creator's only goal when making them is to funnel people into their video descriptions, which are overflowing with affiliate links. As it's commonly said, the first millionaires in a gold rush are not the miners, but the ones selling the shovels and picks. This is not to say there are no successful 3D printing businesses though, and 1 or 2 have even come across my TikTok For You feed. Take Shellington Labs as an example. The man who runs the page sells memes in the form of 3D printed figurines that play popular TikTok audios when you press a button. That's all fine and dandy, and he designs the items himself, but the quality of these items is very poor. The items are printed at a very low resolution, meaning each plastic layer that forms the 3D shape is very thick, resulting in visible grooves on the object. This is purely a time-saving measure, as when you cut the layer height and have to increase print quality, you essentially double the time it takes for your creation to print. Printing at a lower resolution allows you to sell more items, but at the cost of quality. And for $40, you'd expect no holes or visible grooves in the product. The items are also the solid color of the filament they were printed in, meaning they look very shiny and oppressively bright. They would look much better sanded, coated in filling material, primed and painted. This is not to say that no effort goes into making these items, but for the price, I'd expect that they'd put in slightly more effort so it wouldn't be an eyesore on your desk. I'm not saying that 3D printed objects are always poor quality or useless. That's not the case. Whether 3D printed items are low quality or high quality, there are certainly a lot more of them, and they barge their way into makers markets where handmade goods made in small batches are sold. Next to booths selling intricate handcrafted jewelry or ceramics, you'll reportedly find tables covered in 3D printed plastic items, and this has rubbed some makers the wrong way.
I need to say something mean. You should not be allowed to make 3D printed crap and pass it off as handmade stuff and sell it at a maker's market. I'm talking about people who go online, find a pattern for some trinket, and then 3D print a bunch of them and sell them at a stand as though they've like handmade these things. I think it's an insult to people who actually do make things and craft things by hand.
Though I haven't been to a maker's market, the commenters under that TikTok video wholeheartedly agreed with that creator. I wouldn't go so far as to call 3D printed items crap, as crap is in the eye of the beholder, but many say these items are poorly printed and oftentimes unsanded, like the TikTok shop desk toys I talked about earlier. I mostly have a problem with these vendors not making the designs themselves. If all you do is license a design someone else made, hit print, come back in a few hours, and pop the item off the print bed, did you really make that item? I feel like going to a maker's fair with, for instance, one of those 3D printed articulating dragons is kind of like going to an art market and selling stock photos you printed out on a Canon inkjet printer. Yes, you have the right to do so, and people may enjoy your prints and buy them, but it goes against the spirit of the venue where you are selling them. Speaking of these 3D printed articulating dragons that were mentioned in the comments under that TikTok video, I've heard of them before. I think they look cool when printed well, and while I don't have space in my apartment for a giant 3D printed dragon, they'd be a good novelty fidget toy that I'd get a solid few seconds of enjoyment out of. That being said, there's a lot of hype around these dragons which I don't fully understand. According to the 3D printing subreddit, most dragon designs come from Cinderwing 3D, who makes anywhere from $92,000 to $108,000 a month on Patreon selling these dragon designs that she digitally sculpts. To be honest, good for her. In a world of AI-generated garbage, I love to see a hard-working artist becoming a self-made millionaire living their dreams. I do have some issues with this dragon phenomenon, however. Cinderwing 3D is not just an artist selling her work, she's selling the commercial rights to sell her designs as physical items, and she says she sparks entrepreneurship so that people can create businesses of their own. In this dragon gold rush, she's the millionaire selling the picks and shovels to the prospectors who, in all likelihood, will not be millionaires themselves. As the Reddit user Almighty Oreo pointed out, any dragon seller will compete with thousands of other dragon sellers. You'll have to create a print farm. That is, get a bunch of 3D printers working in tandem to make the volume of dragons required to sell them at a competitive price and turn a profit higher than just a few dollars a day. Because of the tremendous investment needed to create a profitable business with these dragons, my advice to anyone who wants to sign up for Cinderwing 3D's Patreon is don't expect to make money. Only become a patron if you enjoy printing these dragons, and if you'd print them even if you didn't make a dime. While I don't want to disparage the 3D printing community, I question whether or not a lot of stuff on Thingiverse or other sites with 3D files is worth printing, especially considering the environmental and potential health risks of 3D printing.
Eu criei personagens para Netflix, Ubisoft, Epic Games e uma porrada de outros estúdios da gringa. São 10 anos nesse mercado, aliás, um dos mais bem pagos da indústria. Mas no final das contas, o que isso tem a ver contigo, né? Tudo. Porque na próxima terça-feira eu vou estar fazendo uma aula.
If you're producing endless piles of difficult to recycle 3D printed widgets only to play with each one for 2 seconds, you're creating piles of waste that usually end up in landfills. If your print fails dramatically where the item breaks apart during printing or gets dislodged from the print bed, leaving the extruder head spewing plastic into the air as opposed to on the item you're printing, there's only so many times you can remelt and reuse the fibrous plastic before the quality of the filament degrades significantly. There's also the issue of running what is essentially a plastic melting machine continuously in your home with no industrial ventilation system to suck up any dangerous compounds produced by the 3D printing process. ASHRAE, or the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, recommends that a residential building maintain a ventilation rate of 0.35 air changes per hour. If you're thinking of running a print farm out of your home, that might not be advisable without installing a sophisticated ventilation system. A NIOSH guide for 3D printer use cites studies indicating that anywhere from 3 to 6 air changes per hour are required for adequate ventilation. If you can't achieve that, it's likely you'll need large HEPA filters in your space. For print farms, ideally you should have the printers enclosed in cabinets that filter the volatile organic compounds released during printing. Many who wish to produce 3D printed items on a large scale may not consider these safety measures. I hope no one takes this video the wrong way, as I love plastic trinkets as much as the next guy, but many of these designs produced at scale are a kind of tangible slop. At least human artists make these designs though. I dread the day when generative AI takes over much of the 3D modeling process. This technology already exists and will only improve, becoming readily adopted by people who already don't care if they design their prints themselves. We have enough AI slop polluting the internet, and I'd hate to see it polluting the earth with plastic as well. Anyways, I'm Robert Tolpe, and if you like this video, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe, and I hope you have a great week. Bye-bye.
Caralho. Porra.
viu o socialismo de verdade, socialismo de verdade, planeta será que tem capivara na área, me diga qual será a próxima notícia dos maconheiros. Operação de apoio, história do Itamaraty, aquisição de recursos, é a falta de transparência, se contradizendo, casos assintomáticos. Vamos combater o ódio de certos parlamentares, fora a respeito das instituições, respeito mas episódio, será que vai dar grupelhos com faixas que Lula. Brasil não pode, Ministério da Saúde analisará suspeitas de morte por infinitas velas de empreendedores Trump seguiu onde eu não sei. Mesmo o diretor de disciplina nacional impreensível, explicação bem improvisação, convívio com o pessoal do socialismo, tudo pela democracia. Nossa população 4 vezes maior. Se o Brasil tivesse baú, estaria acima de mil. Presidente, verdade, sim. É possível não linkar os antigos americanos com black blocs no Brasil? Uma das pessoas mais preocupadas com liberdade, seja o ouro, seja a situação estratégica. Deus possa falar com você nesse momento. 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 Deus possa falar com você nesse momento.
Apesar de todos os medos, escolho a ousadia. Apesar dos ferros, construo a dura liberdade. Prefiro a loucura à realidade, impar de asas tortas aos limites da comprovação e da segurança. Eu sou assim. Pelo menos assim quero fazer. Aqui explode o ponto e arqueia.
Deus possa falar com você nesse momento. Deus possa falar com você nesse momento.
Apesar de todos os medos, escolho a ousadia. Apesar dos ferros, construo a dura liberdade. Prefiro a loucura à realidade, impar de asas tortas aos limites da comprovação e da segurança. Eu sou assim. Pelo menos assim quero fazer. Aqui explode o ponto e arqueia. Apesar de todos os medos, escolho a ousadia. Apesar dos ferros, construo a dura liberdade. Prefiro a loucura à realidade, impar de asas tortas aos limites da comprovação e da segurança. Eu sou assim. Pelo menos assim quero fazer. Aqui explode o ponto e arqueia. Apesar de todos os medos, escolho a ousadia. Apesar dos ferros, construo a dura liberdade. Prefiro a loucura à realidade, impar de asas tortas aos limites da comprovação e da segurança. Eu sou assim. Pelo menos assim quero fazer. Aqui explode o ponto e arqueia.
Deus possa falar com você nesse momento.
A sua avó é nazista. Seu filho é nazista. Sua irmã, seu irmão.
perto de você, tem um hospital público, né? Arranja uma maneira de entrar e filmar. Muita gente está fazendo isso, mas mais gente tem que fazer para mostrar se os leitos estão ocupados ou não. Tem um hospital de campanha perto de você, tem um hospital público, né? Arranja uma maneira de entrar e filmar. Muita gente está fazendo isso, mas mais gente tem que fazer para mostrar se os leitos estão ocupados ou não. Tem um hospital de campanha perto de você, tem um hospital público, né? Arranja uma maneira de entrar e filmar. Muita gente está fazendo isso, mas mais gente tem que fazer para mostrar se os leitos estão ocupados ou não.
Mostrar pra vocês.
Tem um hospital de campanha perto de você, tem um hospital público, né? Arranja uma maneira de entrar e filmar. Muita gente está fazendo isso, mas mais gente tem que fazer para mostrar se os leitos estão ocupados ou não. Tem um hospital de campanha perto de você, tem um hospital público, né? Arranja uma maneira de entrar e filmar. Muita gente está fazendo isso, mas mais gente tem que fazer para mostrar se os leitos estão ocupados ou não. Tem um hospital de campanha perto de você, tem um hospital público, né? Arranja uma maneira de entrar e filmar. Muita gente está fazendo isso, mas mais gente tem que fazer para mostrar se os leitos estão ocupados ou não.
Isso é muito tempo reivindicado contra mim, não contra o Bolsonaro. Né? E esse é o Bolsonaro, quem tem feito para me defender? Bosta nenhuma. Né? Chega lá, me dá uma condecoraçãozinha, enfia a condecoração no seu cu. Bosta nenhuma. Né? Chega lá, me dá uma condecoraçãozinha, enfia a condecoração no seu cu. Se você não é capaz de me defender contra essa gente toda, eu não quero a sua amizade. Porque eu fui seu amigo, mas você nunca foi meu amigo.
Retornei do banho. Sou muito burro. Caralho. Caralho, chegou nessa aí. Oh. Ah, seja bem mais recente, nossa.
Have you ever found yourself endlessly searching your streaming apps for something to watch and finding nothing that catches your eye? I know I have, and even did a video about that once. With a little help from my friend ExpressVPN though, those days will be long behind me. ExpressVPN is the ultimate skeleton key that unlocks the door to the stream in the description below.
You've probably seen my old cellular telephone. It's a little bit out of date, so I decided it's about time. So I got myself a new phone. Yeah, I guess it's a phone because it's also a camera. Yeah, how crazy is that? And you could talk to people by typing instead of using your voice. Wow, big advancement. And it has the internet, it has videos, and it also has, guess what? Video games.
Sure, there were
Não, esse aqui.
snake. Remember that? You're just a growing snake eating pixels while trying not to touch the walls or yourself. But since then, mobile games have come a long way. Now you know me, I'm the nerd. I play old consoles. I haven't played any of these crazy newer games in which you use your finger to touch the screen. Imagine if I could touch any of the games I've reviewed in the past. Like if I could touch Dick Tracy or Seaman.
I have a lot of catching up to do with all the mobile games in the past 25 years or so. So if I could pick only one to review, well, the choice is quite simple. Of course, go with the horse.
The game is called My Horse Prince, and I bet this is going to be fantastic. Just wait and see. Episode 1, The First Gallop. Here's the deal. Girl shows up at a ranch looking for some good-looking guys. She heard that princes ride horses, and then a weird Mario dude shows up. What the shit? Tell me,
Why is he bending his head to the side? Wow, talk about two different styles. The girl is fully designed with an anime aesthetic, while the ranch owner is God knows what. It's like some kid drew it. I've never seen such a distinct contrast in art styles between two characters in any game ever. Anyway, there's no hot guys here, but instead, appearing in a majestic ray of light is... Holy Mother of God! The horse's name is Yuma. She says, he has a human head, and then thinks to herself, a good-looking one at that.
Oh boy, it's a dating game with a horse with a human head that talks. Boy, we're in for some shit right now. If only we weren't in vertical format, you can see what I'm doing with my hand right now. But it involves all digits down and one digit up.
The ranch owner says weird girls born in the year of the horse sometimes see horses as attractive men. That explains it. It all makes perfect sense now. Then the gameplay starts. You're just collecting carrots. That's it. Eat up the carrots. Like a billion of them that randomly spawn. Wait a second. Did that carrot just drop out of the horse's ass? Watch that again. He shit out a carrot.
Yeah. Oh, that guy. Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have got this phone.
Anyway, you're just trying to eat enough carrots to get your meter filled all the way up, which takes forever. But the more you eat, the more your energy percentage decreases. To restore energy, you engage in multiple choice conversations with the horse. Answer the question right, you make the horse happy, and the energy percentage goes up. And that's about the extent of the gameplay. Okay, I got enough carrots. I filled up the meter, and now Weird Mario Dude asks me if I'll take the horse. I guess there's no choice. Wow, easy there. Thud. That horse is way too excited. And then, oh dear. Oh my God. Fuck. This is an image I never expected to see. I would have never imagined this in my wildest nightmares. How is this scene supposed to be interpreted? Is it trying to be romantic, or is the horse trying to kill her? I mean, the hoof is smashing the wall. First of all, could you lower that hoof and calm down a little? I would have died if he was an inch closer. Oh my God. The horse's hoof almost went right through her fucking skull. Leave a review on the App Store? I'm doing a review right now! I love how the options are okay or what? Exactly. Episode 2, treadmill training. Same thing, except you're running on treadmills. The horse is on a treadmill, and he's running them so hard into the ground they fucking explode! Damn! Why does he have to destroy them all? Why does he have to run on them anyway? The owner even says I keep buying new ones because he breaks them. No shit. Must be thousands. It must be all the treadmills in the world. It takes way too long to fill up that meter, and I guess the meter fills up quicker if your energy percentage is higher, which makes the items worth more points, I suppose? So you gotta talk to that horse, and you can only talk to him 3 times per stage. You can get a 4th talk if you watch an ad.
Com 5G da TIM você pode tudo. Pode fazer o que nunca fez na vida. E pode fazer o que nunca...
Good time to take a shit, perhaps?
After that, from what it's telling me, in order to talk again, you have to wait nearly 30 minutes!
You gotta be kidding me. Have some kind of mercy. It's a mobile game. It's something you play while you're on the go, and you have like a few minutes here and there. 25 to 30 minutes, that's longer than the level should even take. And there's like 10 levels each. You could beat ghosts and goblins in the time you could beat this shit.
No matter what you do, this meter is the slowest I've ever seen, and I mean that.
Anytime you get one of the items, it hardly even moves a pixel, and the items don't come often enough. But you can spawn them faster if you buy gold carrots, and I mean with actual money.
What kind of idiot would spend real money on this game? Let's do it.
You got the gold carrot, give it to the horse. Fever! Oh shit! What's happening? The horse is going fucking crazy! This is the treadmill apocalypse. Oh my god, this dialogue is amazing. My heart was racing because I thought I was going to die. Why do I have to spend money on that weird ass horse? I was wondering, you think that horse is weird? You think? So she tries to escape the horse, makes up a bullshit story saying she's too busy selling water infused with fresh air. Handsome horse ranch water.
Well, I bet that tastes handsome as fuck.
Every time you beat a stage, you get another insane cutscene. Here, the horse is lifting her chin with his hoof. What's your name? Oh, it's Nerd.
Yeah, that's what I put in.
Nerd. That's a nice name.
Well, okay.
Episode 3, The Morning Feed. It's morning, and the horse wants to make me breakfast. Rice, miso soup, and carrot salad. I've never heard anyone eat that for breakfast before. Yeah, that's the strange part. Never mind the fact that there's a horse in the kitchen with an apron chopping up veggies. And why did I wake up in the same place as the horse? No, I'd rather not ask. And why does he have to chop up so many green onions? You think he might be going a little overboard? That's gotta be truckfuls of that shit. Who loves green onions that much? What's wrong? Don't be picky and eat it all up.
Oh, shit. This is not an option.
Oh my god, he's force-feeding me. Just one more. Cough, cough, cough. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. The horse is shoving the fucking green onions down my fucking throat. I can see an old lady beckoning me toward Oh dear Lord. Oh. Episode 4, Street Corner Steed. While I appreciated breakfast being made for me, he almost died.
That only confirms it. That only confirms everything that we've been saying all along. The horse was trying to overstuff me to death.
I had no way of knowing that I would once again come face to face with the root of my problems. Yeah, the root of my problems. Yeah, we should talk about that. So here, there's a big water leak in the city. You have to make the horse whack at it with a pickaxe and spin into a tornado like the Tasmanian devil. It doesn't look like normal road work. Oh, wait, you're telling me that's not normal? Doesn't that happen on every city block when there's a leak? A horse comes in spinning into a motherfucking tornado? He's hitting that road pretty hard, but that's okay, right?
It's not the only thing he's going to be hitting hard.
Episode 5, Wave Jumps. Ooh, you gotta be kidding me, man. The horse is surfing. Is there anything this horse can't do? And the part she finds remarkable is that he's wearing sunglasses. Oh, then we get another disturbing image. Did I surprise you? My clothes are all wet now. Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Episode 6, Trial Fanfare. Now we're at the racetrack. Yeah, you know, like an actual horse race. Something that horses actually do in real life. Astonishing, right? Well, apparently they arrived by public transit, but they only talk about it. Yeah, of all the weird things that have happened so far, that's the only thing they don't show us. Could you imagine, though, a horse on a train with some deranged girl talking to it? Would have loved to have seen that. But anyway, this horse doesn't race like an ordinary horse. Of course not. He plays dirty, like kicking the shit out of the other horses. Why, that's damn rude. Episode 7, Wild Winnie.
I'll be honest, I've been playing this for hours and hours. I can't stop because I have to see what happens next. It just keeps getting crazier. Don't you want to see what happens next? Yeah, probably.
horse is a rock star. This is the most multi-talented horse I've ever seen. Human face or not, look at him go. He's using his front legs to play the guitar. That is class. And then he sings to me, "My love, nerd."
Interesting lyrics. A fuck a horse, save a cowboy.
Episode 8, Street Corner Cavaletti. This time, the horse has to fight a Mohawk guy. The funny thing here is if you engage in dialogue with the horse, it makes me wonder, how is he having a conversation right now? Does he stop the fight to say, "The stars look nice tonight," and then he goes back to fighting? That's not a normal horse. Damn right. Wow, you can say that again. And then he smashes his ass up against the dude's face. The force cracks the damn wall. This game is amazing. Episode 9, Riding Rivals. One crazy horse ain't enough in this game. Now there's 2. So the other horse, Ryoma, is his enemy, and they engage in a boulder-throwing battle. All you do is break the boulders he throws, and afterwards he rests his head on the other horse, saying, "Let's settle this at the race." Oh, I guess his head is in front of the other horse. I don't know.
Chegou o 7 do 7 do descontaço. Suas compras parceladas em até 21 vezes sem juros.
Cala a boca, Marcos Mion.
Episode 10, Stakes of Glory. Here comes the race, but the jockey isn't feeling well enough to ride, because he says, "My butt's going to explode if I get on a horse." My butt's gonna explode? I don't even have any comments to live up to this dialogue. Then let it explode.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Did I make this game?
So now the horse is racing against Ryoma by using those trademark kicks again, but this time you're riding on the horse's back, sitting sideways, I must add. You gotta love the classical music. That's the William Tell Overture, commonly known as the Lone Ranger theme. It reminds me of the last level of Earthworm Jim 2, where you have to race Psychro, which also has classical music. But anyway, I must win this race. I came this far, I can't stop now. I gotta do it, I gotta win. Gotta win. Win. Oh no. Oh shit, my battery's almost dead. Oh, I gotta charge. Gotta charge. Where's these chargers? Where's these fucking chargers? Here we go. USB, that's it. No, fuck it. Not that one. No, it's that Apple shit. Oh, that's it. I just, god damn it, I need an adapter now. Fuck. Oh, no. Here we go. Motherfucker, don't die. No, it's gonna die. Here we go. Plug it in now. Gotta plug it in. I gotta do it. Gotta get it. Plug it in. Oh, thank God. Come on. Yeah! So the horse wins the race. All thanks to you, nerd.
Whew. Well, that should be the end of the game. But, yeah, there's a, funny thing about that.
They added 3 bonus levels! Episode 11, Leisurely Amble. You're shaving sheep. Who gave this horse a razor? That's an energetic way to shear. You bet it is. He throws the fucking sheep in the air and shaves the ever-loving shit out of them. Bah, bah. Shave the sheep. Sheepy. He's shaving every sheep on the farm, every sheep in the country, and it's all just to make one single scarf. And the images have been progressing away from creepy to becoming more lighthearted, going for cute and adorable, which only makes it stranger. Episode 12, White Turf. Now the horse is skiing. Oh, more of the same bullshit, or, well, horse shit. And then the horse and the girl have a falling out over something stupid, and the girl runs away and gets stranded in the snow. And at last, episode 13, Lone Sprinter. She finds an abandoned cabin and keeps warm by burning her phone. Can you imagine the toxic fumes? And how much warmth would that even give off? And then she realizes she can't call for help. Dumbass. So the whole level, the horse is running through the snow to save her while dodging and knocking over trees. Ultimately, he crashes through the cabin wall like a Looney Tunes cartoon, and then they get together under the blanket. Oh boy. What am I resting on? His forelegs? I can't believe this is real! How did this game ever get made? Oh, I need a beer after that. Ha! Oh, God!
I love you, nerd. Don't be afraid.
Ah, no. I should have never played this game. Okay, get it off my phone. That's it. The phone.
No. Oh, nerd.
Fuck these modern phones. I'm sticking with the old shit. This is my phone now.
Wix te dá o poder da inteligência artificial para criar um site com todas as funcionalidades empresariais e um design feito sob medida para você. Personalize cada elemento do seu site e veja sua ideia ganhar vida em minutos. Controle tudo, desde as tarefas mais importantes.
Ow. Yeah. Help!
movie, 5 out of 5-star reviews on every site I possibly could. I probably could not have saved it from the very lukewarm reception that it got. Critics and audiences alike were pretty put off by the animation, which is admittedly pretty subpar even for the time. The movie's only saving grace is that it had an inexplicably, ridiculously stacked cast. Now, what do you do when you make a movie and it barely manages to scrape a profit and the overall reception is meh? What was that? That's right, famously anti-Semitic founder of the Walt Disney Company. You milk it. You milk it for every last drop. I created a multi-billion-dollar. All right, buddy, get your head out of your ass and put it back in the freezer. But what happened when you keep a franchise whose first debut flopped on life support for 2 more sequels, even though all of the big stars like Robert De Niro, David Bowie, and Jimmy Fallon all abandoned it? Well, that's when crawling out of the sewers, clutching a few gems of brilliance and artistry, but ultimately bloated with low budgets, bad acting, half-assed writing, and of course, the unapologetic fetishization of female trauma, the horror genre takes the reins. Yep, that's right. Arthur Malediction, actually this is French, so maybe it's Arthur Malediction, is a French psychological horror film and is the official 4th installment of the children's film series. Now, we've seen children's films and movies rebranded as horror for adults many times. It's a highly successful repackaging that enjoys virality on the internet and also sometimes fills theater seats. Though whether or not people get up from those theater seats wondering if they just wasted $10 is another story. What makes Arthur Malediction unique is that it was produced and written by Luc Besson, the same Luc Besson who wrote and directed the Arthur trilogy and wrote the original children's books the films were based on. So the question is, what the
Jesus fucking Christ!
Besson taking when he signed off on
Caralho!
because ding dong diddy kong, I need to get my hands on that prescription. Like the biblical Abraham, Luc Besson led his bright-eyed brainchild to be slaughtered on the altar of a quick cash grab attempt, with the movie getting a staggeringly low 3.3 out of 10 on IMDb and 1.1 out of 5 on Letterboxd. Who thought that making a horror movie about a dude obsessed with Arthur and the Invisibles was a good idea? That is a great question. I don't think a single person was thinking throughout the entire process this movie was made. What the fuck? Can someone explain me what the fuck? Oh look, this person actually rated this 7 out of 10 stars. Oh, 2 stars if I was sober. In France, where the film was released, it not only got an incredibly low average score of 1.8 out of 5, but there were hardly any press titles that even bothered to review it at all. So yeah, a weird French director with an impressive portfolio and a dubious past decided to make a bizarre and unnecessary horror spin-off to his own mediocre children's movie franchise, and that should be the end of the video. But it's not, because I have no self-respect. I paid 8 crisp American dollars to rent a movie so terrible that even the French hated it, and I watched it. So you don't have to. You're welcome. So the first thing I have to say about this film is it has one of the most god-awful English dubs that I have ever suffered through. Hi there, cutie!
You're so pretty.
The movie opens with the 8-year-old protagonist Alex and his friends watching the Arthur trilogy for his birthday, and when the mom tucks Alex in for the night, he tells her his dream is to become a Minimoy, the little tiny people from the movies. I would have bullied the fuck out of this kid, and I did musical theater. Honestly, the opening of the film is already so weird. It just feels like Luc Besson is hyping himself up about how amazing his movies are and inventing these imaginary children that are obsessed with them. It's very strange. We then cut to 10 years later where Alex escapes the French police dressed as Arthur from the movie and celebrates his 18th birthday. At this point in the story, you kind of just have to suspend disbelief that this teenager obsessed with a weird CGI cartoon from 2006 to the point that he dresses up as the main character would still have friends. But his friends are actually totally into it, and one of the girls, Samantha, actually dresses up as the love interest character from the movie for the birthday party. Cue some of the most uncomfortable dialogue that I have ever witnessed in a film.
That was 6 months ago.
So what? Oh, my boobs got bigger.
No, wait, that's not it. It's everything. The makeup, the costume, yeah, your boobs are bigger too.
Everything in this house is themed around the Arthur movies. Posters on the wall, a collection of toys in Alex's serial killer-looking bedroom, and also many of the gifts he receives from his friends. It's just really, really weird. Later during the party, after they rewatch the trilogy and eat, what the f*** is that? Is that dog food? Is that dog food pizza? What the hell?
Não. Isso me lembrou um negócio. Pizza criminosa! Ó, delicioso, delicioso. Pizza de alface. Pizza de formiga. Pizza de bolo de cenoura. Pizza sashimi. Meu Deus. Pizza pneu. Pizza feijoada completa. Pizza frango assado. Meio frango assado, meio calabresa, com o meio da pizza sendo pizza doce. Pizza PF com pizza. Aqui tem a batata frita, aqui tem o feijão, aqui tem o arroz, aqui tem a mistura e aqui tem a pizza e aqui tem o frango. Pizza churrasco. Ah tá, era a última. Pizza catupiry. Pizza Rio Tietê. Acho que a gente já viu. Pizza de miojo. Ah, não. Não. Pizza de testículo. Porra. Pizza meme. Não sei que merda é essa, não quero nem saber que merda é essa. A pizza triste mesmo. Pra que o coco? Macarrão. Doritos. Com batata frita. Among Us. Doritos. Formiga. Bala da Fine.
They found the house that was used for the live-action film sequences for guess what? His favorite movie. The group sees a video of his friends Momo and Palou at the house. Alex gets way too excited, and they all decide to go meet the two and see the house for themselves the next day. A group of young people go on a road trip to visit an old house, and strange things start happening. Somebody call the newspapers, because that's got to be the most creative and unique thing I've ever heard of. During the several-hour drive on the way to this super cool and definitely interesting house, the teenagers stop in a small town for some food while being stared down by some friendly locals. While there, one of the girls, Matilda, is taking pictures and spots human feet just hanging from the clothesline like Hannibal Lecter was doing his laundry, but then it gets torn down by an absurd number of dogs that apparently this dude owns. Like, I love dogs too, man, but what is this, 101 Irish wolfhounds? He licks his crusty teeth a lot and tells them the house they're looking for is dangerous and fires his piece off into the air, sending them running back to the car. But shotguns and severed limbs are nothing when you're on a road trip to see the house where less than half of a shitty European cartoon was filmed at. So these cool teens keep on driving until... Who could have predicted this? There's a tree fallen over the road. What a unique and previously unexplored plot device. So they all clamber out of the car into the dangerous woods on foot. Hooray! Excellent risk assessment, everyone. They finally make it to the house and find that all of the props and makeup from the set are still there for some reason, which is like, Basan, buddy, you made the original films. Are you telling me that you just cut the cameras and left all of your shit in a random house in Normandy? Like, the setup doesn't work because you made the actual original goddamn movie! So, anyways, after the teenagers run around exploring the house and referencing weirdly specific parts of the Arthur films...
Balthazar's covered.
Right, of course.
She ate his cake in there. It was in the second one. Yeah, look at that.
Four of them stumble upon a hatch leading down into the basement where they find a door locked from the inside. After a while, the only person in the group with even a toddler's level of observation skills mentions that it's strange that Momo and Palou haven't shown up yet. So they take about 5 minutes to yell their names and then inexplicably set up camp for the night instead of just, I don't know, staying in the house. During the night, Blondie here accidentally gives a random cell phone left in the grass a golden shower, which turns out to be their friend Momo's, but no one is really worried about this at all. After things get steamy between Alex and Sam, within literally 2 feet of all of their friends, hey, maybe that's just a French thing, Alex has a really trippy dream edited together in what I can only assume was Windows Movie Maker, and he wakes up to see figures walking in the woods with torches who vanish the moment he calls out to them. What does he do? He goes right the fuck back to bed. He really just said, not my problem. I mean, you gotta hand it to the man. He really values his sleep. Then we have a tickle fight montage in the morning set to what I hope to God is public domain music because charging to use it should classify as a federal crime.
Tell me, I'll tickle it out of you.
Then the gang finds out that somebody snuck into their camp and ransacked their food supply, so they send their idiot Douglas by himself to go buy more, while Dominique and Maxime go to find water in a nearby ravine to wash off. The rest of the group then find the garden gnome that was used in the original films to mark the passage of the Minimoy world, except, oh my god, it literally looks like a Dollar Tree version of the actual gnome. Besides, it was your own goddamn movie. And it turns out the gnome is actually guarding a real passage into the ground, just like in the movies. Meanwhile, the whimpering nerd finds a human morphed into a tree. They never explain this. I watched the whole movie. This is never once explained, then inexplicably takes his glasses off as he hears a stranger approach and gets knocked out. Then these two blondes finally realize that their friend Momo has been hanging above them the whole time they've been in the river. How the hell did they not see him sooner?
Da Vinci?
Then this Einstein proceeds to go untie the rope holding Momo, steps directly into a bear trap, and immediately drops Momo, snapping his neck instantly. But neither of them give a single molecular about Momo. They break the trap and then they just scamper away even though they technically just murdered him. We're just blonde boys. Meanwhile, the rest of the group decide to perform a colonoscopy on the mystery hole. 60 feet down, a hand grabs the camera and starts to pull Gene into the depths. This incident finally convinces these goobers to leave, and that's when Dumb and Dumber show up covered in blood. For some reason, Sam has medication with her that is, quote, strong enough to knock out a horse?
Give you enough to knock out a horse.
Which I feel like is not typically just available over the counter at your local CVS, so either Sam is a pharmacist or she's banging the local plug. They give the medicine to Maxime, and he's carried to the car by the boys while the girls wait for Douglas to come back with the other car. When the boys reach the cars, they find a tree has been cut down and smashed into the vehicle that they have the keys for, and even though looking at it, it's pretty obvious that they could have easily moved the tree off and driven the car anyways, they decide to panic instead and look for Douglas, who has the other set of keys. But not before Bassan sneaks in this little gem.
John, don't you know how to get into cars and jumpstart them like they do in the movies? Why? Because I'm black?
So the Da Vinci twins stay in the vehicle while Alex and Jean go searching for good old Doug. Back at the house, Matilda sees a figure watching from a window and locks herself in the barn to hide, where she is stung to death by bees, which she is apparently deathly allergic to. Meanwhile, Alex and Jean find Doug's severed arms in the forest, and Thing 1 and 2 get attacked in the vehicle. Alex and Jean literally hear their anguish screaming, and they promise to come back for them if anything went wrong, but they decide they're just gonna get the girls instead. Looks like chivalry isn't dead. Good job, fellas. But oh no, they're too late. Some computer science major looking dude cuts the swing Sam is sitting on, and the porch that they've been walking on all day without any trouble suddenly crumbles like one-ply toilet paper underneath her, and she falls into a hole leading to the cellar. In a weird cult room in the cellar that looks like it was put together with props from Party City, Alex finds Baloo's body, but who cares? Cause Sam's alive, right? Seriously, what did Momo and Baloo do to make this friend group hate them so much? Nobody reacts to their deaths at all. Did they do like an offensive impression at a party or something? As they try to escape the cellar, some dude who must have been trained by PETA from the Hunger Games morphs out of the wall and grabs Renata, and then Alex gets decked in the face with the same right hook that got Douglas. The group wakes up tied up and surrounded by people dressed as Bogo Matasalai, a fictional African tribe featured in the original films. We're just not gonna get into the somewhat problematic nature of the representation of African tribal culture in these films. We're just not gonna do that today. Even though the moon isn't full, the kidnappers want to perform the weird ritual in the films anyways, and they drag Alex away. The kidnappers apparently didn't get their knot-tying merit badges because the rest of the group easily untie themselves. And then Gene randomly reveals he's been strapped the whole time? Why are we only just now hearing about the gun, Gene? The kidnappers start tightening Alex's rope, which seems to be doing something for Alex. Gene just starts going crazy with the fakest looking prop gun I've ever seen.
Anyway, I started blasting.
Then out of the forest, a bunch of dudes dressed like the dorky-looking henchmen from the Arthur movies run out and give Renata a budget abduction, then start fighting the guys dressed as the Metasalai. As Sam tries to get away, she is attacked by this guy, dressed as the main villain, Malthazar. Which, I'm sorry, he's not winning any prizes at Comic-Con for that costume, but damn, he should enter the Olympics. Look at that jump. Excellent.
Boa noite.
Boa noite.
Form. Anyways, he gets thrown Looney Tunes style like 10 feet after getting shot by, oh my god, remember Krusty Teeth from the beginning? He's here to save the day! He kills the remaining cosplayers and then basically tells Alex, I told you so, idiot. Why the hell did you come here? Which, like, that's valid. The police roll in just in time to look around and say, yeah, everyone's dead. Oh, and by the way, that girl in your group that all of you ignored and bullied, she's also dead. Wait, there was another girl with us? Like, seriously, no one ever notices that she's gone until the very end. This is the worst friend group ever. Then the police tell them that the people that attacked them were just random teenagers from the local town that like to do hardcore roleplays, drugs, and kill each other. Ah yes, Luc Besson, you are so in touch with the youth. I remember being bored in high school and thinking to myself, you know what would be really fun? Dressing up like characters from a shitty movie released in 2006 that nobody cares about and stabbing my friends. You really got me there, buddy. So yeah, the movie ends with Alex seeing a figure peeking out of the second story and just not telling the cops about it, so I guess they can get jumped the moment they try to investigate the house. ACAB, I guess. The last scene is the 3 surviving teens being driven away in the police van, and one final shot of the house that started it all. So yeah, That's an hour and 27 minutes of my life that I will never get back. I could have used that time to call my aging grandmother or volunteer at a soup kitchen or even engage in debate with someone on Twitter with an anime profile picture, but no, I chose to watch this movie instead. So yeah, the negative reviews are, definitely deserved. Everything from the acting to the writing to the editing, it literally made me feel like I was watching a high school film project. And I guess the one thing we can get out of all of this is that, Luc Besson should be in prison. Oh, no, not for making one of the most terrible movies I've ever seen, because he married a 15-year-old when he was in his 30s!
Estomazil tem ação imediata contra a azia, tão rápida quanto...
Olá, eu sou o Matheus Canela e recentemente eu estava passeando por um shopping na cidade do Rio de Janeiro, tomando uma deliciosa casquinha sabor baunilha, quando de repente me veio à cabeça: uau, vou entrar naquela loja de brinquedos. Ao entrar nessa loja me deparei com dezenas de prateleiras com pelúcias, carrinhos, jogos de tabuleiro, bonecas, uma infinidade de coisas mágicas que fariam uma criança sorrir até o dia amanhecer. Até que então eu cheguei numa seção dessa loja de brinquedos e me deparei com isso. Um porta-chupeta do Romero Brito por R$ 72,90. Se eu não fui bem claro no meu português, eu vou repetir. Porta-chupeta do Romero Brito por R$ 72,90. Eu vou soletrar para que fique explícito o que eu vi naquele lugar. P-O-R-T-A espaço C-H-U-P-E-T-A espaço D-O espaço R-O-M-E-R-O espaço B-I-R-I-T-T-O espaço R cifrão 72,90. Um fodendo porta-chupeta do Romero Brito por R$ 72,90. R$ 72,90 no porta-chupeta do Romero Brito é igual você pegar um bebê inocente que ainda não fala, que ainda não anda, e pegar ele no colo e ele vai sorrir pra você achando que você vai fazer um carinho, um afago, e você catar na cara dessa criança e você ri. E você ri! R$ 72,90 num porta-chupeta do Romero Brito é você pegar um morador de rua que toma a própria urina para não morrer desidratado porque ele não tem acesso a uma torneira com água potável e ele só se alimenta de pequenos insetos e de suas unhas, dos dedos dos pés, porque ele não tem R$ 5 para comprar a porra de um croissant velho e amassado na padaria e dá pra ele um milkshake de biotônico fontoura e depois que ele tomar, vê ele todo fudido no chão, engruviando de dor e você ali morre! R$ 72,90 no porta-chupeta do Romero Brito é você ir até uma floresta e pegar um sagui filhote que ainda precisa dos cuidados de sua mãe para sobreviver, pegar ele e colocar numa caixa de uma raspeirinha da azaleia que você fez furo com caneta e colocou ele lá dentro para ele não morrer asfixiado, um mini cativeiro para o coitado do sagui, depois pegar ele e vender na OLX para um casal de japonês maluco comprar e fazer yakisoba com a porra do sagui, que ainda tinha uma vida pela frente, só queria pular de galho em galho na floresta e comer kiwi. R$ 72,90 no porta-chupeta do Romero Brito é igual você comprar um papagaio e ensinar ele durante 10 anos a falar palavrão, putaria pesada, pecado, coisa criminosa, e depois dar esse papagaio de presente para sua avó evangélica de 87 anos que só teve um homem na vida e quase morreu de pressão alta porque viu um beijo gay na novela da Globo. Porque na época dela, os pais dela educaram que isso era errado, que isso era pecado, que era coisa do demônio. E assim ela cresceu. R$72,90 no porta-chupeta do Romero Brito é igual você entrar, invadir a casa de madrugada do cantor Luciano, que faz dupla com o seu irmão Zezé de Camargo, acordar ele no soco, olhar no olho dele e falar assim: você não faz diferença nenhuma na música que vocês fazem. O seu irmão que carrega essa porra nas costas, ele sabe disso, todo mundo sabe disso, mas é de uma maldade gigantesca fazer isso. Então não faça. R$72,90 no porta-chupeta do Romero Brito é você com 13 anos que já acha que já sabe tudo da vida, vai na casa de um amigo seu alcoólatra e maconheiro e pede pra ele fazer uma tatuagem em você porque ele acha que é artista. Aí você aparece na sua casa com o braço, a cara do Rogério Flauzino, que você acha que o Jota Quest vai ser a sua banda preferida. Sua mãe olha o seu braço tatuado e ela chora. Por quê? Porque ela te deu leite da teta, porque ela te deu colosso, porque ela comprou fralda da Turma da Mônica, que é a mais cara que tem. E o que você fez com a sua mãe? Você tem o Rogério Flauzino no seu braço agora. R$72,90 no porta-chupeta do Romero Brito é você pegar um carro de Carapicuíba e ir até Penha, que é onde fica o Beto Carreiro, lá na puta que pariu da Santa Catarina, e num sábado, que é o dia que mais tem gente naquele parque, e onde você vai ficar 2h30 na fila do barco Viking, pra quando chegar a sua vez, 22 segundos depois que o brinquedo estiver funcionando, você vai colocar, vai cruzar o bracinho pro alto, falar que tá passando mal, fodendo a alegria de todas as outras pessoas que estão naquele barco, sabendo você que ia passar mal, porque você tem labirintite, filha de uma puta. R$72,90 no porta-chupeta do Romero Brito é igual esperar a semana inteira pra assistir as videocassetadas e só passa 4 minutos porque a porra da dança dos famosos ocupou o programa inteiro. E nesses 4 minutos é só videocassetada em HD. E você, que é um brasileiro de bem, sabe que videocassetada de verdade, videocassetada boa, é aquela com qualidade fodida, com qualidade de VHS, que tem 17/12/1998 no rodapé. É essa que a gente quer ver, Falsão! R$72,90 no porta-chupeta do Romero Brito é você ter assistido esse vídeo até aqui e não ter deixado um gostei, sendo que isso não vai te custar nada e vai trazer um sorriso no rosto deste homem aqui que só quer trazer uma alegria para este povo que sofre tanto. Olá, eu sou Matheus Canella. E ontem eu estava vendo vídeos divertidos de pitbulls interagindo com crianças pequenas e de enchentes. Até que em um certo ponto eu pensei comigo mesmo: uau, acho que está na hora de ver produtos online. Aí lá estava eu teclando e vendo os mais loucos e diversos produtos do cyberespaço, quando me deparei com este produto aí. Essa boneca bebê que usa roupas da moda e parece ter encefalite pelo tamanho de sua cabeça em comparação ao resto de seu corpo. Até aí tudo bem, era só mais um produto como qualquer outro. Até que eu fui ver o preço. R$94,90. A boneca LOL, que é do tamanho de um salamitos da Sadia, custa a bagatela de R$94,90. Esse filho de uma puta desse brinquedo que sequer tem um botãozinho pra acender uma luz ou cantar uma música em coreano custa R$94,90. R$94,90 numa boneca LOL é igual você em 2004 ir numa locadora pra alugar a VHS do Professor Aloprado numa sexta-feira, porque você se acha um espertão e pensou: vou alugar numa sexta porque eu posso ficar com a VHS no sábado e no domingo. Na segunda eu entrego. Aí chega a segunda-feira, você esquece porque você teve que levar o seu filho na natação. Aí depois você chegou em casa e estava jantando com a sua família, disse que recebeu uma ligação que tinha que ir pro trabalho fazer reunião. Mentira! Você saiu pra transar com travesti. E não é você transando a travesti, você pede a travesti para colocar um cintaralho revestido com lixa de polipedra, porque você tem um fetiche sexual muito estranho de ver o seu cu pingando porra, sangue e cocô. Aí depois você volta pra casa depois de uma noite sexual muito louca, andando igual um potrinho que acabou de nascer todo torto e desmaia no sofá de cansaço. Aí você acorda no dia seguinte e esquece de novo, os dias vão se passando. Aí de repente um dia, quando você está escovando seus dentes, você fala alto consigo mesmo: puta merda, esqueci de entregar a VHS do professor Aloprado. Aí você anda pra um lado, pro outro, pra casa desesperado, porque a multa já está altíssima e pensa: quer saber de uma coisa? Nunca mais eu vou devolver essa fita. E assim a história foi escrita, porque já estamos no ano de 2019 e essa fita está numa caixa de sapato, todo cristalizada de mofo e poeira num canto da sua casa. Seu irresponsável. R$94,90 numa boneca LOL é igual você tá sentada no sofá da sua casa, quando de repente você recebe um SMS no seu smartphone dizendo: concorra a 2 ingressos para o show do João Bosco e Vinícius, basta enviar quero show para 2777. Aí você pensa: eu não gosto do João Bosco e Vinícius, mas vou enviar mesmo assim. E você dá a cagada de ser a campeã e ganhar o sorteio. Você ganha os 2 ingressos, liga para sua amiga falando: amiga, ganhei ingresso para o show do João Bosco e Vinícius. E ela, como é uma mongoloide biscoiteira que faz bumerangue mexendo os pezinhos na piscina, aceita sem pensar 2 vezes. Aí no dia do show, vocês estão lá curtindo e a sua bexiga já está do tamanho de um mamão papaya, porque você bebeu muita cerveja barata, você se vê obrigado a ir num banheiro químico que tem cheiro podre de sonhos que nunca aconteceram. Aí no meio do caminho você conhece um boliviano que te joga charminho e você tá toda a periquita acesa, dá pra ele, vocês transam em cima do massaveiro. Aí depois do show você volta pra casa, os dias passam, um mês passa, a menstruação não vem. O que aconteceu? Parabéns, você está grávida de um boliviano que você conheceu no show do João Bosco e Vinícius. Parabéns, você enfiou a sua vida num cu. R$94,90 numa boneca LOL é igual você sair com seus amigos pra um karaokê e você chega lá, o lugar está mais lotado do que uma cela de cadeia da Paraíba. Aí você pensa: puta merda, eu tenho que escolher a canção certa porque eu vou demorar muito tempo pra cantar. Aí depois de 12 minutos folheando aquela bíblia, aquele fichário gigantesco, você escolhe a música Kiss from a Rose do Seal, que é mais ou menos assim: baby, I can make to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Aí demora 34 minutos pra você cantar sua música. Quando você chega finalmente no palco, você todo empolgado, chega um pagodeiro bêbado que você acha que tá curtindo muito a sua apresentação e chama ele pra vir no palco com você. O que acontece? Ele derruba cerveja na sua camiseta branca, deixando todo marcado o seu mamilo. Você está acima do peso, que aquele seu mamilo está do tamanho de um chiquinito da Sadia. Agora você está na frente de um monte de gente todo cagado de cerveja, com um instrumental de violino no seu fundo. Parabéns, a sua sexta-feira foi uma bosta. R$94,90 numa boneca LOL é igual você no auge dos seus 13 anos se achando transgressor, que passa o dia inteiro trancado no quarto escutando Slipknot no Caboing, pensando: que droga, nasci na época errada. Aí você pede para sua mãe te matricular numa aula de violão porque você quer ser um rockstar. Aí em 3 semanas de intensivão, o máximo que você conseguiu tirar foi o comecinho daquela do Nirvana, que é mais ou menos assim: down, 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 down. Aí você leva o seu violão para todos os lugares e fica tocando essa merda em loop, achando que tá todo mundo pagando pau pra você, que as menininhas querem te beijar e te levar pro banheiro pra te tocar uma punhetinha no vestiário da escola, sendo que na realidade todo mundo te acha um pau no insuportável e quer te encher de pedrada. R$94,90 numa boneca LOL é igual você passar meses e meses tentando ligar pro Bom Dia e Companhia e um certo dia, já sem esperanças, você finalmente escuta a voz do Yuri da Priscila do outro lado da linha. Mas, porém, você teve o azar de cair numa brincadeira que é uma competição. Você estava esperançoso. vou cair na brincadeira da batalha naval, vai ser só eu. Não, você caiu na brincadeira da tartaruga Sicília, onde você e outra criança vão disputar o prêmio. Aí você escolhe o lado direito e ela o esquerdo, e aquela brincadeira fica rolando solta e você ganhou, parabéns, finalmente, chegou o seu dia. O que acontece? Quando o Yudi vai rolar a roleta, pô, corta na sua linha. Por quê? Porque o seu pai, aquele alcoólatra, esqueceu de pagar a conta da Eletropaulo, porque pegou todo o dinheiro e ficou jogando em jogo do bicho. Aí você, devastado na sua casa, com sede de vingança, vai até a porta do SBT portando uma carabina que você roubou e espera o Yudi porque você quer muito feri-lo. E você consegue, parabéns! Você feriu o japonês bailarino que só queria trazer uma brincadeira saudável entre um X-Men e um Super Shot. R$94,90 numa boneca LOL. É igual você ter assistido por minutos o vídeo de um lunático gritando o preço de um produto que ninguém dá a mínima e não deixar o gostei e não se inscrever no canal dele, pois é só isso que ele te pede. Mas se você quiser dar a ele um palio ou uma viagem com tudo pago para o Peru, eu tenho certeza que ele também vai aceitar de muito bom grado. E é isso. Começou com slime. Esse slime ia tomar forma e ia virar um peixe beta. Esse peixe beta ia ficar cansado de morar no laguinho para sempre, ia criar patinhas, ia viver na superfície conhecido como lagartixa. Essa lagartixa ia ficar maior e maior, virando um dragão de Komodo. Esse dragão de Komodo que se tornaria os dinossauros. Dinossauros esses que foram mortos por um meteoro. Meteoro esse que virou um macaco. Um macaco que uns anos depois ia ser conhecido como ser humano. Ser humano que criou o fogo, a agricultura, o beijo na boca e o dinheiro. E foi inventando cada vez mais formas loucas de ganhar esse dinheiro. Algumas formas são justas e honestas, como por exemplo você pegar uma arara azul e vender para uma família que está precisando de um animalzinho de estimação. E outras nem tanto. E é por isso que eu tô aqui hoje. Por causa dessa merda aí. Eu sinto como se a minha luta contra o capitalismo estivesse sendo cada vez mais em vão. Como se eu fosse o Hércules, um homem forte, másculo, do peito duro, cortando a cabeça de uma hidra. E vai lá e nasce outras duas no lugar. Paga R$119 nessa camiseta branca com estampa chapada. Parece que foi feita numa compacta print. Sendo que você consegue fazer uma exatamente igual numa galeria do rock por R$25. É você pedir pra você apanhar em praça pública com uma tábua de bater bife na frente de toda a sua família, enquanto eles riem de você filmando pra mandar no grupo. R$119,90 numa camiseta do Friends é igual você com seus 17 anos e seus 138 quilos, você começa a jogar World of Warcraft porque a vida real não tem mais sentido pra você, porque você sobe 2 degraus de escada, você já tá pingando de suor, igual uma ducha corona com pouca veda rosca na hora de colocar. A sua cabeça tem tanta caspa que vem turista lá de Jaguariúna alugar sua nuca pra esquiar. Fora esse cheiro forte de bife de fígado que sai debaixo do teu braço, que a prefeitura de São Paulo teve que botar em quarentena. Essa sua boca também, esse puta cheiro de pinho-bril, porque você nunca escovou a língua. Tem bolacha passatempo presa nas suas papilas gustativas desde 2006. Aí agora você se vê obrigado a levar a vida como um orc de drag. Você vai jogando cada vez mais, vai se viciando. Todo aquele dinheiro que seu tio agiota deixou pra você fazer sua faculdade de designer gráfico na Unip foi usado pra comprar roupinha e espadinha luminosa pra joguinho online. Aí um dia você jogando, você conhece a Paquitinha Underline Fogosa, você começa a conversar com ela, você começa a gostar dela, vocês acabam se apaixonando, você começa a trocar fotinho de pinto, fotinho pelado, você manda foto desse seu piruzinho que parece um anelar de anão, cheio de catupiry na ponta, toda vez que você urina sai sangue, porque você tá adiando a sua cirurgia de fimose desde os 7 anos, porque você tem medo de agulha. Você lacrimeja de dor toda vez que você urina, porque você não tem coragem de passar por uma mesa de cirurgia, de ir num doutor consulta, que você acha que vai se curar milagrosamente, né, seu safado? Aí você fica 2 anos conversando com essa menina, você finalmente vai conhecê-la, você compra uma passagem para Pernambuco, você passa 16 horas num caiçara, uma criança chorando no banco da frente o tempo todo porque os dentinhos dela estão crescendo e a mãe não trouxe Tilenol pra dar pra ela pra passar dor. Aí finalmente quando você chega lá na rodoviária de Pernambuco, você descobre que a Paquitinha Underline Fogosa na verdade é um cara de 42 anos que tem a estrutura corporal do Quindim do sítio do Pica-Pau, te dando um golpe esse tempo todo e agora ele tá apaixonado por você. E você tá aí com a sua camiseta do Hora de Aventura, chorando, escorrendo ranho pela sua camiseta, porque você foi capaço, porque você foi burro. R$119,90 numa camiseta do Friends é igual você na casa dos 42 anos, você ainda sonha muito em ser mãe, só que se você tá sem transar aqui, ó, tem muito tempo, tem estalactite criando dentro da sua buceta, você grita, aperta a sua vagina, faz eco pela vulva, porque você não consegue prender nenhum cara na sua vida, porque você é louca, psicótica, você queima a roupa dos caras quando você tá com ciúme, pega e desenha folha de maconha com pedra brita na porta do carro do cara, finge gravidez psicológico, cacete, pra tentar manter os caras na sua vida, até que chega o final de semana que você fala, vou extravasar. Vai lá e compra ingresso pro show de Sandy Júnior, porque você disse que era muito fã quando você era mais nova, sendo que quando eles faziam sucesso, você já era velha. Você tava no terceirão mandando a sua camiseta pro seu colega de classe assinar, até que vem um filho de uma puta, de um canalha Zé Gracinha, e desenha uma piroca veiuda soltando leite na camiseta, estragando completamente a coisa simbólica daquela camiseta que devia ter um dia pra você. Mas tudo bem, aí você vai numa Renner pra comprar uma roupa bonita pra você ir no show e você vai e compra a camiseta P, sendo que você não usa essa numeração tem muito tempo, 16 anos. Se perfuma toda com colônia da Jequiti da Patrícia Bravanel, que tem um puta cheiro de sabonete líquido de rodoviária. Você chama o Uber pra ir pro show porque você tá doida pra cantar. Vamos lá. Ah, minha filha, você não tem mais idade pra isso, não. Você não acha? Você tá doida pra fazer aqueles 14 bumerangue no show, né? Esse seu Motorola antigo, com a qualidade de imagem, parece uma pintura de guache de criança de crédito. Aí você chama o Uber pra ir pro Parque ver o show e quando você entra no carro, só tem bala de milho verde e café, que são os piores doces da história da humanidade. Meu Deus do céu, você está colocando tudo que você construiu no cu. R$119,90 numa camiseta do Friends é igual você, garotinho mirradinho, que acha que a vida é só comer bolinho de chuva e tomar Nesquik gelado, e no primeiro dia de aula com a sua lancheirinha do Piu-Piu e seu estojo do Tasmania pra escola. Você que os seus únicos amigos eram o seu Aquaplay e a moça que revende Natura pra sua mãe. Aí agora você se vê obrigada a conhecer todo tipo de gente. Você chega na escolinha com a alma mijada, vendo todo tipo de pessoa. A menininha com um aparelho de cavalo na cara, o gordinho com a regata do Pica-Pau, os irmãos gêmeos mostrando pinto pra inspetor e rindo. Você ali quietinho no seu canto, com um gelzinho no cabelo, uma conguinha nos pés, o seu coração batendo igual um tambor de maracatu no desfile da Beija-Flor. O dia então começa, a sua professora tosse a cada 5 minutos porque ela fuma agudã, já tem 30 anos, porque ela já virou uma granada de estresse, de ter que lidar com criança, filha da puta, todo santo dia. Criança que come giz de cera, que fica cagando nos potes de tesoura. E você fica quietinho no seu canto, desenhando como foi as suas férias. Você é abraçado num boliviano vestido de elmo no Hop Hari. Aí as semanas passam, os dias passam, um puta tempo passa e você não fez nenhum amigo. Sua mãe vê que você tá borocochô, vai e compra um porquinho da Índia pra você, que é aquele rato gay que caga a cada 10 minutos e come meio quilo de chicória todo dia. Aí um dia você brincando com ele, ele vai e morde o seu dedo e você chora porque aquela dor é infernal. Agora você tá aí sem nenhum amigo e com o seu dedo pingando sangue no tapete da sala. R$119,90 de uma camiseta do Friends é igual você achando que a vida é só comer pão com salaminho e assistir a sua VHS do DuckTales enquanto você fica mexendo no pinto no sofá da sala. Até que um dia seus pais anunciam que vão se separar, porque a sua mãe descobriu que seu pai traía ela com o David Brasil, que ele era sugar baby dele. Não por dinheiro, mas sim porque ele gostava de mamar aquele caralho daquele gato. Aí agora toda vez que seus pais se encontram, um fica esculachando o outro, igual o jurado Arnaldo Sacomani com aquela mãe no palco do Aspes, como mostra o vídeo logo atrás de mim.
Mulher tá viajando, cheirou cola, meu amigo.
Olha só,
eu não chamo ninguém, cheirou cola.
Você que tem cara de maconheiro.
A nossa maneira de trabalhar nunca foi tão eficiente. A Monday.com possibilitou que a nossa equipe tivesse uma área de trabalho centralizada, onde podemos gerir.
Aí por causa dessas tretas, o Instituto Tutelar tira a guarda de você dos seus pais e você se vê obrigado a morar com a sua avó, aquela velha hippie que toda sexta de madrugada vai na Ceagesp e comprar mudinha de dama da noite, aquela planta que tem um puta cheiro de calcinha da boneca da Xuxinha. Como eu sei essa informação, não vem ao caso, a lei está do meu lado, eu tenho o direito de ficar calado. Aí um dia você acorda e pega o negócio. Cara, sinceramente, não adianta mais eu ficar aqui gritando à toa. Eu não vou ganhar do capitalismo inventando essas histórias. Eu preciso fazer algo realmente grande pra acabar com o capitalismo. Eu preciso fazer uma referência nerd, que vai todo mundo olhar e falar, caramba, Bazinha. Então segue o filminho agora.
Ah, Matheus Canel.
Ora. Se não é o senhor capitalismo, eu esperei tanto por esse momento. Pela nossa troca de olhares, eu imagino que vai rolar muita bicuda na noite de hoje.
Pode ter certeza que sim, Matheus. Eu vou te descer o cacete e vou comprar 14 filhotes de husky siberiano no Mercado Livre usando o seu cartão de débito.
Desgraçado! Só por cima do meu cadáver!
Você se descuidou durante a luta e eu peguei seu celular. E agora eu vou comprar muitos filhotes de husky siberiano. Eu sou inevitável.
And I am Matthew Simon.
A gente já viu isso aqui no Reddit.
Eu sou uma embalagem de delivery. Sou reciclável e feita com papel
combinação de Buscopan composto.
Buscopan.
Fala, pessoal.
Primeiramente, pizzas. Boa. Cristo. Só pizza de fígado aí. Não tá ruim. Ai, meu Deus do céu. Credo.
Que é o seu youtuber quase favorito, o Gostosão 2.0. Eu tô morando alguns dias, algumas semanas na verdade, aqui nesse sótão, uma casa de uma senhora de idade já, então foi meio fácil de entrar aqui. Pra minha sorte, a senhora que mora aqui, ela tem bastante medo do diabo, então todo dia eu desço às 3 da manhã e ela acha que é o diabo andando pela casa, então eu consigo pegar comida, pegar sabonete, água, tudo que eu preciso pra me manter aqui. Mas é complicado, é um trampo, né? É um esforço. Todo dia eu tenho que descer 3 da manhã, fazer algum barulho, bater alguma porta, virar algum crucifixo, fazer alguma coisa que mostra que eu sou o diabo na casa dela. E essa estratégia até agora tá funcionando, né? Eu tenho que aproveitar esse tempo enquanto eu posso, porque se um dia essa senhora resolve virar ateia, sei lá, ela vai parar de chamar um padre e vai começar a chamar a polícia, e aí acabou, né? Aí acabou a farra do Gostosão aqui. Bom, queria fazer aqui pra vocês um unboxing da janta de hoje. A janta de hoje é uma galinhada que ela fez. Olha só que gostoso, ó. E eu mantenho aqui comigo um monte de embalagem de marmita, né? Eu uso essas embalagens de marmita pra descer lá e pegar a comida dela e comer aqui depois. Só desci lá, peguei uma conchada de galinhada e pronto. Ela nem vai desconfiar que tem uma conchada a mais ou uma conchada a menos de galinhada na panela dela. E uma dica pra você aí que tá pensando em morar num sótão de alguém também, tem que aprender a diferenciar o som de um rato e o som de um gás vazando. O som de um rato vai ser mais ou menos bem quebradinho, com uns assoviozinhos no meio, e o som de gás vazando vai ser mais contínuo, vai ser tipo... E assim, pode parecer óbvio, os dois sons, de se diferenciar, mas depois de um tempo, quando você se acostuma a ficar aqui, você começa a ficar um pouco confuso e perde um pouco a noção de qual é qual. Então assim, sempre que você ouvir um gás vazando, aí você tampa a respiração, os olhos, tenta apagar as velas, não deixa nada que possa explodir do nada aceso. E sempre que você ouvir um barulho de rato, de roedor, aí você ergue as suas pernas, que dessa forma eles não vão morder as suas canelas. E aí você termina de comer o que você está comendo e depois joga a embalagem para longe, que o rato vai ficar lambendo aquela embalagem por bastante tempo. A língua do rato é bem pequenininha, então ele vai perder um bom tempo ali lambendo a embalagem. E por que eu tô morando nesse sótão aqui, né? Vou dizer logo a verdade é porque eu tentei me mudar para São Paulo. Eu não imaginava que mudar para São Paulo fosse ser essa aventura muito louca que está sendo. Eu descobri recentemente que morar em São Paulo é praticamente impossível. Não tem como você pagar os aluguéis daqui. Eu não sei como é que tem tanta gente nessa cidade, tantos milhões de gente nessa cidade, sendo que é impossível morar aqui. Então eu gostaria de trazer vocês para essa aventura comigo, essa aventura que é morar em São Paulo, essa aventura que eu gosto de chamar de autossequestro. E assim, a gente consegue concordar aqui que ser sequestrado hoje em dia não tá com nada, né? Você vai passar por uns maus bocados, vai ter agressão, xingamento, assédio, maus tratos. Basicamente, você ser sequestrado é uma situação meio cringe. E é por isso que eu venho apresentar pra vocês uma forma nova de ser sequestrado, onde você é o seu próprio sequestrador. Você simplesmente se muda pra São Paulo, que é um lugar maravilhoso, com diversas opções de cativeiro pra você morar em troca de todo o seu salário. E essa também pode ser considerada uma modalidade esportiva, que eu inventei aí, né? O autossequestro, como eu disse anteriormente, onde você é o seu próprio sequestrador e o seu próprio refém ao mesmo tempo. Parece doideira, né? Mas eu vou explicar. Vovó mandou bem na canjinha hoje. Eu já tô chamando ela de vovó. Assim, chamando quando eu converso sozinho, né? Eu nunca conversei com ela, senão ela ia me botar pra fora. E assim, pode parecer bobo, mas é muito importante você ter esse tempo pra se sequestrar, pra se autossequestrar. Porque nesse dia a dia dos tempos atuais, você precisa tirar esse tempo pra refletir, pra meditar, pra relaxar, ter um tempo pra si mesmo. Esse momento pra você mesmo é um momento essencial. Você precisa disso. E você vai ter muitas chances, muitas oportunidades de conversar consigo mesmo, já que só cabe você no cativeiro de 15 metros quadrados que você alugou por R$2.000. Não tem nada mais importante que isso, que entender nós mesmos, viver no presente, se sequestrar. E com o tempo você pode até desenvolver uma síndrome de Estocolmo, que pra quem aí não é informado, né, pra quem não assistiu La Casa de Papel, síndrome de Estocolmo é quando você tem um carinho, um apego pelo seu sequestrador. Mas nesse caso, o seu sequestrador, olha só, é você mesmo. Então você ter uma síndrome de Estocolmo quando o sequestrador é você mesmo, você está cultivando um amor próprio. Bom, esse é o primeiro lugar que eu olhei. 12 metros quadrados. Esse lugar mostra pra gente um conceito novo, né? Hoje em dia a gente tá tão acostumado a conteúdo rápido, né? TikTok, Reels do Instagram, Shorts do YouTube, conteúdo de 15 segundos, 30 segundos, coisa rápida. E esse conceito chegou agora para as imobiliárias também, que tiram uma foto de todo o seu apartamento em apenas uma foto. Olha lá pra você ver. Em uma foto tá todo o seu apartamento. O banheiro, logo ali atrás, a cama aqui, a TV e uma mesa. Você precisa mais que isso? Você realmente precisa de mais do que 12 metros quadrados para viver? Precisa mesmo? Ou o capitalismo...
O apartamento ainda tem escritório aqui.
Precisa disso. Um curió vive numa gaiola, um papagaio vive numa gaiola, por que você não pode viver em 12 metros quadrados? E olha só que pechincha, hein? R$747 no total, pra morar numa cama. E esse lugar, ele é inferior a algumas cadeias da Europa, né? Então compensa mais você pegar o valor de 3 aluguéis, viajar pra Europa, cometer um crime e tentar ser preso por lá, que você vai viver melhor do que alugar esse lugar aí pra você. Dica de ouro, hein? Vê se pega no ar aí as dicas que eu tô dando. E agora, segunda oportunidade de cativeiro para você morar. Essa aqui é especial, hein? Essa aqui vai para você, garoto ou garota gótica, que quer investir numa carreira aí de tiktoker gótico, youtuber gótico, não sei. Com essa oportunidade aqui de moradia, você pode ter o seu próprio cemitério dentro da sua casa. Você vê ali que tem um túmulo no meio da casa, né? Algo que parece um túmulo, uma coisa ali que parece uma sepultura de cerâmica, que não é das melhores, mas já dá para sentar em cima, tomar um vinho, tirar um rolezinho de cemitério ali, né? Se você tem ansiedade social, você pode tirar o seu rolezinho de cemitério dentro da sua casa. São Paulo é maravilhoso! Mas detalhe, viu? Vai dar uma de bobo. As assombrações da casa não vêm inclusas no aluguel. A única coisa que vem incluso é condomínio, IPTU, seguro incêndio e taxa de serviço. E é curioso que o seguro incêndio custa só R$9, mas não é surpreendente, porque um incêndio nessa casa aí seria uma solução e não um problema. E agora essa casa aqui me chamou bastante atenção, porque claramente não tá num estado muito agradável, né? Não tá muito apresentável. Estão metendo R$7.500 no anúncio. Isso que essa casa nem fica num bairro de São Paulo. Ela fica, na verdade, na capital da masturbação feminina. A cidade de Itapeciririca da Serra. Eu não acredito que eu escrevi um negócio desse.
Chegou o 7 do 7 do Descontaço. Suas compras parceladas de até 21 vezes sem juros.
Tenho que parar de fumar crack para escrever vídeo. E agora, uma outra oportunidade, né? A parte ruim de morar perto de um telhado é essa. Quando o avião passa, acabou o sossego. Acabou o sossego! E agora uma dica de ouro pra rapaziada gamer, hein? Eu já dei uma dica de ouro aí pra rapaziada gótica e agora pra rapaziada gamer. Mas assim, é a rapaziada gamer adepta ao speedrun. Não é todo gamer que gosta de speedrun. Mas nessa casa aqui você vai encontrar um fogão no banheiro, um varal em cima do box de tomar banho. Então você faz tudo de uma vez. Você faz o seu almoço enquanto estende roupa, enquanto toma banho. É pra viver na base do speedrun mesmo, fazendo tudo em questão de segundos. E é só R$ R$1.400, hein? Só R$1.400 pra você morar num lugar onde o banheiro e a cozinha ficam no mesmo cômodo. Agora eu vou fugir um pouco do tema do vídeo, que é falar mal de São Paulo, e vou falar mal de Florianópolis. Essa é uma casa que tá pra alugar lá em Florianópolis, lá na cidade dos Piá, ou dos Guri, ou sei lá. E olha só essa casinha, hein, meu? Olha aí. Vê se não dá um baita lugarzinho pros Guri traficar a noite toda, meu. Olha essa boca de fumo, meu. Por apenas R$4.000, você pode alugar essa boca de fumo já estabelecida e você vai ser bem recebido pelos outros hóspedes, que são os outros seres vivos que moram dentro do buraco desses tijolos aí que tem na casa. E você ainda de graça leva uma declaração de amor pro Rafa. Amo o Rafa. E São Paulo tem um nome fofo que eles gostam de dar pros cativeiros, que é estúdio. É como se fosse uma kitnet mais cara. E eu só vi isso aqui em São Paulo. Eu acredito que é uma kitnet mais cara. Eu não sei, eu acho que o conceito é esse. Eu não entendi. Se alguém entendeu, não me corrija. Por favor. Isso aqui é um vídeo de gracinha. Nesse belíssimo estúdio de 25 metros quadrados, você vai ter a experiência de morar num quarto de sanatório por apenas R$900. Descrição do proprietário: apartamento estúdio com ótima localização, fácil acesso para as demais regiões da cidade. Bom, então um dos pontos positivos desse lugar é ele ser bem localizado, perto de faculdades. Imagina que você estudou o dia inteiro na faculdade, chega exausto para dormir em casa, esse é o seu quarto, um quarto de hospício. É a receita para ficar louco da cabeça. E eu acredito que esse seja o lugar mais bem localizado da cidade inteira de São Paulo, porque se você passar alguns dias dormindo nesse quarto e coloca uma JBLzinha aqui do lado com sons de hospício tocando, com o tempo você vai começar a ficar louco. E ficando louco, você pode imaginar que você está em qualquer lugar. Pode imaginar que você está na Disney, pode imaginar que você está no Beto Carreiro, num parque de diversões. Olha o Mickey ali, olha o Pateta. Com o tempo você pode colocar até uma camisa de força para tornar essa experiência ainda mais imersiva. Então não perde essa oportunidade, viu? Só R$1.000 para morar nesse lugar. Não perde, porque não tem lugar mais bem localizado que a sua própria esquizofrenia. Você pode viajar para onde você quiser. Busco mulher cristã, sem vícios e que trabalhe fora, para dividir casa grande de um quarto, em Pirituba. Namorado não pode dormir em casa. Precisa gostar de gato, pois tem um gato. Bom, nessa casa aqui é proibido o ateísmo, você é obrigado a ser cristão para morar aí. Inclusive na varanda da casa tem uma fogueira para queimar qualquer tipo de bruxa que ousar passar pela porta da casa. Você paga só R$675 para morar aí nesse paraíso que é Pirituba, né? Realmente é um lugar bem próximo do céu. Você moscou, você tá no céu. Moscou em Pirituba, acordou no céu. Agora, olha esse próximo cativeiro. Cativeiro não, né? Estúdio. 12 metros quadrados por R$3.000. 12 metros. 12 metros quadrados. Dá uma olhada no banheiro. O banheiro, ele não permite que você faça o movimento de rotação. Se você quiser mijar, você entra de frente. Se quiser cagar, você sai e entra de costa. Não tem como girar nesse banheiro. Teve uma queda recente de preço. Olha só, já foi mais caro do que R$3.000. Eu acho que tá compensando mais aprender a falar em passarinho e tentar fechar acordo com algum João de Barro, sei lá, que construiu alguma casinha num lugar bem localizado, um metrô, um shopping, um hospital, e tentar morar por ali mesmo, virar um passarinho. São Paulo tá valendo mais a pena ser passarinho. Acho que por isso que tem tanto pombo. É pessoa que tentou morar aqui, não conseguiu, virou pombo. Começou a voar, virou pombo. Disponível. Alugo um quarto pequeno, bem limpo. Está com a pintura nova, papel de parede, sofá-cama novo. Possui ventilador, cabideiro para roupas, armário dentro e fora do quarto, pipipi, popopó, plá-plá-plau. Ela falando assim, parece que é um lugar digno de morar, né? Vai vendo. Você pode morar num quarto que só cabe a cama por R$600. O quarto só cabe a cama. O bom é que é um sofá-cama, então você pode transformar ele em sofá, que você vai ganhar mais 1 metro de quarto ali. Também não dá pra deixar de notar que você vai ganhar essas 2 almofadas aí, que tem um rostinho bem sincero, né? Eu tô quieto aqui. E o anunciante pede para que, por favor, se você for se sequestrar no cativeiro dele, se mantenha amordaçado, porque ele não gosta de barulho, não gosta de ser incomodado. Então quando for se sequestrar ali, ó, mordacinha, viu? E se você liberar um espacinho a mais ali, dobrar o sofá-cama, sei lá, você consegue colocar também esse outro sofá aqui, que foi feito com as sobras de prensado da biqueira e mais uns pedaços de madeira compensada, juntaram tudo ali, pronto, um sofá-cama. O bom desse sofá é que se você, por acaso, vier morrer num incêndio, pelo menos você vai morrer chapado. E aí, nisso de ficar olhando o aluguel de casa, eu tava mexendo na internet e o algoritmo fica colocando só aluguel de casa pra eu ver, né? Como se eu só fizesse isso da minha vida agora. E acabou aparecendo essa casa de R$11.000, que assim, não tem nada de errado com a casa, é uma casa de R$11.000 mesmo. A única coisa que me chamou a atenção nela, e me chamou bastante atenção, foi essa estética da casa, onde parece que que mora um assassino de aluguel dentro dela. Olha esses tapetes da casa, esse sofá, essas estátuas. Isso aqui parece uma casa de vampiro. Olha o cálice em cima da mesa, mano. Quem que tem uma porra dessa em casa? No outro cômodo aqui a gente tem mais alguns objetos antigos. Tem uma maca de hospital também, que provavelmente o canibal que morava nessa casa usava isso aí pra degustar os órgãos de suas vítimas. Aqui tem a mesa de jantar e os pés dessa mesa são umas estátuas do diabo, bem cabulosíssimo. Aqui tem um quarto onde fica o computador e na parede tem vários quadros de pessoas mortas. No outro cômodo aqui a gente tem uma daquelas caixas amarelas de hospital que serve para descartar coração de criança. Aqui a gente tem um urso de pelúcia para atrair vítimas inocentes. Na parede aqui tem um quadro de palhaço, que é a coisa mais cabulosa que eu já vi numa casa. Tem esse banheiro aqui que não é muito condizente com o resto da casa, porque é um banheiro muito simples para uma casa tão chique como essa. Curiosamente, nesse banheiro tem uma câmera de segurança. Então deve ser o banheiro onde ficavam as pessoas sequestradas. Aqui tem um daqueles negócios de hospital de pendurar saco de sangue, soro fisiológico, essas paradas. E agora esse eu acho que é o melhor banheiro da casa, né? Todo de mármore branco, bonitinho, tem uma vista pra natureza, é bem aconchegante, tranquilo. E é claro, né? Não podia faltar ter uma balança de pesar feto em cima da pia. Algo completamente normal pra se ter em casa. Às vezes o degustador de carne humana que morava nessa casa, ele pesava os bebês dele nessa balança aí. O bebê tá com menos de 3 kg, não dá pra jantar ele ainda. E é claro que isso aqui é uma brincadeira, é um vídeo de brincadeira. Provavelmente nessa casa morava uma pessoa idosa e doente, por isso tem todas essas coisas. Mas eu não pude deixar de notar aí, né? Era impossível deixar de notar essa estética cabulosa aí que essa casa tem. Aqui a gente tem esse apartamento aqui que é do tamanho de um quarto de hotel. Por, olha só, 3 mil reais por mês. Eu acho que com 3 mil reais dá pra você se hospedar num hotel todo dia. Então não tem por que você morar nesse lugar que é do tamanho de um quarto de hotel. E morando aí você até perde os benefícios que você teria morando num hotel, por exemplo. Que é café da manhã pronto todo dia, poder cagar na cama e no travesseiro e alguém vai limpar pra você, não vai ser você que vai ter que limpar. E essa outra oportunidade aqui, ó, 15 metros quadrados. 15 metros. Eu acho que um ônibus tem mais que 15 metros. Compensa mais morar num ônibus. E essa pintura vermelha na parede aí pode até parecer desbotada, é acabada, mas reclamar disso é você estar sendo exigente demais, né? Pra que essa exigência toda? Apaga a luz, poxa vida, apaga a luz. Deixa uma luz mais fraquinha, fica aquele tom avermelhado no escuro. Aí na parte de fora da casa você bota um letreiro assim em LED e coloca casa noturna. Ou então leitura de tarô. Ou então vendo carne humana. Abre seu próprio negócio. Ó, pensa fora da caixa. Tá faltando um espírito empreendedor aí no brasileiro. E essa área da lavanderia aqui? Pode até parecer precário, mas a beleza é subjetiva, né? Se você tá vendo feiura, eu tô vendo beleza. Essa parede aí, pra mim, ela tem história. É uma parede com história. Você pode ver os diversos tons de cinza que tem nessa parede. Diversos rebocos feitos por pessoas diferentes. Aqui tem um reboco, aqui tem outro, aqui tem mais um reboco diferente, aqui um musgo verde, né, em degradê, para dar um contraste diferenciado, não dá para ficar só no cinza também. Então assim, se você for mudar para São Paulo, vem com um pouquinho de noção artística, tá?
Estomazil tem ação imediata contra a azia, tão rápida quanto esse anúncio. Estômago sentiu, Estomazil.
Não vem aqui todo panguão também pra falar que uma parede dessa é feia. Não é. Feio é o seu preconceito. Bom, agora eu vou visitar algum desses lugares, porque eu tenho que ver isso de perto. Eu não tô acreditando que esse negócio é real, porque eu tô achando que a gente vive numa simulação. Eu tô tanto tempo aqui nesse sótão que eu não sei mais o que é a realidade. Então eu vou lá ver com meus próprios olhos que porra é essa. E eu escolhi o apartamento que parece um quarto de hospício por R$1.000 e vai ser ele que eu vou olhar. Então vamos lá, vamos nessa, vamos lá.
Bom, então eu fui lá, né, botei minha melhor meia da princesa Jujuba e fui em direção ao quarto de hospício de R$1.000 de aluguel. E olha só São Paulo, que cidade linda, prédios, vários prédios da hora. E esse aqui é realmente da hora, ó, ele é da hora. relógio, né? Da hora. E aqui em São Paulo é um lugar onde os ricos, eles não poupam mesmo o dinheiro deles. Olha o tamanho da air fryer desses caras, velho. Aqui um prédio com AIDS. E finalmente chegamos aqui no lugar que é realmente o que tava na foto ali. É até pior, para dizer a verdade. Mas pelo menos aqui tem 2 camas, né? Não é só uma, então já surpreendeu. Positivamente já surpreendeu. E eu não conheço muito a cidade, então eu não sei se é um lugar bem localizado, mas ó, se você olhar aqui dentro do vaso tem uma embalagem de Subway, então pelo menos um Subway por perto eu acho que tem. E aí se você contar aqui tem 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 passos tem o apartamento inteiro. E aqui não pode animal, então? Nem galinha, nada assim? Galinha? É. É que na verdade meu irmão tá procurando um lugar pra montar um galinheiro indígena.
Não faz sentido. Não, de jeito nenhum. Pelo amor de Deus.
Aqui é outro lugar?
Nem pense nisso. Esse é outro apartamento.
Sem galinha então.
Bom, então é isso, né? São Paulo é isso. Você vai gastar aí 3 salários mínimos para morar num lugar de 20 metros quadrados e nem vai poder criar um galinheiro indígena na sua casa.
Nove de cada 10 clientes compram e aprovam os carros da Localiza Seminovos.
A new way to imagine your space.
Tá com preguiça de cozinhar hoje? Vai pedir comida, eu te entendo, mas saiba que é uma tarefa difícil e você já sabe disso. Quantas vezes a gente não abre o aplicativo e fica olhando? E cara, passa 10 minutos, passa 20, passa meia hora e você ainda não decidiu o que vai comer. E quando você vê, já são 11h30 da noite, tudo fechou e você vai ter que comer novamente Biscoito Maria. Esse vai ser o seu jantar. Então pra não acontecer isso, você vai ver esse videozinho aqui. Vou tentar fazer uns 15 minutos, no máximo. Eu vou dar nota pra todas as comidas. Já fiz isso, dei nota pras comidas brasileiras, só que eu quero dar nota pras comidas delivery. Porque tem coisa que não chega boa, tem coisa que chega mais ou menos, tem coisa que vai te destruir amanhã, e você sabe disso. Então vamos começar aqui, algum clássico hambúrguer. Vamos começar no hambúrguer, famoso lanche. Não é tão caro, eu diria que tem um preço médio aí, um hambúrguer. Aqui em Santos, porra, vai pedir um hambúrguer, tá saindo uns 40 conto pedir o combo. Mas eu sei que na maioria das cidades é mais barato que isso. Vai gastar uma grana média, vai ficar satisfeito, é gostoso, você vai... Mano, você vai ficar muito feliz com o hambúrguer, você vai comer ele. Chega rápido geralmente, porque a hamburgueria tá acostumado a mandar as coisas, né? Tem bastante demanda e tal. Só que existe a possibilidade de você passar mal. Você sabe disso, mano. Você sabe que amanhã, se você pedir hambúrguer hoje, existe a chance de você cagar caldinho. Principalmente do que você pedir nesse hambúrguer. Contando com isso, né? Tipo, 2 hambúrgueres com mais bacon, com mais maionese, sei lá o que. Então, tipo, vou colocar, depende da hora. Hambúrguer é bom, depende da hora. Tem que ver se no outro dia você vai precisar estar a postos ou você pode ter um dia sentado no trono. Assim, pra quem é jovem, tem menos chance, tá? Mas pra quem já é mais velho, aí saiba disso. Eu acho que não dá pra pedir a todo momento hambúrguer. Sushi, mais um clássico. eu chuto que, mano, até as cidades menores do Brasil, cidades de 5 mil habitantes, já tem um restaurante japonês aberto. Antigamente tinha cidade menor do interior que não tinha, mas hoje em dia é super comum, todo mundo tem acesso a isso e, porra, é bom demais. Só que o problema do sushi, você já sabe, né? É pelo menos o dobro do preço do hambúrguer. Tu vai pedir sushi, vai pedir temaki, vai pagar aí coisa de pelo menos 60 reais aí pra se alimentar bem. Então, tipo, o dobro do hambúrguer. Eu diria, pode pedir que vem bom. O sushi, ele não é agressivo, ele é peixe cru com arroz. Mano, zero chance de fazer você cagar mal. Uma comida até que relativamente leve, eu acho, pelo menos. Só que por ser caro, eu acho que eu vou colocar no depende da hora. Tem que ser uma situação especial, assim. Não dá pra você ficar todo dia pedindo sushi. Dá, se você for um maníaco que vai gastar todo o seu dinheiro. Daí é problema seu. Mas também eu acho que se pedir todo dia, imagina, todo dia comer sushi, velho. Tu vai enjoar tanto disso, você nunca mais vai comer na vida, praticamente. Feijoada. Vários lugares entregam feijoada, mas deixa eu te contar uma coisa. Você é insano se você pede feijoada, primeiro, à noite, qualquer dia da semana. Pediu feijoada à noite, você tem que ser internado. E pediu feijoada fora de quarta-feira, sábado. Quarta-feira eu até diria que, tipo, mano, vai com cuidado, tá? Porque pode estragar sua semana. Sábado, e eu deixo domingo, eu permito domingo. Mano, qualquer outro dia, pedir uma feijoada terça-feira, você é louco, você tem problema mental. Então, feijoada eu vou colocar que é bom. Geralmente chega muito boa, não tem como dar errado uma feijoada, mas depende da hora. E vai cair como uma bomba, tá ligado, né? Pizza, mais um clássico aqui. Você pedir pizza na hora do almoço também você é insano. Você, cara, vai ser preso, tá? Não faça isso. Já tentou? Você já tentou pedir pizza na hora do almoço? Eu acho que nem é permitido pela legislação brasileira. A pizza também é bom. Eu diria que ela é mais leve que uma feijoada, mas na mesma categoria do hambúrguer, assim. Porra, é queijo, é massa, geralmente uma calabresa extremamente apimentada em cima, ou um frango com catupiry, é gordura pura, né? Mas é bom, hein? O gosto é bom, querendo ou não. Então eu vou deixar aqui, depende da hora, tu não vai querer me pedir pizza no almoço. Churrasco, eu diria que cai junto com a feijoada aqui. Nenhum maníaco pede churrasco à noite, né? Tu não vai numa churrascaria à noite. Já viu isso? Eu nunca vi alguém fazer isso. Tipo, tá ligado? Aquela churrascaria que tu senta, paga um preço e come à vontade, quanto quiser. Cara, como é que tu vai dormir depois? Cheio de carne assim. Demora pra carne ser digerida, né? Então, o churrasco só no almoço. Geralmente vem com uma farofa, vem um arroz. Não vem só o churrasco, só a carne, né? Vinagrete, porra, bom demais na hora do almoço. Mas isso aí pode rolar qualquer dia da semana, ele é bem mais livre. O vinagrete eu vou colocar junto, eu vou tirar ele daqui porque ninguém pede vinagrete sozinho. Tem um delivery de vinagrete, mano. Ah, esse aqui. Esse é o rei do delivery. Prato feito, eu vou transformar ele na versão delivery, que é o famoso marmitex. Arroz, feijão, batata frita, talvez uma saladinha que vem separado, pelo amor de Deus, não venha junto, porque senão vai estragar o feng shui da parada. E um picadinho, um frango, um peixe talvez, se você for um pouco mais chique, ou morar numa região que tem bastante peixe, né? Porra, delícia. Eu sei, tem cara de almoço? Tem, mas me escute quando eu falo que dá pra você pedir à noite isso e ser feliz também, tá? Prato feito à noite não é crime, é difícil de encontrar. Não tem tanto lugar que serve à noite, mas você pede, ou pede 2 na hora do almoço e deixa um pra noite. Tem que pensar, gente, tem que pensar. Perfeito, pode mandar bala no prato feito, não tem erro. Talvez ele não é tão gostoso assim, ele não é, não vou dizer gostoso, ele é até mais gostoso que um hambúrguer, que um sushi, mas ele não é tão diferente, não é tão especial. Então, tipo, por ele ser banal, a galera não dá o devido valor, né, que ele realmente tem. Então, eu vou deixar o prato feito aqui top tier, mano, não tem erro. Tipo, ele não faz você passar mal, ele é de boa, não tem como vir errado. Inclusive tem salada aqui, mano. Tipo, se tu vai no restaurante pedir salada, é uma coisa, dependendo do restaurante já é uma coisa perigosa. Agora, você pedir em casa uma salada, tem que ser num lugar que você confia muito. Eu vou deixar aqui, não tem chance de vir zoado, até porque a salada, ela depende um pouco da beleza dela. E quando o motoqueiro vem passando em lombada, salada vai misturando tudo, que era líquido vira sólido, que era sólido vira líquido. E quando você vai ver, você tem uma amálgama de vegetais que você não compreende mais o que é. Então, porra, fica meio zoado. Esfirra, aqui tá junto com nada, é uma esfirra fechada, é isso que eu quis dizer. Só que eu acho que a maioria dos lugares entregam esfirra aberta, né? Tipo, Habib's, tem esse tipo de esfirra, esse aqui é o mais comum. Inclusive, mano, cuidado com o Habib's, não peça, tá? Eu sei que é muito barato, então por isso que você tem que ter um pouco de cautela, porque é muito barato, é desconfiável de barato. Esfirra, é, no geral, bem barato, é mais barato que pizza, tá? Tipo assim, uma pizza inteira tu vai gastar o quê? Porra, me julguem, mas aqui em Santos, geralmente tu gasta 60, 70 conto de um lugar top, um lugar bom. Agora, no lugar médio, tu vai gastar, porra, 35, 40 conto, vai ser zoado, tá ligado? Você tem certeza que a pizza de 30 conto vai ser zoada. A esfirra tu gasta 30 conto tranquilo, velho. Vem tipo uma esfirra excelente, boníssima. Eu acho ela menos pesada que a pizza, até porque ela não tem tanto queijo assim, dependendo do que você pedir também, né? Mas no geral, ela é mais carne do que queijo, né? Tem sabor frango também, tem vários sabores de esfirra. Ela é como se fosse uma pizza tamanho individual. Você consegue controlar muito mais quantas você vai pedir. É fácil de pedir pra galera. Eu acho que não tem erro pedir esfirra, hein, mano? Pode mandar bala na esfirra se tu tiver com fome agora. Eu acho que é um grande competidor. É tão gostoso quanto a pizza, só que tem peculiaridades que deixam ela mais fácil de ser utilizada. Eu acabei de tirar a bolinha de queijo dessa lista, porque eu vou colocar a coxinha junto. E eu acho que tá basicamente na categoria pedir salgadinho. E, mano, sinceramente, se você janta salgadinho, você tem que rever a sua vida. Se for uma festa de alguém, aniversário e tal... Ah, aniversário da tua mãe. Pô, vou pedir um cento de salgado aqui. Um cento de salgadinho, baratérrimo. É gostoso, tá? Não tiro a razão disso. Só que você vai passar mal. E é extremamente não saudável. Tá comendo óleo puro, né? Ainda mais porque essas coxinhas que vem mini coxinha, mini salgado... Mano, elas têm isso aqui de frango, tá ligado? Os caras colocam com seringa dentro o frango. O resto, tudo aquela maçaroca, que é gostosa demais, mas é uma maçaroca. Então, bicho, eu vou deixar aqui, em homenagem a Pablo Vittar, a categoria vai passar mal e a coxinha é meio que isso, tá? Vai com cuidado. Se não for aniversário de alguém, não peça. Beirute, quem mora em cidade que tem bastante descendente de árabe, que eu acho que a maioria das cidades grandes pode ter contato com essa maravilha do Oriente Médio. Porra, Beirute, ele é a evolução do hambúrguer, talvez. Eu diria, olha esse, mano, com uma cachoeira de batata frita. Porque ele, além de vir... Tá, esse aqui é zoado, que vem com queijo e presunto. Às vezes vem, grande parte das vezes vem. Não é zoado, é ok ter queijo e presunto, mas eu prefiro sem. Ele vem carne, geralmente é bife ou kafta, também que é uma delícia. Queijo, salada, obrigatoriamente o Beirute tem que vir com salada, mano. Se não for pra pedir com salada, tu não pede Beirute. E mais queijo. E aí, se você corta em... Ele é grandão assim, né? Você corta em 4 pedaços, serve pra galera. Hoje em dia o que tá tendo, hoje em dia já faz uns 10 anos que tá tendo isso, é Beirute fechado, que é como se fosse uma shawarma, né? Famoso taco árabe. Taco não, burrito árabe. Nossa, eu tô olhando isso, é muito bom, na moral, velho. A gente tem aqui isso, acho que não colocaram não. Mas eu vou deixar junto com o Beirute, eu vou deixar o kebab, eu vou deixar a shawarma. Shawarma é a mesma coisa que kebab, na real, né? Nossa, mano, isso na moral é bem melhor que um hambúrguer, tem bem menos chance de fazer você ter piriri do que um hambúrguer, então... Eu vou colocar top tier aqui. Pode pedir sem medo do restaurante árabe aí. Geralmente o mesmo restaurante que vende esfirra vende Beirute ou kebab ou shawarma. Batata frita você não pede ela sozinha, ela é um acompanhamento do hambúrguer. Então acho que eu vou tirar ela da lista, porque na minha cabeça ela já vem com hambúrguer, vem com Beirute, né? Tem coisas que vem com batata frita, mas você não vai jantar batata frita. Frango assado, a gente tem alguma opção de frango frito? Porque senão eu vou deixar ele como frango frito. Até porque ninguém pede frango assado. Você vai até a padaria no domingo comprar frango assado, que assou no dia. Você não simplesmente pede. Hoje em dia deve ter, mas não é o comum. Você pede frango frito, como ele não tá aqui, eu vou deixar esse frango como frito mesmo. Tipo assim, você sabe que você vai passar mal com frango frito. Até porque, cara, eu não sei, eu sou muito louco por odiar frango frito. Tipo, achar nojento mesmo. Tipo do KFC, mano, esses frango frito de rede, juntos na cozinha, KFC. Mano, essa porra é literalmente, você pede um balde de frango frito, não vem tipo, um pouquinho de frango, um pouquinho de salada, meio a meio assim, ou um frango e um outro pãozinho pra você comer junto. Não, é frango frito, acabou, velho. Só vem isso, seco pra caceta, frito pra cacete, até porque esse negócio se enruga de um jeito que a fritura parece que tem o dobro do peso de fritura de casquinha do que de frango, né? Nossa, eu acho isso horrível. Eu já comi algumas vezes, inclusive já comi sanduíche do KFC com esse frango. E, bicho, não recomendo, não peçam. Vou deixar que não vai passar mal frango frito.
Tudo é possível na Monday. Ela é uma ferramenta flexível e modular. Após usar a Monday.com, hoje eu consigo ter uma visão rica em tempo real e eu não preciso gastar energia fazendo esses dados, cruzando esses dados, porque a própria ferramenta já está customizada para nos trazer essas informações. Ela é visual, ela é dinâmica e eu mesmo consigo criar algumas automações. Então, se existe uma necessidade, eu sei que a Monday vai me ajudar de alguma forma. Não existe não dentro da ferramenta.
inusitada somente no McDonald's.
Não tem condição. Bolinho de arroz, acho que ninguém pede bolinho de arroz, mas é uma delícia. Se você pedir, provavelmente ele vai chegar meio molengão, assim. Vale também pro bolinho de bacalhau. Eu acho que são coisas que você tem que comer na hora. Não dá pra simplesmente pedir bolinho de bacalhau. O bolinho de bacalhau ainda vai ter um gosto bom, mas a textura dele não vai chegar tão boa. Calabresa, eu duvido que tenha algum insano aí que pede calabresa. Talvez a gente vai colocar mais coisa aqui no por favor, não, né? Mas como eu acho que não tem ninguém que pede, tipo, ah, porra, alô, vê uma porção de calabresa aqui em casa. Daí vai o motoqueiro. Nada a ver, né? Tu come isso no bar porque não tem nenhuma outra opção. Acabou tudo no bar, tu vai pedir a calabresa. Se bem que, mano, é gostoso, mas é gostoso tipo umas 3, assim, aquela calabresa acebolada. Come 3, 4 ali, porque, porra, comer um prato disso é difícil. Tu vai ter que beber água a noite inteira depois. Empadão, eu nunca pedi empada, mas eu acho que deve... é a mesma coisa que torta. Torta eu já pedi, e eu acho que é uma comida boa de pedir, sim. Eu diria, ela é perfeita pro combate aí do motoqueiro. Ela vem certinha, geralmente, o empadão, né? Fica ali com sua estrutura intacta. O recheio é bom, ele é fácil de comer. Porra, eu acho que é gostoso. A massa é boa, pô, empadão. É isso, pode mandar bala no empadão, pede aí que é sucesso. Arroz carreteiro, eu diria até comida mineira no geral, assim. Feijão tropeiro, é mineiro isso? Sei lá, velho. Esses restaurantes que tem arroz carreteiro, sempre tem o feijão tropeiro junto. Tem torresmo, tem coisas extremamente pesadas, né? Tinha uma época que eu pedia isso bastante de almoço até. Lá em São Paulo, mano, tinha sabores de Minas, qualquer porra assim. E vinha um caixotão, mano, lotado disso, dava pra comer no almoço e no jantar, a mesma caixa. Isso era excelente, era bom, não dá pra pedir à noite, se bem que eu comia à noite e geralmente não passava mal. Vem tipo linguiça, vem arroz, é óbvio, mas vem ovo, bacon, vem um monte de coisa misturado, né? Nunca veio zoado, mas eu acho que depende da hora, assim, vai com cuidado, é pesado. Cachorro quente, porra, eu tenho uma confissão para fazer. Eu não gosto de cachorro quente. Sei lá, tipo, o pão do cachorro quente que a galera usa é seco pra caceta. Não tem como esse pão ser bom. Tu olha pra ele, tu já sente a secura na língua. É horrível. Eu prefiro cachorro quente com pão francês. Nossa, 1000 vezes melhor, velho. Na moral. Daí você coloca 2 salsichas. Porque esse aqui ele é feito pra caber uma salsicha. Mó migué do cacete. Olha isso, olha como é seco esse pão. Uma salsicha, o que você sente o gosto mais é do ingrediente que tem mais, que no caso é o pão, né? Geralmente. Então você morde lá o cachorro quente, vem esse pão merda, a salsicha é gostosa. Gosto bastante. Mas por causa do pão, se for uma salsicha, um cachorro quente de pão francês, daí beleza. Até tópolis, mas, cara, eu acho que tem chance de vir zoado. Ainda mais porque ele vai vir balangando cachorro quente, vai cair batata palha pra um lado, vai se lambuzar inteiro de ketchup. Porra, não tem como chegar bom na tua casa o cachorro quente, vai. Lasanha, acho que eu nunca vi ninguém pedir lasanha, né? Tipo, tu liga no restaurante e pede uma lasanha, só se for um almoço, lasanha, um almoço de domingo assim, lasanha é um bagulho grande pra várias pessoas. Eu acho que eu vou até tirar porque não faz muito sentido. Macarrão faz sentido, eu não sei se tem muito lugar, eu particularmente nunca pedi macarrão na minha vida, assim, pelo menos pra comer sozinho numa sexta-feira à noite, por exemplo, tá ligado? Ah, vou pedir o que? Um macarrão. Parece mais uma coisa que, sei lá, velho, tipo, pede pra um almoço da família mesmo, pra 4 pessoas. Mas eu sei que a galera pede macarrão. Tem vários restaurantes italianos e tal. Geralmente é barato, mas nem sempre é bom. Cara, é difícil achar um macarronada boa no Brasil aqui, sendo italiano chato pra caralho aqui. Não, meu, porque meu avô era italiano. A gente que sabe como é um macarrão bom, mas não. Só que sendo bem chato mesmo, tipo, porra, sei lá, meu, macarrão de restaurante geralmente aquele bolonhesa com molho de tomate de caixinha zoado, alho e óleo tem também, que vem aqueles alho queimado, tudo, porra, cara, ninguém tem carinho com macarrão, tá ligado? Dificilmente tu pede um macarrão bom, feito com a massa na hora, tá ligado? Os caras pegam um Barilla, tá louco, velho, taca o Barilla aí na panela, deixa e depois taca o molho pomarola em cima, fica aquela maravilha, né? Macarrão com molho vermelho, não pode nem dizer que é molho de tomate, porque literalmente esse molho ele não é feito de tomate, é feito de vermelho, é isso. Nossa, velho, prato triste, na moral. Ah, velho, não pede macarrão. Tu não vai passar mal, mas tipo assim, tu podia ter gastado bem melhor esses 30 reais. Pede um hambúrguer, pede uma esfirra, não vai no macarrão, nem fudendo, velho. Panqueca também não sou grande fã. Sei que é uma comida que muita gente pede. Eu particularmente nunca pedi panqueca. Eu não sei como é que ela chega em casa. Eu acho que ela chega bem direitinha, porque ela tem cara que cabe certinho nos potinhos assim. E daí quando chega em casa vem tipo 3, 4 panquequinhas sem sair do lugar, bonitinha pra você comer naquele potinho de alumínio. eu acho que pode ser uma boa. Eu não vou falar que pode pedir que vem bom, porque eu não tenho certeza, mas eu acho que pode ser uma boa. Fica aqui em cima, também não é caro, panqueca, recheado aí, não é mais gostoso do que um hambúrguer, tá? Todo mundo sabe disso, mas é uma possibilidade. Sanduíche de salame. Não, isso aqui tu não pede, tu vai na padaria, compra e faz o seu. Pastel, também tem gente que pede pastel. Eu já cheguei a pedir pastel algumas vezes. Não foram momentos que eu me orgulho muito na minha vida, mas já cheguei a pedir pastel. O pastel, se você conhece o lugar que vai preparar esse pastel, vai na fé, porque você sabe que o pastel não vai vir oleoso. Mas o pastel é uma comida que muita gente consegue errar, né? É foda isso. Chega aquele pastel oleoso, giz de cera? Que é isso, mano? Pastel pingando óleo. É isso aqui, velho. Pingando chorume. E daí ele vem naquele saco de pastel clássico, né? E quando chegar na tua casa, aquele saco tá transparente de tanto óleo que pingou. Todo mundo já viu essa cena. Então tem que tomar cuidado com o pastel. Mas não é ruim não, velho. Não é ruim não. Omelete, eu acho que ele é um ingrediente que vem no prato feito. Você não pede só o omelete sozinho, né? Então eu vou tacar ele pra cá. Rosbife também é um ingrediente. Poderia ser um sanduíche de rosbife. Delícia. Ah, eu vou deixar o sanduíche de rosbife aqui porque é muito gostoso, eu adoro. Eu nunca pedi, eu pedi várias vezes. Tá, é sobre pedir, então eu vou deixar ele aqui. Mano, é muito bom. Salada de pepino, ninguém é louco de pedir isso. Só no restaurante japonês que já vem, né, o Sunomono. O que é isso aqui? Opa Paraguai. Alguém sabe o que é isso? Porque parece muito uma empada daquelas... uma torta mesmo, né, um quadradão de empada. Tipo, torta de frango, essas coisas. Sopa paraguaia. Sopa paraguaia é um salgado, então? Nunca vi isso na vida. Vendo agora, tá, quando eu tava achando que era uma torta, parecia muito mais gostoso. Isso aqui parece um soufflé, parece um negócio que é uma massa macia, não é uma massa de torta. Nossa, torta de frango, maravilha, mano, isso é muito bom, pelo amor de Deus. Torta de frango também já coloquei lá, não tem erro, tá junto com a empada, né?
Wix, uma plataforma, todos os tipos de site. Criatividade ilimitada. Descreva suas necessidades e objetivos.
To begin the quest, the Great Divide, we traveled south of the Overlook Road in the Shivering Isles, coming across a small settlement named Split. Amidst a cluster of buildings and in the center of the town, the residents...
Não, já é o que quero.